The black void swallowed the light as monstrous shadows descended upon the ravaged earth. A terrifying alien swarm gathered, their glowing eyes promising utter annihilation. The trial grounds erupted as the hulking beast descended, its single red eye burning with primordial malice, dwarfing the lone figures below. From the ruins, a wave of shadowy entities surged forward, their demonic forms wreathed in burning embers, signaling inevitable destruction. The endless rows of stark white markers gleamed under the pale light, a chilling testament to a million forgotten sacrifices. The devastating inferno consumed everything, leaving only the brutal sound of collapsing stone and shattered hopes. Bodies tumbled into the dark abyss, victims of a war already lost. The final, desperate stand of the human race had begun, looming over the glittering, fragile city below. The digital static on the wall flickered, memorializing the fallen heroes whose sacrifice weighed heavy on the air. The speaker's voice echoed under the glare, each fallen silhouette a heavy weight on the silent gathering. The veteran mayor's voice, heavy with grief and iron will, echoed among the silent portraits of the fallen heroes. Yellow petals drifted down like the fading memories of the lost generation. The commander's voice cracked with raw emotion, echoing the grief and desperate urgency facing all of humanity. The frozen air held the heavy silence of untold loss, as many wept for the heroes whose sacrifices were now just names on a dreadful list. The weight of sacrifice settled heavy in the cold air as tears streamed down the faces of those left behind. Amidst the crowd's fervor, one figure stands isolated, their presence sharp against the blinding stage light. This moment of separation felt heavy, like the last breath before a long, dark plunge. A wave of desperate fervor swept through the youth, their cries echoing the fierce, tragic honor of those already lost to the relentless advance. The looming shadow of authority commanded the desperate youth forward with one sharp, crushing word: enlist. The roar of the crowd echoed like thunder, demanding enlistment as the city faced utter annihilation. The crowd roared their commitment to die, their shouts echoing the desperate fever gripping the assembly hall. The draft list was reviewed in the cold, dusty air, the officials barely glancing up at the hopeful or hesitant young faces before them. Captain San Dojin stood firm, his gaze sweeping over the documents listing the fallen heroes. The cold air held a heavy silence, thick with unspoken duty and the shadow of war. Beneath the falling dust, Nanzang's gaze hardened, a cold resolve cutting through the mocking atmosphere. The coward would soon begin his true fight, hidden from the oblivious world. The raw, furious shouts of the crowd echoed in the cold air, demanding sacrifice from the young generation standing before them. The supervisor's harsh judgment hung heavy in the air, sharp as the cold steam escaping the man's furious breath. The cold air hung heavy as Nanzang's gaze hardened, reflecting the finality of his shadowed commitment. His choice, deemed cowardice by all, was the only path to true salvation. A raw, choked cry ripped through the air as an enraged man seized Nanzang, shouting his name with violent accusation. The official stared, his expression hardening as Nanzang turned away from the passionate crowd. Whispers of cowardice followed the young man like the chilling winter snow beginning to fall. The hardened worker's gaze was heavy with unspoken doubt, steam faintly clouding the air between him and the intense young man. The cold air seemed to freeze around the brittle documents held out in the tense silence of the enrollment center. Every harsh glance judged the man who chose to stay behind the crumbling defense lines. The administrator's cold gaze fell upon the gathered youth, heavy with the weight of the endless war. A chilling mist rose as the lists of the fallen were presented before the unwilling conscripts. The official's dark silhouette dominated the square as furious men surrounded him, one reaching out with desperate finality. Cold air hung heavy as the group pushed past, their shouts echoing against the stone. The next day arrived under a harsh, silent sky as heavy military choppers sliced through the falling snow. The heavy transport vehicles rumbled forward, shrouded in the harsh, cold breath of the mobilization, a desperate final parade of might. Above them, the military helicopters cut through the frosty air with a deafening, sharp whoosh. The city froze beneath the gray sky as the rally roared, their fervent cheers echoing off the skeletal buildings. The desperate roar of the crowd echoed sharply in the freezing air, condemning the hidden choice that had just been made. A chilling wind carried snow across the compound, concealing the lone figure turning from the hopeful, noisy crowd. He saw only the inevitable collapse waiting beyond those fortress walls. The breaking news scrolled, showing the epic counterattack in Ye City's super rookie refusing service. His choice echoed loudly in the desperate silence of the waiting war. The impassioned calls for defense echoed across the city, as the Eastern Alliance rallied for a desperate, final chance to reclaim their lost ground. Beneath the dark hood, Nanzang's crimson eyes burned with the weight of a forgotten past. The final warning pulsed in the chilling silence before the trial began. The air screamed with monstrous fury as the massive alien beasts devoured the last desperate defenders whole. This crushing defeat was the bitter reality the front lines faced daily. The ruins smoked beneath falling ash, a battlefield where his former self had fought and failed. The blinding light fades, revealing the heavy stillness of a past duty. Eventually, he joined the war command. A spectral, luminous tree manifested above the kneeling figure, its light shimmering faintly amidst the silent, falling specks. The suffocating shadow of the colossal beast fell, its glowing eyes burning in the apocalyptic haze. Jin Yomyang braced himself, the floor shaking under the monster's terrifying weight. The trial began amidst the oppressive silence, but Nanzang's fury boiled over, tasting only the grim determination of his new path. Under the bleak, falling ash, the ghost of a strategist whispered, "I could have protected humanity." The harsh winter snow muffled the sounds of the city, leaving only the weight of his silent, heavy footsteps. He sat utterly alone, holding a small, damning piece of paper. Beneath the falling snow, the ethereal glow of 5 powerful talent trees manifested, a blueprint for salvation lost and reclaimed. These spectral visions promised unimaginable strength against the encroaching shadow of the 10,000 races. The furnace of his renewed will blazed, a terrifying crimson aura consuming the shadows around him. The supervisor's final command echoed, and a faint, glowing hand reached out, as if grasping something essential. The empty bubble suggested, his hardened red eyes reflecting the encroaching darkness of the long night. The cold wind bit as he stood before the stark concrete of the rear trial grounds, Ye City branch. Even the elderly workers shivered in the cold, preparing meager rations while wondering about the missing young hands for the front lines. The elderly workers sighed, struggling with the heavy, soiled rations. "We can only deal with those fierce mutant beasts one by one slowly." A subtle glint in his eyes betrayed the calm facade, as cold dust motes drifted around the young man standing there. He accepted the burden of the unspoken truth, knowing his path diverged from the heroes marching to war. Relief flooded the older workers' faces. This keen volunteer, Nanzang, promised to ease the impossible burden of the dwindling rations. A nervous, hopeful breath escaped them into the cold, wintry air under the grim sky. The biting cold settled over the utilitarian structures as the elderly workers watched another group depart toward the grim task ahead. Whispers followed Nanzang, branding his sensible choice as pure, shameful cowardice. The chill of the falling snow matched the dread etched upon the worker's face as he read the damning social media verdict. This relentless judgment, harsher than any demon's claw, followed Nanzang even into the silent rear lines. Andy Wang's eyes widened, sweat beading as a rough, gloved hand thrust a harsh image into her view. The grim weight of the outside world pressed even here, far from the front lines. The biting cold air hung heavy as the older workers watched him, their judgment steaming into the winter night. They clearly doubted the coward who chose shadows over the front lines. The elder workers watched Nanzang, their faces a mixture of relief and deep-seated doubt about the young man's purpose here. The alloy sword felt heavy, yet Nanzang's gaze burned with a fierce, red resolve against the sterile light. He was ready to shatter the coward label with this unexpected trial. The heavy steel door hissed open, revealing the blinding light beyond the threshold. Others watched, their silent judgment clinging to the shadow of the figure moving toward the unknown. Even amid whispered condemnations, a momentary, unexpected blush crossed the worker's face as she secretly admired the reluctant newcomer. A harsh, crimson light flooded the initiation chamber as the system screamed in ominous confirmation. Level a trial has commenced. Please prepare yourself. The trial grounds immediately erupted in a violent clash, the air thick with the stench of something decaying and a sudden, blinding crimson light. A ferocious scream tore through the silence as Nanzang moved with terrifying, sudden speed against the unknown threat. The sickening shriek of the beast tore through the sudden, bright flash of movement. The trial grounds already turning bloody. The air thrummed with dark power as the shadows swarmed around him. Yet a fierce light burned in his eyes. He accepted the immense burden, whispering, "Even if it means bearing thousands of curses?" The encroaching darkness demanded a pledge, and with eyes burning crimson, Nanzang firmly declared, "I am willing." The trial began with a sharp, desperate cry. "Come," as shadowy beasts lunged at the hesitant, choosing the first crucial power. Let's start with the beast taming talent. The deadly strike descended, but with practiced grace, Jin Yomyung simply dodged the crushing impact. The heat of battle still clung to him, his gritted teeth showing absolute resolve amidst the crimson glow. A searing crimson light erupted as the blade connected, striking the creature's vital point with shocking force. The blinding impact struck true, a desperate gamble to pierce the beast's monstrous defense. He landed hard, the echoing sound barely registering over the frantic thudding of his own heart. The cold blue light revealed his beast tamer level, still stubbornly rooted at 0 beneath the spectral energy. The chilling sound of shattering stone accompanied the blue source stone drifting near his outstretched, weary hand. Surrounded by screaming chaos, the red light bait his desperate lunge against the surging tide. He knew this crushing impact shouldn't have been his ending. The roar of the beast echoed against the blinding crimson light as swift strikes met armored flesh. The fierce clash erupted in a shower of crimson sparks as he struck through the shadowy, flailing beasts. A blinding surge of power erupts as Nanzang's armored foot fiercely places pressure down, readying for the next impossible ascent. The sudden, blinding impact knocked him backward through the fiery chaos of the umbrella birds. This brutal kick confirmed the Emperor's terrifying, enhanced strength. The shadow beasts descended in a terrifying blur of dark wings and violent crimson light, their landing shaking the very ground. The umbrella birds descended in a blood-red maelstrom, their shrieks tearing the stifling air apart. He dodged the deadly onslaught, aiming for the crucial spot behind the massive Emperor's head. The system shimmered, detailing the cold parameters of his rebirth. 5 beasts could be tamed, but the journey to level 1 felt impossibly slow. The searing sound of the blade ripped through the suffocating darkness, facing down the monstrous flock alone. A crimson shriek tore the air as the hulking umbrella bird descended, its terrible form eclipsing the light. He moved, a shadow beneath the beast, aiming for that single, vital blind spot. A shattering impact flared, scattering brilliant fragments against the crimson heat of the assault. He gritted his teeth, driving the blade through with desperate, burning focus. The umbrella bird Emperor lunged, its massive form momentarily eclipsed by the sheer speed of the clash. He manages only a desperate leap away from the crushing impact, barely avoiding obliteration. A sharp, metallic sound cuts through the chaos as his gaze hardens amidst the crimson glare. He instantly turns around, his eyes burning with desperate resolve. The crimson energy exploded, his blade finding purchase against the terrifying shadow of the beast. He pushed through the shockwave, racing the coming collapse of the defense lines. A flash of raw power erupted, his crimson eyes burning through the lingering dust of battle. He would not yield to exhaustion. The fight demanded speed. The massive shadow loomed, but with a burst of searing red light, he committed to the strike. Then the calculated moment arrived to exploit the creature's exposed weakness. The crimson light flared around him, his eyes burning with fierce, absolute resolve against the coming wave. The whispers followed him like shadows. "I bet he'll sneak away soon." Even the air seemed thick with their doubt as he stood against the encroaching terror. The onlookers watched with skeptical, judging gazes, waiting to see if Nanzang would simply run away from the mounting pressure. The guards whispered, their judgment sharp as the midday light filtering through the dim hall. They watched, waiting to see if the victor would finally break. A sudden, tense silence fell as Sister Wang and Sister Li watched him, waiting for the moment he would break. Their judgmental gazes promised they would see him run, even as the front line bled toward the city walls. The lingering scent of smoke faded as the petty whispers began, full of doubt and simmering judgment about the man who dared to return. The sudden, jarring impact echoed loudly. A look of pure terror froze on the observer's face. A sudden, looming shadow silenced their petty whispers as one of the onlookers shrieked and violently stumbled backward. The heavy silence met him, his tattered form a stark contrast against the blinding white light. He stood ready, though every inch of him screamed for rest. The sheer shock on their faces confirmed his absurd declaration. I'm going to the second floor to continue the trial. The black residue felt like a chilling mask against his battered skin, yet those crimson eyes burned with unwavering intent. The shadow of fatigue covered his face, yet the onlookers still questioned his impossible return. Even broken, he would not pause. The clock of war was ticking too loudly. A flicker of disbelief crossed her face as he turned away, heading back toward the looming danger under the crimson sky. The aftermath of the battle left a chilling silence, broken only by the strained breathing of those nearby. The stinging water washed over the fresh, raw scars, momentarily hiding the grim toll of the desperate battles fought. Every drop felt like the cold judgment of time running out before the front line completely dissolved. The harsh water washed over the deep gashes, each droplet a stinging reminder of the battle just ended. He stood under the spray, the steam momentarily hiding the weight of the coming war. The pale white light reflected off the sweat and grime clinging to his face, his burning red eyes refusing to yield. The silence of the corridor was broken only by the heavy, stained cart being wheeled past. Even here, amid the mundane task of moving provisions, the lingering shadow of the recent carnage stained the cold floor. A stern finger stabbed the air, her face tight with suspicion. She could not believe the injured man would dare defy them now. The metallic hallway hummed under the harsh lights as Nanzang approached, his very presence silencing the mundane chatter about lunch. Whispers followed him like shadows, judging the wreckage of his passage, but his focus remained fixed forward. The chilling silence of the sterile hall magnified the lingering shock on the survivor's face as Nanzang appeared, stained with black remnants. The processing crew confronted him, their voices sharp with doubt against the metallic hum of the facility. He ignored their chatter, the heavy scent of processing fluid thick in the air, focused only on the path ahead. The worried gaze followed him, questioning the dark resolve etched upon his bandaged face. He offered no explanation, only the silent decision to press onward into the next trial floor. The exasperated guard could only stare upwards, utterly aghast at Nanzang's insane decision to ascend. His outstretched hand seemed to grasp at the very air, pleading for the battered man to stop this reckless pursuit. The stunned silence of the recovery room was shattered by accusations echoing his impossible feat. Nanzang ignored their judgment, the cold metal of the second floor already calling to him. The shadow fell long as he turned away, gripping the hilt against the silent, wide-eyed disbelief surrounding him. The system flashed red, warning of the sheer audacity. You have initiated the level a second floor trial. The ox tiger beasts roared below, their massive forms shrouded in rising, heavy steam as the talent ignited. He stood against their savage onslaught, determined to force the beast-taming talent to submit them all. The crimson energy flared around the blade, his wide, fierce eyes reflecting the desperate urgency of the fight. A blinding crimson arc flashed through the shadows as the monstrous figures desperately dodged the swift blade. The air itself seemed to scream with the violent sound of his desperate, focused attack. The shadow looming over him throbbed with ominous, crimson light, a terrifying presence echoing his own desperate resolve. The brute force of the ox tiger slammed down, tearing a ragged cry from the injured tamer. Every agonizing impact reminded him how little time remained before the lines fell. The ox-tiger beast slammed down with terrifying force, the air shuddering under the raw impact of its charge. He could not withstand such brute power head-on. Evasion was the only way to survive. A frantic roll, barely dodging the lethal blow, sent debris scattering under the oppressive red gloom. Even with blood staining his face and the sting of fresh bandages, his scarlet eyes burned with relentless focus. He looked up, refusing the rest they desperately offered him. The monstrous ox tigers roared, their glowing red eyes fixed on him with open taunt. Time was a luxury he could not afford against the approaching front line. The crimson energy surged around him, the wounded warrior poised low amid the dust. He refused rest, his glowing eyes fixed only on the perilous second floor ahead. The massive ox tigers descended in a wave of crimson, their oppressive aura pressing down hard. He knew his only path forward was to tame these behemoths before they crushed him. The massive ox tiger roared, caught in the sudden, blinding rush of crimson energy as it was violently lifted. His talent worked. Resistance turned into immediate subjugation in the heavy air. The blinding crimson energy erupted as the creature roared, shaking the very stone beneath the swift, descending blow. The blade found its mark, a searing crimson light piercing the darkness, driven by desperate need. He must secure the source stone before the front line collapsed entirely. A flash of crimson light illuminated the deadly strike, the tension of the moment echoing in the suffocating darkness. A terrifying, guttural sound ripped through the oppressive darkness, shaking the very ground beneath the beast. A chilling roar echoed as multiple monstrous forms, eyes burning crimson, closed in on him. He knew these ox-tiger beasts were tanks, but taming was the only way forward now. The crimson energy pulsed around him, his gaze hardening with terrifying resolve against the darkness. He held the glowing orb, ready to face the crushing pressure of the second floor alone. The overwhelming crimson energy pulsed in his palm, a desperate beacon against the encroaching darkness. He would tame these beasts, no matter the cost. A monstrous roar echoed through the chamber as crimson energy erupted, staining the stone with brute, overwhelming force. The colossal beasts roared, their shadows swallowing the arena in a wash of crimson dread. He braced himself, the ground fracturing beneath a mighty, crushing impact. The enormous beast roared, shaking the very stone around the silhouette looming above its glowing, enraged eye. The crimson energy pulsed, cloaking his figure as he gripped the glowing blade tighter. His eyes burned with a fierce, chilling resolve amidst the rising smoke. The grim workers, knives ready, faced a sudden, looming shadow as something enormous slowly descended upon them. Even as the heavy work concluded, Nan already slipped away from the weary eyes surrounding him. A faint chime broke the darkness as his power surged, marking the absolute peak of his current mastery. The darkness outside Ye City pulsed with monstrous intent, its glowing eyes fixed on the desperate firing lines below. The towering cliffs seemed to swallow the dim, red light as he faced the ominous, glowing eyes of the hidden horde. The young man, already patching his wounds, listened intently as the elder spoke in the dimly lit space. He held the weight of the factory's message, an unfamiliar sound in the tense quiet. The tamer stood, acknowledging the foreman's presence with a stiff, deliberate motion. He had a far greater, silent mission beckoning him outside the looming structure. The message arrived just as he turned away, a small, jarring sound in the oppressive silence of the facility. He paused, the weight of the factory's urgent plea pressing against his resolve. The frantic arguments echoed sharply in the suffocating, dark confines of the storage area. Even with the urgent work done, the tension among the workers remained thick and palpable. The factory message finally arrived, pulling his focus from the quiet, tense room. He only spared a glance for the woman holding the data before turning back to his grim resolve. His startling success with the taming quota was momentarily interrupted by a soft voice filled with quiet admiration. The massive gate stood sentinel, the air thick with a sudden, unsettling sound echoing off the stone. Below, the few vehicles waited silently. Their journey paused at the city's massive edge. The cold stone alleyways echoed with the labored breath of crowded urgency as supply trucks strained through the street's throng. The young man stood resolute against the city's evening chaos, his crimson gaze fixed on the armored vehicle before him. The ominous glare of the twilight sky mirrored the distant streaks of incoming fire. As Jin Yumyoung observed the chaos unfolding before them, the air hung cold and sharp as he resolved no time to dilly-dally, and stepped out toward the gathering shadows beyond the walls. The vast, cold darkness swallowed the convoy as snow drifted down, mirroring the grim reality beyond the city walls. Outside the city gates, the heavy truck idled, its red taillights stark against the falling snow. He looked on, recognizing the dangerous route the medical convoy was forced to take. The medical team leader watched in horror as the driver froze, the silence thick with encroaching danger outside the stalled vehicle. With a single, desperate surge, he raced alongside the stalled supply truck, the icy air tearing at his cloak. The shadow figure burst forward through the chilling night, a fierce commitment etched behind his mask. Inside the stalled vehicle, terror gripped them as the roar confirmed their worst nightmare. The blonde driver froze, while her partner watched the looming danger with wide, fearful eyes. The driver gripped the wheel tightly, steeling herself for the dangerous run through the wolf territory ahead. Even with the rifle close, the silence inside the medical transport felt brittle. A violent, deafening impact shattered the last breath of hope for the trapped driver. Inside the metal shell, the sister watched in frozen horror as the darkness consumed him. The driver's sudden paralysis shattered the fragile hope for escape. Terror froze inside the cabin. The driver's hands froze on the wheel. Panic etched deep lines onto the faces facing the encroaching darkness. Steel was useless now as the terrifying roar signaled the wolves closing in. The monstrous snarl echoed as glass shattered, freezing the sisters in stark terror. Amidst the chaos, the sharp crackle of gunfire sliced through the desperate air as danger lunged forward. The sudden silence of the scope's crosshairs held a focused tension. Jin Yomyoung knew the cult leader's life hung on this single, steady breath. The icy air stung as the tamer emerged beneath a dark, unforgiving sky, the blinding flash marking a distant, urgent exchange. Beneath the falling snow, the beast tamer sensed the gathering red eyes in the chilling darkness. He braced himself against the unforgiving ice, a lone figure facing the approaching horde. The air grew sharp and frigid as silver strikes erupted around the lone figure, challenging the surrounding shadows of glowing red eyes. The monstrous steel wolf king lunged through the blizzard, its glowing eyes fixed upon the fragile glass of the stalled vehicle. The medical team's driver froze, the metallic click of a gun reloading drowning out all hope. Fear flared in the leader's wide blue eyes as the threat pressed close inside the vehicle. Huddled low inside the dark vehicle, their desperate breaths mingled as they aimed the heavy rifle forward. The unspoken terror of the encroaching wolves hung thick in the stifling silence. The lone figure met the snarling tide, his movements blurring against the snow as the red energy flared. A terrifying battle for dominance. Yet the tamer held the key to the coming dawn. The cold night air churned as the shadow of the steel wolf king descended, filling the lone figure with a sudden, sharp dread. The steel wolf king roared, its terrifying presence filling the dark air with a crimson, suffocating heat. The air crackled with dark energy as the lone figure confronted the snarling beasts on the icy slope. His gaze locked onto the monstrous wolf king, a deadly resolve hardening his features amidst the chaos. The blinding surge of power erupted around him, shaking the very ground he stood upon. The blue light exploded outward. Something deep within the tamer finally began to awaken amidst the snarling beasts. The air cracked with shattering force as the tamer's will descended, a pale light consuming the snarling beasts below. The raw power erupted in a shattering blue wave, throwing debris and shadow beasts back with brutal force. His resolve hardened as the fight for the leader began now. Beneath the falling snow, the monstrous gaze flared with violent, crimson light. The Wolf King's rage burned, a terrible pressure against the tamer's will. A primal roar split the cold air as the Steel Wolf King challenged the encroaching will, its glowing red eyes burning with defiance. The chilling blizzard seemed to crackle as raw, blue energy clashed against the savage red of the beast's fury. The air crackled with raw power as the Steel Wolf King unleashed its furious, burning red aura against the azure glow. He fixed his gaze on the leader, knowing that taming must begin with the strongest threat. The shadowed figure rose, his voice cold and absolute. Shoot the horse before the rider. Capture the king to apprehend the thieves. The ferocious roars of the mutant wolves were suddenly silenced by a shocking, invisible command. The sheer reversal of power left the terrified onlookers utterly stunned. The tamer unleashed a terrifying blue surge, shattering the ground beneath the snarling, glowing-eyed beasts. Priority absolute. Taming the formidable Steel Wolf King was the only path forward now. A chilling, massive wave of blue energy shattered the immediate danger, throwing the wolves back with tremendous force. A crimson energy bloomed from his hand, confronting the snarling beast's piercing red gaze in the cold, falling snow. The monstrous glare of the Steel Wolf King fixed upon him, its incandescent red eye promising absolute annihilation in the cold night air. The air crackled with red energy as the tamer descended, locking eyes with the imposing Steel Wolf King amidst the blizzard. The dazzling collision of power engulfed the Steel Wolf King, the blinding light signaling a sudden, absolute dominion. The air split with a deafening crack as the tamer finally met the Steel Wolf King's terrifying power head-on. The Steel Wolf King roared a final, violent protest as the strange, bright energy enveloped its terrifying visage. The red haze of battle suddenly vanished, replaced by an icy, silent glow emanating from a spectral, glowing tree. The driver's desperate command cut through the rising dread as a heavy boot slammed down, finally breaking the engine's dreadful silence. The feral snarls ripped through the chilling air as the monstrous wolves descended upon the helpless supply truck. The shattering glass marked the moment their desperate escape violently ended, the primal roar echoing their doom. The monstrous maw of the Steel Wolf King snapped shut, shattering the fragile glass around the paralyzed driver. The truck shuddered violently against the sudden, chilling assault under the falling snow. Outside, snarling beasts clawed at the reinforced metal, trapping the terrified occupants within the broken-down vehicle. The Steel Wolf King, finally subdued, blinked its glowing blue eyes, a strange and sudden quiet settling over the chaos. The beast tamer surveyed his new, enormous pet with a focused intensity. Snow dusted the shadowed form as the massive beast coiled, ready to leap down into the fray below. The cold snow fell silently around the convoy, while shadowy beasts stalked low across the frigid, broken ground. The chilling snowscape framed the snarling beasts, their glowing eyes fixed on the shadowed figure ahead. Against the biting snow and howling beasts, he stood on the precipice, ready to face the rising threat. The chilling wind carried snow as the distant blast illuminated the frozen landscape, a terrifying beacon. Jin Yomyang knelt low, a faint light glowing, sensing the immense power unleashed. The sister from the medical team desperately locked eyes with her subordinate as the darkness closed in. Their paralyzed fear hung heavy in the cold, swirling air outside the broken-down transport. The chilling digital display confirmed his capacity was spent. The snow fell silently around his newfound power. Snow fell silently in the desolate cold as the tamer rested upon his colossal, newly subdued beast. The grand army of beasts obeyed his unspoken command, a silent power blossoming in the bleak landscape. The newly tamed Steel Wolf King stood silent, its red eyes mirroring the tamer's grim resolve under the falling snow. The army was forming, a chilling promise against the gathering darkness of the 10,000 races. Under the cold, starlit expanse, he stood alone upon the jagged peak, his shadow stark against the vast, whispering night. The incoming call signaled another shift in the night's desperate, unfolding drama beyond the gates. The dust of the battle settled as a faint ping broke the silence. A message from the factory had arrived. The biting winter air swirled across the loading docks, witnesses to the mounting chaos below. A tense silence hung heavy as the crowd waited, supplies halted by the brutal authority. The biting cold mirrored the icy disdain in the officer's gaze as he loomed over the exhausted Ye City workers. The chilling winter air mirrored the officer's icy contempt, his breath steaming as he wiped his lips. Lin Yukai sneered, extending his hand dismissively as the cold air bit at the weary faces behind him. The officer's arrogance cut deeper than the falling snow ever could. The oppressive, chilling air settled around the small group as Lin Yukai stood tall, flanked by his silent brutes. The wounded representative could only stare, his shock hardening into palpable outrage under the officer's cruel glare. The corrupt officer, Lin Yukai, shrieked, finally losing his composure as the desperate workers confronted him. The officer's contemptuous hand tossed a cloth, making the elderly worker flinch under the sudden, icy scrutiny. The chilling snow fell silently upon the desolate yard, where worried workers gathered under the officer's scathing gaze. The officer's sneer hung heavy in the cold air, silencing the terrified pleas of the weary Ye City workers. Under the harsh, cold light, Lin Yukai dabbed his face, the facade of authority cracking just slightly. A sharp, panicked sound cut through the tense air as the workers flinched under the officer's rising aggression. The officer, Lin Yukai, spat his vile accusation, his sweat freezing in the sudden, cold silence. His grasping hand shot out, threatening the desperate worker who dared speak. The officer's gloved hand struck out through the falling snow, silencing the worker's desperate defense with raw violence. A shocking burst of overwhelming power erupted, shattering the tense standoff between the betrayed workers and the arrogant officer. A sharp, guttural sound ripped through the tension as Nanzang delivered a devastating blow. The corrupt officer, Lin Yukai, recoiled violently, his smug confidence shattering into dust. Nanzang stood tall among the fearful workers, his raised fist shaking off the stale air of accusation. The moment of truth hung suspended, heavy with the cold dust motes drifting down. The workers, seeing Nanzang accept the impossible pledge, erupted with tentative, soaring hope amidst the city's bleak silence. Lin Yukai's face twisted, recognizing the notorious deserter Nanzang hiding among the desperate workers. The oppressive silence of the yard was suddenly shattered by the arrival of trouble. The officer's eyes flared wide, the cold steel of the gun suddenly pointing directly into the tense silence. The glowing notice revealed the face of the corrupt officer, Lin Yukai, hardening Nanzang's dark resolve. The vile blood leech. Lin Yukai met his mark, a satisfied, smoky laugh escaping him under the darkening sky. The sudden, harsh exclamation shattered the fragile silence between the desperate workers and the corrupt officer. The officer's face hardened, the cold steel of the pistol reflecting the tense silence gripping the room. The officer's thugs seized the old man, silencing his desperate plea against the cold, falling snow. Nanzang smiled darkly against the officer's imposing shadow, the cold air still swirling around their confrontation. The time for mere words had ended. This darkness would soon serve his true ambition. The corrupt officer's smug expression shattered, replaced by shock as the true ace of Ye City finally stood revealed. The chilling wind carried the cold defiance in his voice as he agreed to the officer's impossible demand. Lin Yukai, sweating slightly under the imposing shadow, felt his smug authority begin to waver amidst the tension. The air thickened with unspoken accusations as he nervously considered the newly arrived challenger. Lin Yukai's sweat beaded under the icy air, realizing the desperate eyes fixed upon him were no longer easily cowed. The corrupt officer, Lin Yukai, loomed over the humbled Ye City representative as Nanzang watched, silent and intense. The blood leech, Lin Yukai stared, his sneer hardening as his control finally slipped away in the tense air. The freezing air shifted as Nanzang descended, his presence instantly drawing every anxious eye in the tense silence. The grotesque visage of the beast loomed, its crimson gaze reflecting the cold silence surrounding him. Within the chilling snow, his luminous power awakened, promising retribution for past betrayals. The calculating shadow of Lin Yukai loomed, his smug cigar smoke suffocating the determined presence of Nanzang. The vast, Cold expanse of stacked containers dwarfed the small figures below, waiting for the deadly test to begin. The officer presented the papers under the bright, unforgiving afternoon light. Nan Zhang, leaning on her crutch, absorbed the chilling weight of the military decree. Lin Yukai's cruel smirk confirmed the dark expectation of Nan Zhang's failure, while his shadowy guard watched with cold patience. Military supply officer Lin Yukai glared, clutching the paperwork, eager to witness Nan Zhang's inevitable execution. The harsh sunlight beat down on the grim cargo yard, where nervous eyes watched Nan Zhang face this impossible task. The smug military supply officer Lin Yukai gestured sharply, confirming the terrible terms he had set for Nan Zhang's swift execution. The fat supply officer sneered, demanding the process begin, while utter shock froze the faces of those watching Nan Zhang. A bulky figure reached out, guiding Nan Zhang forward as anxious eyes followed his stride toward the impending, deadly task. Lin Yukai's sickening smile confirmed the death sentence, while a comrade warned Nan Zhang about the dire lack of anesthetic smoke. Lin Yukai held the orders, his smug face promising swift execution for the logistical soldier. The officer's cruel smile chilled the air. The countdown had officially begun. The raw, alien pressure of the illusions hammered against his mind, yet a stark red fire burned in Nan Zhang's eyes. The sneering military supply officer Lin Yukai promised swift execution, finding grim pleasure in the deadly terms. The silence in the hangar felt thick with their mocking anticipation of his failure. Suffocating air of the sterile room pressed in as Nan Zhang adjusted his mask, facing the judging stares of the others. Lin Yukai's cruel smirk confirmed the deadly terms. His gloved hand gestured for the grim spectacle to commence. Lin Yukai's cruel smirk burned under the blinding red energy erupting from the tormented figure behind him. The two supervisors stood in the cold, metallic silence, one smirking, the other watching with a shared dark anticipation for Nan Zhang's downfall. Military supply officer Lin Yukai leered, anticipating the moment he would personally execute the young logistics soldier. The purple shadow around him hinted at the cold authority he wielded over Nan Zhang's very life. A chilling sound echoed as Nan Zhang stood firm, bathed in a harsh spotlight against the encroaching red eyes. He adjusted his mask, the shadow of death momentarily receding before his sheer resolve. The oppressive crimson lights reflected in his uncovered eye, revealing a chilling resolve behind the mask. His transformation was absolute. The malign energy would be utterly consumed. The mental assault flared, a tide of crimson power manifesting a terrifying skeletal visage. Nan Zhang stood resolute against the illusion, his eyes burning with fierce, unwavering intent. The crushing tide of malign energy surged, manifesting as a terrifying, crimson abyss consuming all light. The intense mental pressure slammed down, but Nan Zhang remained unmoved amidst the shattering illusions. He welcomed the surge, declaring this malign energy would fuel his final, terrifying ascension. The oppressive, crimson energy engulfed him as the shadows lunged, but Nan Zhang only welcomed the surge. Malign power ripped through the psychic illusions. This darkness would forge his ascension. With a sharp surge of power, the psychic assault vanished into nothingness. Illusions, he declared, focusing his will into a blinding strike against the beast's maw. The suffocating red energy pulsed outward as he stood against the terrifying mental onslaught of the beast. His blade was a dark promise in the chaotic, shadowy light. The chilling red light pulsed around him as Nan Zhang stared down the swirling mental assault with unyielding eyes. The shadow coalesced around him, a crushing darkness that even the sword could not fully ward off, demanding submission. The dark, churning energy surged around him, ignoring the psychic screams echoing in the shadowed space. The phantom whispers of surrender faded against the surging, crimson tide of the illusion. He grimaced, the psychic onslaught barely registering against his terrifying resolve. The vile mental attack struck deep, manifesting a haunting shadow crying out, "Father." But the crimson eye held firm against the darkness. The spectral questions clawed at his resolve. Is it all worth it? Given the races, seek revenge? A purple shadow solidified in his eye, defying the mental onslaught. The phantoms questioned his resolve. Humanity is a joke, you threaten the future of mankind? He pushed back against the tide of doubt and chaos. A visceral tearing sound filled the air as the crimson energy surged, ready to be seized. The vibrant, sickening pink light enveloped him as he grasped the churning malign energy within the furious red haze. The psychic assault intensified, throwing phantom threats of madness into the oppressive, sudden dark. The crimson power surged around Nanzine, his eyes burning with fierce resolve against the psychic onslaught. His destiny, and humanity's future, would be forged in this escalating inferno. The malignant energy erupted, a scorching crimson tide focused entirely within his straining hand. The Asura talent demanded its offering, promising the ultimate ascent. The swirling malign energy enveloped him as Nanzine roared. Asura talent, activate. His true power erupted amidst the chaos. The psychic assault raged, a terrifying torrent of red energy threatening to shatter his very mind. He gritted his teeth, forcing the malign power to obey the coming Asura state. The psychic assault clawed at his mind, yet a terrifying, crimson glare solidified his resolve against the mental onslaught. The boss, steeped in luxury despite the chaos, managed only a dismissive humph, while the pretense of comfort continued around him. The boss watched the dark liquid swirl, his expression hardening with simmering disbelief and rage after the shocking mental confrontation. The shadowy presence loomed, a cruel smirk betraying the man's smug assurance as he greedily drained his glass. The boss sat heavy in the gilded chair, ignoring the distracting shimmer of wealth and the woman nearby. His phone buzzed sharply on the table, signaling more impossible demands were arriving. The opulent hall seemed to mock the lingering scent of chaos, as the boss ignored his companion's soft plea, his mind churning on money. The boss's face tightened, clinging to the phone as unsettling whispers surrounded him in the tense silence. A hushed confirmation echoed in the oppressive dark. Yes, sir. Even the air seemed heavy with dread about the approaching fourth-level threat. The cold, clipped response settled in the stale air. Another order relayed without question. His eyes, shadowed with simmering ambition, held a grim, calculating stillness. The boss's remaining men watched in stunned silence as the corrupted comrade violently collapsed from the backlash. This messy fallout meant another report, another lie to cover up their leader's desperate greed. The Asura level climbed near completion, and a cold, sharp blade skill instantly unlocked itself. His power surged, a terrifying new weapon gained from the mental chaos he had endured. The psychic's final, desperate shriek echoed silently as Nanzine held his ground, the invading malice recoiling from his growing power. The psychic's backlash left him utterly broken, the cost of his own desperate greed now brutally evident in the dim light. The relieved subordinate gave a shaky thumbs up while the main figure looked on with utter shock. They had survived the brutal mental assault, but the chaos was far from over. The boss's shadowed face hardened beneath the oppressive, purple glare, his fury palpable. His mind screamed against the impossible deception he now faced. The boss breathed out sharply, the sudden news from his subordinate echoing sharply in the confined space. Other dark figures hovered nearby, sensing the immediate shift in the commander's troubled air. The subordinate's aggressive words rang out, confirming his defiance. You're going against the boss's rules now. A sharp, violent impact fractured the tense silence. The psychic's desperate counterattack shattered, replaced by a chilling void echoing in the strained air. The sheer shadow of authority loomed over the panicked subordinates, carrying their executed comrade away. They had eliminated the liability, but the silence carried the stench of true chaos unleashed. The air thickened with dark, vengeful energy as Jin Yomyang gripped his blade, his eyes burning crimson. The psychic's brutal mental assault slammed into Nanzine, met only by a terrifying, cold surge of retaliatory power. The man who thought he controlled everything recoiled in pure, horrified shock amidst the suffocating crimson pressure. Through the dark, burning void, a frightened subordinate whispered, "Over here." He was trapped within the crimson chaos of overwhelming power. The raw, crimson energy surged outward, a monstrous shadow roaring its absolute claim. Energy. The sheer shock of detection warped the subordinate's face beneath the crimson glow of the collapsing mental space. His last desperate cry about possessing everything dissolved into ragged silence. The psychic's desperate mental shriek echoed, trapped by the crushing malignancy of Nan Zhang's unexpected counterattack. The corrupted subordinate collapsed as the mental conflict ripped his sanity away in the echoing silence. The psychic's desperate scream echoed, instantly consumed by the terrifying crimson wave of Nan Zhang's retaliatory power. The corrupted subordinate screamed as the overwhelming psychic backlash ripped through him, his desperate greed turning inward. The silence after the shriek was heavy, marking the tragic cost of madness within the shadows. The psychic's desperate shriek was brutally cut short by a crushing, unseen force echoing the violent crimson sound effect. That momentary flash of darkness and rage confirmed the true source of the relentless mental attack. The man's shriek echoed, his greed exposed as the residual power finally shattered his mind. Behind him, the commander's cool gaze confirmed the disastrous end to the failed psychic attack. The execution was swift, silencing the crazed subordinate who had just collapsed under the weight of his own greed. Captain Sandojin watched the sterile scene, a cold question mark hanging in the pale, flickering light. Captain Sandojin recoiled as the panicked man shrieked, sensing the chaos unraveling around the boss. Continuing like this will tarnish the boss's reputation, the subordinate warned, his voice tight against the ominous glow. The shockwave of the clash erupted in a burning glare, silencing the desperate shrieks of the defeated. Jin Yomyung's blade left a brilliant, deadly scar across the oppressive darkness. The shocking turn of events left the remaining subordinates utterly speechless in the cold, sudden silence. The boss stood rigid, dark ichor dripping slowly from his gloved hand in the sudden, chilling silence. The boss loomed, his shadow suffocating the bowed subordinate in the harsh, unnatural light. His overwhelming presence offered no comfort, only impending doom. The elder stared with cold, calculating eyes as the others recoiled from the figure turning away into the gloom. All the internal chaos was momentarily silenced by this stark departure. Relief washed over them as Comrade Xiao Nan awoke, hailed now as the new Chief Nan by his anxious, hopeful colleagues. The heavy silence of the room broke as Comrade Xiao Nan stirred, his world slowly coming back into focus after a long darkness. The earnest staff surrounded the newly appointed Chief Nan, their hopeful eyes reflecting the heavy burden of impending doom. A gentle hand rested nearby as the weary Comrade Xiao Nan slowly opened his eyes to the grim reality. The city burned under the monstrous assault, a terrifying symphony of destruction echoing through the ruins. The newly appointed Chief Nan's crimson eyes narrowed, catching the intruder's swift, silent approach. A bead of cold sweat betrayed the sudden, tense silence in the air. The familiar face, heavy with unspoken worry, hovered close as Comrade Xiao Nan finally stirred back to life. The grim reality of the fallen defense lines hung heavy as Xiao Nan's crimson eyes demanded the final truth. The sterile quiet of the room broke as familiar faces entered, bringing news of crushing defeat and a sudden, heavy mantle of leadership. The relief in their eyes shone brightly, holding up the official papers, welcoming their new Chief Nan. The moment Comrade Xiao Nan awoke, the heavy atmosphere shifted with the weight of new appointments and impending doom. The collective warmth of her comrades shone brightly, recognizing Chief Nan's leadership amidst the heavy silence of impending doom. The concerned woman watched as Comrade Xiao Nan, just awakened, held a stark, white document in his trembling hands. The silent, grim work continued in the shadows, while Captain Sandojin's world fractured under a sudden, shocking realization. The chilling blue light intensified around him as the name, Asura, manifested in the overwhelming digital silence. The woman's intense glare pierced the quiet hospital room, demanding answers from the newly awakened Chief Nan. The newfound respect and heavy duties settled upon Chief Nan, abruptly shattered by this sudden intrusion. Two weary faces watched as the gravity of the encounter tightened the air around them. The stark white room offered little comfort as the urgency of the outside world pressed in around Chief Nan. The heavy silence in the room shattered as Comrade Xiaonan pushed himself from the crisp white sheets. A sudden, electric silence hung in the sterile hall as Jin Yomyang sensed an intruder moving with dangerous speed. The chilling snow fell silently as Jin Yomyang realized his target had vanished into the industrial shadows. He spun, his weapon poised, sensing the sudden absence of life in the crisp night air. The cold night air hung heavy as Xiaonan stared upward, feeling the unexpected shift in power above him. The sudden, biting cold met the sharp retort of steel as Zhang Yuan, no longer distracted, leveled her weapon. Her voice, cutting through the faint, falling snow, demanded answers now that the alliance was proposed. The chilling night air hung heavy as an unnatural crimson ignited in his gaze, the heavy pistol steadying in his grip. A sudden crimson aura erupted around the dark silhouette, screaming Asura talent as the fierce woman struck with shocking speed. The abrupt sound of a fierce clash shattered the tense negotiation, revealing the hidden, lethal intent in her eyes. The blinding flash of the muzzle cut through the tense silence, an unexpected shot interrupting the fragile truce between the two agents. The red mist swirled around Jin Yomyang as a terrifying pressure erupted from his outstretched hand. He felt the immense power surge, cutting through the tension like shattered glass. The stranger, Zhang Yuan, moved with startling speed, her sharp gaze fixed on Chief Nan as she screamed, "Retreat!" The tense silence of the abandoned lot hung heavy, illuminated by a cold, unsettling light as the new chief faced the mysterious operative. The cold wind whipped around them, carrying the sting of falling snow and sudden, sharp suspicion. She saw the hesitation in his stance, a fragile opening in the charged silence between two opposing forces. The cold air crystallized around the woman's challenging glare, her unexpected arrival freezing the tense standoff. Yao Nan's breath hitched, his intense red gaze meeting the unexpected shadow in the dim, dust-filled air. The sudden confrontation halted all his careful planning, shattering the fragile calm. Her intense gaze cut through the cold, swirling ash. She understood the danger he now posed to humanity. The cold air cracked with unspoken tension as she stared down, the dust swirling around her grim resolve. Her eyes held the weight of a terrible decision made. Accepting the pact, the harsh static crackled, displaying the shadowed faces representing his limited options. He stood in the chilling silence, the weight of the decision settling heavily upon him. The distorted static seemed to echo the sudden, sharp tension as she finally saw the truth reflected in the cold light. The cold air clung to them as the silent standoff continued, heavy with unspoken agreements and lingering mistrust. The oppressive darkness hummed with desperate cries, but Jin Yomyang's crimson gaze remained fixed on the horde. Those stolen supplies, meant for salvation, were only nourishment for his hidden power. Her expression shattered, demanding the truth of the hidden threats between them in the chilling air. Her sharp finger jabbed forward, demanding answers under the spitting, cold twilight. "You're overthinking it. Of course, I stand with humanity, but to drive the 10,000 races out, I'm still not strong enough." A chilling aura surged around him, black eyes gleaming with terrifying, hidden power as the cold air tasted metallic. The sudden crimson energy enveloped her, stealing her breath as the cold realization of betrayal hit. He claimed to stand with humanity, yet this terrifying power felt like the final judgment. The cargo yard loomed, cold shadow against the woman's wide, terrified eyes as Lin Yukai's imposing figure drew near. The tension hung heavy between them as snow fell, his dark figure unreadable against the pale, harsh light. The woman's sharp gaze held an undeniable edge, challenging the shadows that clung to him. The woman stood frozen, staring up as his towering figure blocked the bleak winter light. She had made her desperate choice, trusting a dangerous promise against her better judgment. Under the pale, falling snow, his eyes glowed crimson, hiding a terrifying, escalating power. The unspoken deal sealed between them hung heavy in the cold, bright air as he slowly walked away. The bitter cold seemed to mirror the hard line in her eyes as she stared, still processing the unsettling truth revealed moments before. The cold, gray yard was stacked high with hidden wealth, while tiny figures scurried through the faint, falling snow. The harsh, cold air settled as Chief Nan's team moved toward the specified trial area. Lin Yukai watched them go, a greedy calculation hardening his gaze amidst the falling dust. The biting winter air hung heavy as she held the documents, confronting the unsettling intensity in his gaze. He stood against the stacks of containers, his secret ambitions veiled by quiet confidence. Lin Yukai's greedy laughter echoed faintly as he eagerly signs the crucial documents, blinded by profit under the cold, falling snow. The older man watched with weary suspicion as an unseen force erupted, shrouded in unnatural darkness. Lin Yukai roared with greedy laughter as ill-gotten wealth rained down, blinded by profit. The old man's unsettling grin pressed close, a chilling promise hanging heavy in the cold air. His gloved hand settled upon the shoulder, sealing a dangerous, binding agreement. Beneath the heavy, falling snow, Yomian confronted the others, demanding action against the hoarded supplies. The towering cargo stacks cast long shadows over the silent, waiting figures on the cold lot. He simply pointed toward the massive structure, uttering only one word: tower. The chill of the falling snow mirrored the cold finality in the air. "I want you're busy. See you," was a curt dismissal. Darkness consumed half his face, revealing a single, predatory crimson eye amidst the chilling red wisps swirling around him. The promised reckoning against Lin Yukai was drawing near, cloaked in swirling crimson energy. His hidden strength, growing ceaselessly, now felt like a dangerous, unsettling storm gathering momentum. A low, guttural command cut through the tense air. "Activate skill." The red energy exploded around him as the Asura level crept upward. The alloy evil blade drank the monstrous essence. The Asura level climbed steadily amid the crimson, tearing sound. The terrifying roar echoed through the ruined cityscape, dwarfing the two small figures standing against utter devastation. The desperate cry of Aloy echoed as the dark figure engaged the monstrous serpent in a brutal, crimson exchange. The unending assault continued upon the glacier's frozen defenses, a brutal, deafening clash against monstrous invaders. The desperate command, "Aloy," echoed as the powerful figure met the charging beast with a shattering, kinetic impact under the blood-red sky. The 24th day brought another swift annihilation, while a dying man weakly gasped, "Kill," against the backdrop of overwhelming shadow. A blinding flash erupted, the force of the blow shaking the very air with a deafening impact against the encroaching shadow. The desperate, trapped man stared up, one final hour closing in as the monstrous shadows descended with blazing, wicked eyes. The air shimmered with overwhelming crimson heat as the figure uttered a final, resolute, "Enough." The sudden, blinding flash erupted from the shadows, silencing the chaotic roar of the encroaching beast tide. A terrifying power erupted, fueled by sheer desperation. "Unleash ALL. Asura returns." The very ground fractured beneath the overwhelming, incandescent crimson aura. Dark energy pulsed outward as the sword flashed, meeting the approaching tide with devastating, blinding force. The earth shuddered under the raw, crimson shockwave of annihilation. The air thrummed with crimson energy as the lone figure stood against the collapsing world, uttering a single, heavy word. The heavy silence descended, broken only by the dripping crimson against the cold steel of the blade held loosely in his bloodied hand. The chaos of the outside world faded as Jin Yomyang stood amidst the cold, silent mist, the glowing orbs reflecting his grim resolve. The sterile white room offered little solace against the gathering dread in their eyes, reflecting recent brutal losses. Chief Nan stared, utterly shocked by the sheer exhaustion etched onto Commander Lin's battle-scarred body, the air thick with unspoken danger. The sterile command center buzzed as Chief Nan made his satisfied pronouncements, assigning the dangerous hunt for steel wolves to Commander Lin. Chief Nan's satisfied gaze met the powerful silhouette, offering an assignment with chilling composure. "I want you to go to the northern wilderness tonight and bring back a batch of steel wolves." The air crackled with latent, monstrous power as the imposing figure watched the small subordinate tremble. A single bead of sweat betrayed the terror reflecting in his terrifying crimson eyes. The commander, smeared with gore and shadowed by black ichor, finally met the gaze of the one he sought, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Chief Nan wiped his brow, his satisfaction evident, perhaps too eager for Commander Lin's immediate success. Chief Nan's satisfied smile masked the grim calculus behind entrusting Commander Lin with the perilous northern wilderness task. The elder's gloved hand rested heavily, a dark promise echoing, "I'll annihilate you, your redemption." Amidst the biting snow of the north, Jin Yomyang stood resolute, the weight of all their sacrifices heavy upon his soul. Under the cold, pale moon, the massive steel wolves howled their chilling battle cry across the frozen wasteland. Beneath the cold, vast moon, the system data confirmed the monumental cost of his escalating strength. Meanwhile, under a cold, silent, snow-dusted sky, Commander Lin pushed his convoy deep into the unforgiving northern wilderness. The harsh reality of the wolf tide pressed in, making the commander's face bead with frantic sweat. A woman in bunny ears looked on, startled by the sudden, crushing atmosphere inside the vehicle. The sudden chill of the blizzard outside mirrored the cold dread gripping his sweat-beaded brow. He knew this desperate drive through the howling white meant they were already too close. The terrifying, endless wolf tide descends upon the fleeing transports, with eyes blazing crimson in the sudden, suffocating darkness. The sudden, deafening roar ripped through the night, jolting the speeding vehicle into sheer terror. A desperate hand slammed against the window, unable to hold back the encroaching beast tide. The sheer scale of the approaching beast tide struck them cold, stretching out for 10 kilometers. Escape seemed impossible as the order came. Drive. The air shrieked as the immense, white trails slammed down, ripping the vehicles apart in the silent, falling snow. The biting wind howled across the frozen plains, echoing the silent dread gripping the lone figure. Behind the cold mask, Jin Yomyang's red eyes burned with an unwavering, silent resolve. The blizzard howled a chaotic symphony as Jin Yomyang cut through the darkening sky, chasing the cult leader's shadow. The air cracked with a terrifying sound as Jin Yomyang unleashed his terrible crimson power. His eyes burned red, ready to face whatever desperate threat arrived next. A level 7 tamer unleashes power, scattering the convoy with terrifying red energy. They wonder if a hidden master has appeared ahead. The observer, sweat beading on his brow, let out a strained cry of triumph, momentarily believing the impossible had been turned around. The command echoed into the cold night. Command to 100,000 steel giant wolves. A crimson energy flared around the lone figure standing ready for the tide. A furious crimson aura erupted, suffocating the air as Jin Yomyang's eyes burned with absolute resolve against the shadowed beasts. The monstrous wolves roared, their dark forms wreathed in crimson energy as a panicked subordinate cried out a final warning. The steel giant wolves, wreathed in crimson malice, shattered the fragile barrier, making the official gasp in pure terror. The convoy barely moved beneath the sudden, terrifying onslaught of the steel giant wolves. Gunfire flashed futilely against the tide of beasts swarming the snow. The steel giant wolves tore through the metal armor with chilling ease, shattering the weak defenses around them. A raw, desperate scream echoed as the promised escape never came. The desperate master cried out, "Teleport," just as crushing force slammed down in the swirling snow. The crushing sound of impact shattered the air as the steel giant wolves lunged forward. The cult leader's protective aura flared violently against the overwhelming beast tide. The roar of the summoned beast drowned out the falling snow, its menacing silhouette towering over the lone figure. The desperate roar split the freezing air as the immense figure unleashed its power. He cried out, "Esper," bracing against the overwhelming surge of dark energy. The desperate shout of "Teleport" ripped through the suffocating darkness, signaling a final, frantic attempt to escape the crushing beast tide. Captain Sandojin grabbed him tightly as dark, violent energy surged through the freezing air. The sound of splintering ice echoed their desperate scramble away from the hidden threat. The mountain air whipped violently as the black shadows recoiled from a burst of stark, purple light. Jin Yongmyung sensed the chilling shift in the desolate, snow-dusted peaks. The chilling darkness, thick with unseen power and faint, falling snow, pressed in on the terrified officer. Behind him, a massive, shadow-cloaked figure loomed, its burning red eyes promising absolute ruin. The cold air bit down as the masked figure stood over the shocked, trapped men. The betrayal hung heavy in the chilling mist. The cold air stung, but Jin Yongmyung's burning gaze held the chilling truth of the ambush. Under the falling snow, the man's face contorted with desperate realization. The trap had sprung. The chilling snow fell around the figure as a triumphant whisper escaped. Bingo. The trap had sprung perfectly, sealing the fate of those who sought to escape. The roaring sound cut off as absolute shock froze the man's face. A raw, desperate scream trapped behind his teeth. The chilling grip tightened, stealing the air as the broken man gasped. Fong Meng Jin Yongmyung moved with lethal speed. The cold snow a witness to his sudden, brutal strike. A desperate plea, sir. Isle was swallowed by the encroaching shadow as searing crimson energy erupted around the trapped figure. The colliding auras erupted, a deafening clash of crimson rage against the deep, chilling violet. Jin Yongmyung felt the shockwave slam through the air as the target cried out in utter dread. The desperate struggle against the overwhelming darkness peaked as the strained hands pulsed with furious, crimson energy. The raw sound of shattering resistance tore through the blackness as the captive screamed, trapped by the sudden betrayal. The chilling sound of the strike echoed as Nan Zhang's cold power engulfed her target. Jin Yongmyung watched the betrayal bloom, the air thick with suffocating dark energy. The desperate plea of "spare me" was lost in the sudden, chilling spread of the shadow like black miasma. The desperate accusation echoed as Nan Zhang's shadow enveloped him, severing all hope of escape. The horrifying snarls of the steel giant wolves filled the cold air as their terrifying presence closed in completely. The monstrous roar ripped through the cold, dark air as the colossal shadow lunged forward with blinding, crimson-eyed fury. The shadowy figure, wreathed in menacing red energy beneath the pale moon, simply uttered, "Farewell." Under the cold, silver moon, the vast city stood silent, momentarily pausing the chaos below. Outside the frosted window, the heavy snow fell, mirroring the unexpected calm after the devastating confrontation. "Such," she whispered into the rising steam, perhaps questioning the quiet aftermath of Ye City's chaos. The sudden peace felt thin, heavy with the lingering scent of soap and impending consequence. She sat still, the water barely rippling around her as a dangerous thought solidified behind her eyes. The beast's ecstatic panting filled the air, but the masked figure recoiled, a sharp command cutting through the affection. "Stop licking," the voice insisted, the glittering adoration feeling strangely unsettling. The chilling pressure of the beast's scarlet eyes pressed in close, the air thick with his own labored, steamy breath. The chilling blizzard whipped around him as Jin Yongmyung stood besieged, the red eyes of the beast burning through the falling snow. Beneath the cold, falling snow, the powerful figure stood beside his gleaming beast. He thought, "I'll organize 1,000,000 beast tides soon." The cold stillness of the snow breaks as the silent commander offers a gentle, affirming touch to his waiting beasts. The chilling wind blew as Jin Yongmyung crouched low, his small offering tumbling toward the satisfied, glowing eyes of his summoned beast. The chilling wind whipped around him in the bleak, snowy expanse as a raw cry escaped his lips. The cold air howled under the stark, pale moon, echoing the raw loyalty of the beasts gathered below. Under the cold, falling snow, this imposing structure was officially renamed Ye City's Slaughterhouse. The sheer scale of the massive operation began here, silencing the city's quiet dread. The biting cold air hung heavy as silence stretched between them, broken only by the soft drift of snow. Her sharp, wide eyes reflected the stark, cold blue of the unexpected blizzard raging around them now. The terrifying realization of the impossible power surrounding her caused the breath to catch deep in her throat. Under the cold, pale light, Jin Yongmyung paused his frantic search, taking a brief, necessary moment to eat this steaming comfort. The flickering city lights blurred as she confronted him, demanding to know the cost of his silence. He simply held up the charred remnant, a silent, chilling answer hanging between them in the cold air. The shadow of the cult leader's warning settled heavily. A silent gesture demanded absolute secrecy. The woman stood silently, radiating dangerous allure amidst the falling white specks, while a subordinate nervously rose behind her. The cold air whispered around Jin Yomyang as the cult leader loomed, her expression sharp under the falling, artificial snow. Sharp intake of breath was barely audible against the stark, blinding white. Jin Yomyang's crimson eyes flared with sudden, devastating realization. A strange, almost flustered expression crossed her face as the massive plans unfolded around her. The silent, growing power in the northern wilderness pulsed with dangerous possibility. The young commander gave a confident nod, his smile catching the soft, falling snow in the cold air. A dark energy surged, cloaking the figure as a chilling realization echoed. This is genius. A chilling growl echoed as monstrous beasts materialized from the deep shadows, their savage eyes fixed upon him. Nanzang's rising power, marked by 100,000 steel wolves, solidified the immense burden placed upon their shoulders now. A terrifying surge of crimson energy erupted, the silent roar of absolute power shaking the very air around him. The one who carried the world's fate was finally unveiling his true, devastating strength. The blood moon glared down upon the desolate landscape, the air thick with a terrifying, primal energy. Under this ominous light, 500,000 steel giant wolves prepared to move. The white bone plains trembled violently as monstrous beasts charged, their red eyes burning through the suffocating dust. Jin Yomyang stood braced against this overwhelming, raw power unleashed upon the battlefield. A chilling crimson light flared around Jin Yomyang as immense power surged through his tightened frame. The ground trembled violently as a dark figure unleashed a terrifying surge of power, shocking the barren landscape. The terrifying, crimson-eyed beast loomed, its monstrous aura crushing the air around Jin Yomyang. A fierce crimson light pulsed beneath the mask, revealing eyes locked onto the vast, distant battlefield of the northern wilderness. The air crackled as the level 8 beast tamer unleashed his monstrous force. 1,000,000 beasts arrayed across the darkening map. He silently commanded the deployment, dictating where the steel giant wolves and blazing steel yaks must hold the line. The ominous silence of the Rift Canyon felt heavy, ready to receive the promise of level 7 rampant apes. Under the looming crimson moon, Jin Yomyang drew his blade, its dark energy crackling with violent intent. A blur of motion struck down, prompting the stunned observation. Such speed, such ferocity. Jin Yomyang's blazing red eye fixed on the dark figure descending into the swirling blackness. The brutal clash erupted, Jin Yomyang trapped between a monstrous white armor and overwhelming crimson energy. The cacophony of impact echoed the terrifying power now unleashed upon the world. A blinding crimson energy erupted as Jin Yomyang met the shadowed figure head-on, the terrible impact echoing in the sudden silence. The suffocating heat intensified as a masked figure locked down a desperate struggle, cloaked in swirling crimson energy. A terrifying surge of power erupted as Jin Yomyang was suddenly beset by armored figures, jolting him into stark awareness. His eyes, blazing red, fixated on the chaos, demanding, "What's that noise?" A fierce, orange light flared around Jin Yomyang as the sound of impact cracked the tense silence of the battlefield. The cult leader's sworn protector prepared for the brutal onslaught to come. A sudden, shocking intensity ripped through the air as Jin Yomyang reacted, met instantly by a monstrous, enraged shriek. The roar of the Ape King met Jin Yomyang's enraged surge, a terrifying clash lit by crimson power. "Asura Berserker," he roared back, refusing to yield to the beast's monstrous strength. The world seemed to shatter as Jin Yomyang tore through the earth, seeking the cult leader amidst the chaos. The cultivator channeled blazing energy, pushing the level 8 beast taming skill to its absolute limit now. The white flash split the darkness, tearing through the choked canyon air as a fatal trajectory locked on. The Ape King's terrifying roar shook the very air, its menacing yellow eyes burning through the crimson haze around its monstrous followers. A sharp shriek tore through the air as Jin Yomyang plunged down, engulfed in blinding crimson energy. The world fractured beneath the sheer force of his descent towards the monstrous foe. A brilliant, terrifying descent of crimson light split the air, striking the startled apes low. The deafening impact of the attack echoed through the canyon shadows. The desperate clash echoed sharply as dark hands clamped down, sealing away something vital with fierce, burning energy. The shadow figure descended swiftly, crimson light painting the air as the massive creature braced for the blow. A flash of crimson energy engulfed Jin Yomyang as he struck down, colliding violently with the grotesque Ape King beneath the vast, streaking sky. The Ape King roared defiance, but Jin Yomyang met that crushing pressure with burning crimson eyes. A deafening roar shook the air as the Ape King's vacant, glowing eyes fixed upon its target. The ground trembled beneath the weight of its pure, savage power. With a fierce command echoing, Jin Yomyang lunged forward, the dark figures closing in under the harsh blue sky. A sudden flash of crimson energy announced Jin Yomyang's descent, his strikes slicing through the roaring, shadow-eyed beasts. The desperate battle raged on beneath the dark sky, a fleeting moment of decisive action. A crimson arc cleaved the canyon wall, the impact silencing the frantic scrabbling of the lesser beasts. Jin Yomyang knew the true threat was still hurtling toward the abyss. Jin Yomyang surged forward, the crimson aura flaring as his resolve hardened against the encroaching darkness. The cavern's darkness birthed a monstrous silhouette, its twin red eyes burning toward the solitary figure. A chilling vacuum of power met Jin Yomyang's desperate stand against the encroaching void. The immense shadow of the Ape King fell upon him, prompting a quiet assessment. "That's quite the size." Jin Yomyang stood firm amidst the violent impact, his form blazing with menacing scarlet energy. The air itself seemed to crackle and yield before his unleashed power. The monstrous shadow loomed, its roar vibrating the broken earth as Jin Yomyang braced for impact. He knew this Ape King's power was perhaps even higher than imagined. A blur of dark energy erupted forward, the sound of tearing air marking impossible speed. Jin Yomyang moved like a striking shadow against the suffocating darkness. The Ape King's brutal challenge echoed just as Jin Yomyang drove his weapon deep, sparks flying against the towering shadow. The shadowy figure roared back, "Too bad I'm not an easy meal." As Jin Yomyang struck with the fury blade, the Asura energy violently collided. The crushing force slammed into Jin Yomyang, a sharp, agonizing sound piercing the roaring wind. He held the grip, refusing to yield his position against the behemoth. The level 9 Ape King unleashed a blinding burst of dark energy, its savage roar shaking the very earth beneath the determined Jin Yomyang. The monstrous roar shattered the canyon air as the gigantic ape lunged, its raw power a terrifying crimson slash against the dark. The ground violently fractured, shrouded in dark, pulsing purple energy as the Ape King slammed its might down. The sheer, purple-tinged roar of the Ape King struck Jin Yomyang down. He coughed, tasting dirt and defeat beneath the towering shadow. The moment Jin Yomyang declared, "Asura, Hello in Earth mode," the air thrummed with overwhelming, crimson power. The complex machinery whirred, casting long shadows across the ornate floor as the trace began. Their focus tightened. The urgent energy of the hunt now consumed the quiet agency room. Level 5 Aura Perception. Su Leng gripped the device, her expression hardening with cold resolve. The trace back had pinpointed the chaos. Now they must move before all is lost. The exasperated agent's frustration snapped the lighthearted teasing short with raw indignation. Suddenly, the urgent time trace command cut through the tense office atmosphere. The sheer force of the grip stole the air, a primal terror gripping the woman as the violent blue background pulsed behind them. Chen Kier, an aura perception esper, focused her power, tracing the dangerous killing intent toward Rift Canyon. A terrifying crimson aura erupted outward, screaming, "Hello on Earth," as the very ground trembled beneath the overwhelming power. The brutal sound of a massive blade cutting through the chaos ripped through the tense air. Jin Yomyang had to find the cult leader before that dreadful roar returned. The deafening roar of the beast cracked the air, meeting Jin Yomyang's defiant crimson assault head-on. The silhouette struck with blinding crimson fury, shattering the ground beneath the colossal beast. Jin Yomyang's desperate attack tore through the crushing pressure, a scream of white noise echoing. Jin Yomyang's demonic glare flared bright red amidst the suffocating heat, driven by the need to protect the cult leader from the chaos. The sudden intrusion shattered the tense focus as one agent recoiled from the mechanical press. That powerful killing intent they sensed was now dangerously close to discovery in the Rift Canyon. The familiar killing intent flared again, pulling the agents into a sharp, late-night confrontation. The rampant ape king roared his dominion into the dark night, while one massive ape visibly strained under the heavy, sudden command. The terrifying red aura flared as the mysterious swordsman finally met the ape king's colossal might amidst the crumbling earth. The rampant ape king emerged from the crushing darkness, its glowing eyes dripping a single, heavy testament to immense, terrifying power. The monstrous, masked figure burned with cold, crimson energy, embodying the terrifying power now ranked amongst the world's elite. The oppressive silence hung heavy as the crimson-eyed shadow stood before the fallen giant. Jin Yomyang found himself staring into an abyss that offered only the cold judgment of. The crushing force halted inches away as a stark, echoing stops ripped through the charged, crimson atmosphere. The masked figure struck with sudden, searing intent, the impact sparking violently against the immense ape king's chest. The Asura, shrouded in dark energy and a chilling mask, emerged. His crimson gaze burned against the ominous, floating red fragments. The cult leader loomed, a horrifying shadow whose glowing eyes fixed on Jin Yomyang below. A monstrous shadow loomed over the precipice, while below, a lone figure tumbled toward the glowing abyss of the canyon floor. The screen displayed raw power, an intimidating count of tamed beasts now standing at level 8 status. A silent record of immense, chilling potential unfolded before any human eye. In the sharp, sunlit quiet of the room, one figure reclined, processing the recent chaos, while another sat intently. The weight of the shifting world settled heavily between them, demanding a response to the unfolding crisis. A sudden chill gripped her as the weight of that unexpected decision settled in the tense silence. Her wide, disbelieving eyes registered the sheer impossibility of what had just been committed. Amidst the serious atmosphere, a sudden, sharp cry ripped through the air, leaving the other officers stunned into silence. The next day, the colossal ape roared beneath a crimson sky, its shadowy commander lurking close by. Whispers echoed through the network. An Asura Esper in the east. I can't believe it. Jin Yomyang stepped forward, gripping the sword hilt, a quiet resolve settling as he accepted the cloth from the injured woman. All right, he stated simply, ready to move out into the cold, metallic echo of the facility. Jin Yomyang wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes fixed on the screen, the chilling silence of the room pressing in. He finally understood the grave danger as the battlefield news reached him. Jin Yomyang's crimson gaze darted through the cold, blue shadows, a single bead of sweat tracing the desperate tension gripping him. He clutched the cloth tightly, sensing the approaching danger closing in around the cult leader. Jin Yomyang froze, the stark white screen reflecting a sudden, cold dread in the echoing silence of the corridor. The kitchen god, Nan Shongshin, set down the steaming meal, a fragile attempt at normalcy amidst the gathering storm of war. His wife watched with quiet tension as the reporter waited, the weight of impending separation thick in the air. The reporter held the microphone steady, capturing the uneasy domestic truce while Nan Shongshin adjusted his apron in the warm light. As the weight of impending departure settled, Nan Shongshin held out the familiar white garment, his silence heavy with unspoken grief. Reporter Fong Shan pressed forward, the camera's lenses silent, harsh eye scrutinizing the gathered family's pain. The suffocating silence of the living room crackled with unanswered accusations. Nan Shongshin faced the probing light, his stern eyes hiding a father's deep, weary resolve amidst the mounting crisis. The reporter's questions cut through the thin veneer of calm, yet this woman only offered a knowing, subtle smile in response. A deep, hardened gaze settled, reflecting the cold blue light of the devastating news. The pressure to protect his home bore down on his weary features. The gentle light framed her face as she arrived, trying to soften the harshness of the unfolding crisis with a welcoming smile. The reporter pressed, seeking words on the fallen eighth line, while Nan Shongshan stood resolute beside his family. Shin Zumai paused her simple kitchen chore, turning with a practiced, subtle smile as the family chaos erupted nearby. The tension of the news hung heavy, yet she met the moment with weary grace. Nan Zishan suddenly appeared, her knowing smile cutting through the family's tension like a sharp, cold blade. Nan Zhang sat quietly, the warmth of the untouched family meal a stark contrast to the chaos of battle now calling his father away. His apologetic gaze lingered as he prepared to follow, the weight of his recent declaration heavy in the air. The reporter held the microphone forward, her expression etched with nervous anticipation as Nan Shongshan's weary defiance filled the strained air. His gaze, scarred yet unwavering, met the camera, ready to speak of duty even as his home felt fragile. The reporter's shouted question hung heavy in the tense air, demanding an answer about the fallen eighth line. Nan Shongshan's tired gaze met the harsh light, betraying his profound, unspoken anxiety. The rage on Nan Shongshan's face erupted as the weight of the failing defense lines crashed down, his raw scream echoing the desperate plea of his threatened home. The sharp, strained sound of the confrontation echoed in the suddenly tense room, trapping the wife in a look of pure, sudden dread. The heavy silence of the room contrasted sharply with the rising voices debating duty and sacrifice just beyond the table. Nanzang kept his gaze low, the weight of his family's defense crushing him silently before the cameras. The air hung thick with unspoken judgment as the woman with sharp glasses scrutinized the dark-clad figure whose crimson eyes held a chilling stillness. The scent of a rare home-cooked meal hung heavy in the tense air as the family gathered, waiting for the inevitable parting. The reporter froze, sweat beading on her skin as the cameraman brought the heavy lens too close. Mid-interview, an awful, suffocating silence descended upon the room after Nam Zhang's final, desperate offer. The heavy silence pressed down as the light faded, Nan Zhang finally accepting the terrible weight of his choices. And Wang's face tightened with sudden, crushing realization as Xiaoying spoke of handing things over. The worried looks of those assembled seemed to mirror the heavy silence settling in the room. The heavy silence hung in the air as he faced them, the unspoken weight of his departure pressing down. The shadows of the forest swallowed him whole as Xiaoying sprinted forward, gripping his weapon tight against the rising dark. A lone figure plunged toward the dark woods, followed by a deafening roar that signaled the awakening beast. The monstrous strength met the wooden post with a deafening crack, shattering the oppressive morning stillness. The sudden, violent sound of steel meeting flesh echoed in the tense silence. A searing red blade flashed, striking deep into the armored hide. The memory flashed back, a blur of crimson fury, ruthlessly imposing his own tight schedule upon the beast below. The weight of the hateful comments settled heavily, igniting a fierce, burning resolve within his eyes, glowing scarlet in the dim light. The war elephant roared a silent, terrible sound as the blinding white blade descended through the crimson haze. Jin Yongmyung had delivered the final command, and now the front lines awaited his resolve. The air grew thick and heavy as the monstrous silhouette loomed, demanding, "Giotel," followed by a muffled, desperate yell. Tian. The primeval sunken woods darkened, the massive war elephant emerging with terrifying, glowing red eyes. The war elephants roared into existence, their crimson eyes glowing threats in the swirling dust of the primeval woods. A terrifying shadow fell across the monstrous war elephants, whose red eyes were wide and suddenly frightened. The forest pressed close as the colossal shadow loomed overhead, its presence suffocating the air around him. The primeval sunken woods echoed with a command, red energy swirling as colossal war elephants bowed to his will. Harvest source stones and await further orders. The blinding blue light flashed. His mastery had surged to level 8 beast tamer. He gripped the transfer data, the weight of his power settling before the final goodbye. The system hummed, displaying his formation's master status amidst the blinding blue light and crackling energy. Even with his rapid ascent, deep-set exhaustion shadowed his glowing red eyes as he prepared for departure. The silent, towering war elephants stood guard under the darkening sky as Xiao Ying approached them. He carried the weight of harsh words, readying his final command. The massive shadows of the fallen giants loomed, pressing down in the silent, crimson chamber. He stood alone, the weight of handing over everything crushing him beneath the darkness. The shadows writhed as a chilling chi resonated through the confined, red-lit space. A monstrous sound ripped the air as the formation power violently unleashed itself upon the target. The biting taste of the black residue was still sharp as the cold, cyan light flickered around him. All those cruel words had finally settled like ash in his spirit. The raw energy of 10,000 blades finally erupted, a blinding torrent summoned by his exhausted will. The brutal energy surged, an overwhelming turquoise wave screaming its power into existence. He finally saw the horrifying truth. A single level 1 sword chi formation is still too weak. The air crackled with unleashed blue chi as he prepared the next move. Feeling the immense power gather around him, the blinding speed of the 1,000 blades cut through the chaos, a desperate defense against the encroaching horrors. This crushing pressure, however, confirmed his grim decision. I need to hand things over to everyone here. The vast sky swallowed the lone figure perched high above the waking city as the sun bled orange across the horizon. The morning light framed his grim face as he raised the steaming cup, the hateful words still burning behind his eyes. The heavy metal door hissed open, revealing the stark, cold corridor ahead. Someone called out, "Chief." "Oh, you're all here." The worried subordinate stared, hearing the ominous command. "Hand things over." A tense silence hung in the metallic air as Xiao Ying prepared for the front. The blinding screen illuminated the fierce anger etched onto the face of the one reading the malicious comments. And Wang's shocked gasp echoed, the cruel headlines blinding them both in the harsh morning light. Xiao Ying knew then that the world had finally turned its poison gaze toward his father. The cold blue light reflected in their wide, shocked eyes as he uttered those chilling words. Hand things over. The cold steel of the facility matched the chilling resolve hardening in his eyes. Even as the handover began, the silence of the corridor broke as the old man approached, clutching the hidden envelope tightly. The old man finally put down his pen, sealing the heavy truth within the folded paper. His gaze, sharp even through the smoke, held the solemn promise of a soldier departing. The old man scribbled a farewell, the smoke curling upwards as he smiled through the paper barrier. He knew his son would understand this difficult truth, even with the faint scent of tobacco. A hand dips the fountain pen, the faint scratching sound cutting the silence as deep words are penned to paper. The old soldier's gaze held unwavering pride as he offered silent support. Zhang knew the weight of those final, written words. The cold, silent room offered no comfort as the chief absorbed his father's final, loving words. The air crackled with unspoken tension as the grim news was finally delivered, silencing any lingering doubt. Engineer Li's shocked shout shattered the tense silence, revealing the sudden, cruel turn of public opinion. Beside him, Engineer Nan's composure wavered, absorbing the incoming wave of digital scorn with wide, troubled eyes. The looming figure leaned in, his shadow swallowing the shocked faces below, bringing unexpected tension. Engineer Li's wide, terrified eyes reflected the sudden, chilling news of their grand defense being deemed useless on the front lines. "I won't work." The declaration echoed sharply in the sterile room, a raw refusal against established plans. Jin Yomyang's unexpected defiance caused a sharp intake of breath from those standing near. The silent masses watched the stone figure raise its sword and banner amidst the biting snow, a chilling tableau of defiance. The monstrous Xenos descended amidst violent tremors, its terrible roar silencing the desperate cries of the defending soldiers. Jin Yomyang felt that familiar, terrifying aura clash with another powerful presence nearby. The snow fell silently as Jin Yomyang descended, his fierce gaze fixed on the churning chaos below. A lone figure shouted a warning, piercing the chilling atmosphere. Chief Engineer. The construction chief confirmed the sheer scale of the defense line, yet a chilling doubt lingered in the shadows. Engineer Lee lauded the mighty steel wall, yet Captain Sandojan felt only the looming shadow of the real fight ahead. The stark, snow-covered peaks seemed to bleed under the falling red energy, as Jin Yomyang tracked a threatening, unfamiliar aura through the biting cold. The crimson energy flared around Jin Yomyang, the air crackling with fierce, contained power amidst the sudden looming threat. The ground pulsed under an infernal crimson light, each thud marking an immense power being abruptly anchored into the desolate earth. Amidst the snow and shattering stone, Jin Yomyang faced a colossal, ghostly blue presence. The terrifying roar echoed as a powerful Xenos moved to strike the vulnerable human hidden near the front lines. The cold air bit through the mask as dark power surged, painting the silent snow in shades of dreadful crimson. The earth shuddered under the force, a violent blue energy erupting as Jin Yomyang commanded, "Stack." Red circles flared, immense power manifesting through the cold, desolate landscape. The air ripped open with a sharp exhale as Jin Yomyang stood amidst the dark, jagged stones, bathed in spectral blue light. His rising power surged, a furious wave meant to intercept the deadly threat closing in. The snow fell silently around Jin Yomyang as he stared down, sensing that dangerous aura closing in. A powerful Xenos and a hidden human force were converging for a fatal strike. Amidst the biting snow and stark silence, Jin Yomyang gazes toward the distant, threatened city. Within the cavernous space, Engineer Lee reported the public outcry, yet a strange light pulsed in the chief's eyes. Engineer Lee presented the terrible news glowing starkly on his phone screen, his face etched with genuine panic. Engineer Lee's face flushed, fear radiating as the terrible news flashed brightly on the screen. The public's venomous whispers threatened to derail the desperate plans for survival. The weight of his father's words settled heavily as Nanzai met the gaze of the kind engineer, accepting a silent trust. A chilling aura settled as Engineer Lee grasped his arm, sensing something dreadful was drawing near. "It's there." A heavy thought hung in the sudden, metallic silence of the facility. The massive scaffolding loomed under stark industrial lights, workers toiling silently on the monumental task ahead. He sensed a perilous energy closing in, a dark aura intersecting with a human presence nearby. The faint blue light pulsed around Jin Yomyang as a jarring aura of danger cut through the evening silence. That familiar, dreadful sensation signaled a powerful Xenos closing in, but another human presence was dangerously near. Engineer Lee's worried gaze met the chief's distant, resolute eyes amidst the construction site's sterile gloom. Engineer Lee's nervous gasp shattered the heavy silence as he presented the devastating news upon the clipboard. The chief's intense, scarlet eyes remained steady, absorbing the public outrage even as a new threat loomed. The air crackled with violent energy as a powerful Xenos and another human clashed near the defenses. Engineer Lee beamed, praising the chief's massive design under the harsh construction lights. This electrified wall, he insisted, was only a smokescreen before the true formation defense. Jin Yomyang watched the familiar aura of a powerful Xenos clash nearby. An assassination was unfolding in the dim warehouse light. 90 million source stones glowed against the encroaching shadows of monstrous Xenos forms. A lone, powerful human figure stood ready amidst the gathering dread. The raw power flared, a terrifying crimson surge confirming the formation master's terrifying ascent to level 4. The biting wind howled as Jin Yomyang's blazing crimson eyes focused sharply through the mask. A sudden clash of powerful auras signaled an ambush, the silence of the dark mountains broken by deadly force. Masked figures' chilling red eyes bore down. A silent realization echoed. This isn't good. The air cracked as the familiar, menacing aura of a high-level Xenos slammed against a sudden, powerful human presence. Jin Yomyang felt the sharp shift in the biting, desolate wind. knowing the battle had found them. The snow drifted silently over the ancient Chu clan grounds. Yet a lone figure knelt before a stark stone marker in the cold dark. The sheer force of the stacked formations tore through the battlefield, leaving behind only pulverized earth and a deafening silence. Chu Changshang, the ancient patriarch, looked on with grave concern as the battle raged, the white specks like falling snow signaling destruction. Snowflakes drifted down around the clan's prodigy, marking his silent, imposing arrival in the cold darkness. Under the pale, falling flakes, the master stared as Xing prepared to leave their secluded sanctuary. The weight of the world seemed to settle in the silent, ancient woods around them. The master's face was etched with deep concern as the falling snow witnessed his worried question. The chilling night air held the silence of the old grounds as the master watched Xing depart into the falling snow. The swirling snow framed Xing's sharp gaze as he braced for an unknown next moment. The biting snow fell around Xing, watching the crimson lights mark the hostile approach across the peaks. The pale moonlight illuminated Chu Xing's shocked face as a terrifying shadow loomed above him. He wondered if this was truly the end, moments before his sudden rescue. The colossal Xeno, the Iron Slaughterer, descended with chilling blue energy, dwarfing the young Chu Xing in the frozen air. The fierce wind carried faint snow as Xing launched his desperate strike against the looming shadow. He would not falter, even as the battle consumed him entirely. A chilling, deafening impact shattered the sudden silence as the monstrous form descended upon the young warrior. Chu Xing roared, pouring his desperation into the blazing purple energy, determined not to fall here alone. The sudden, shattering sound of the impact echoed through the desolate woods, shielding Xing from certain doom. This mysterious savior commanded an overwhelming power, weaving symbols that defied all known martial paths. The snow fell silently as Xing roared, channeling his nascent power against the overwhelming foe. A flash of pale light sliced through the desolate mountain pass, revealing Xing caught mid-descent, battered by the raw power of the assault. The masked figure surged forward through the swirling snow, ready to meet the enemy head-on. The desolate, snow-dusted path blurred under his desperate surge, a silent promise echoing, "I won't." The Iron Slaughterer met the blinding blue arcs of power, its armored form momentarily frozen by the sheer intensity of the assault. The monstrous shadow shrieked as the brilliant, blinding light of the counterattack slammed against its terrifying form. Jin Yomyang watched the sheer force of the unknown savior's power erupt in an overwhelming, radiant wave. The raw power surged through Chu Xing, his straining expression fueling the final, desperate blue light. The clash was brutal. Earth shattered and Xing gasped, believing his end had come amidst the enemy's flurry. Then, a voice cut through the destruction, asking if he could still fight, bringing a sudden, bright hope. The strain of battle etched itself onto Xing's face as a final burst of desperate azure light erupted from his hands. The monstrous shadow lunged as Xing gasped, his will cracking under the assault, spitting dark blood into the swirling snow. The shocking cry echoed across the battlefield as the rotting colossus lunged with blinding speed. Jin Yomyang moved faster, the air splitting with the desperate clash. The combined might of the stacked formations erupted, shattering the air with blinding force against the enemy lines. The harsh wind howled around them as the savior knelt, tending to the exhausted Chu Xing. This silent moment offered a fragile reprieve from the ongoing, brutal onslaught. The masked figure's chilling, red gaze locked forward while a panicked senior clutched his robes nearby in the falling snow. The mysterious rescuer descended through the falling snow, a spectral light against the overwhelming darkness. Jin Yomyang saw Xing struggling, then felt the undeniable presence of the expert he sought. The Xenon system screamed its cold warning. Unknown level detected. Esper terminate. A raw, terrifying power surged through the clenched fist under the falling snow. The crushing impact resonated, blinding shards of ice erupting violently around the Xeno elite. Jin Yomyang watched the devastating power unfold, utterly silenced. The roar of battle echoed as Chu Xing unleashed his blazing, crimson wrath against the shadowed Xeno elites. 50,000 formations unleashed, the earth groaned under the overwhelming, sudden power. Xing stared, wondering if this shadow truly served humanity. The air cracked with freezing force as massive spikes of unnatural ice erupted from the ground beneath the Xenon assassin. The violent collision shattered the frozen air, an icy shockwave slamming against the formidable Xeno assassin. The overwhelming frost erupted, imprisoning the monstrous rotting colossus beneath brilliant ice shards. The raw shock of near defeat still clung to Xing's sweat-streaked face as salvation finally materialized from the swirling snow. The sound of freezing echoed in the sudden, biting cold as Captain Sandojin stared, breathless at the colossal ice spire. The sheer, impossible power displayed before him left no room for denial. He froze it. The masked figure watched the horrific Xeno's beast lunge, the air vibrating with raw, terrifying power. The violent shockwave shattered the air as the masked figure erupted in terrifying crimson power. Someone gasped in the periphery, recognizing the dreadful moniker. Asura. The overwhelming surge of crimson light fractured the darkness, a raw, explosive power tearing through the space. The air crackled with raw, forbidden power. Asura? Is a chilling question hung over the grim reality of the battle. The air itself screamed with the impact of that massive strike, tearing through the dust-choked darkness. The enigmatic figure considered applying the formation's power directly. A terrible, brilliant idea sparked across the tense silence. The masked figure gently touched Jin Yumyoung's forehead, a forbidden crimson energy flowing onto his skin under the falling snow. Don't move. A profound, necessary act was being committed in the tense silence of the looming battle. The air snapped with unseen force as the masked figure moved, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Wah! The terrible sounds of impact echoed through the freezing air as the masked figure stood over the fallen body. With a final, heavy exertion, the dark shadows solidified the victory, the harsh ground crunching underfoot. The explosive surge vanished, leaving Jin Yomyang frozen, his fist halting inches from the ground as the elder finally collapsed. A deafening roar shook the dark woods as the massive Xenos descended upon the small, desperate figure below. The sheer scale of the monstrosity erased all sound, leaving only imminent, crushing finality. The masked figure paused, the biting cold air filling the silence as he adjusted his glove. A strange new power resonated within him, a secret he could finally wield openly. The masked Esper paused, feeling the immense, shocking surge of power ripple through the violet light surrounding him. A sharp, blinding energy erupted around Jin Yomyang as the formation's power pulsed, demanding complete focus. The air screamed with displaced force, the world narrowing to just this desperate, luminous moment. The colossal, shadowy presence roared, its unnatural form drenched in a horrifying violet energy. Jin Yomyang braced himself, facing the overwhelming manifestation of the enemy's power. The ice shards exploded outward, a testament to the raw power just unleashed upon the silent battlefield. The world fractured under a sudden, terrifying power surge, leaving Jin Yomyang standing against the echoing darkness. The masked figure gathered a terrifying crimson energy, eyes glowing with resolved, chilling power. His decision was made. The necessary grim path was finally opening before him. The air violently fractured under the colossal shockwave, the thunderous sound marking the final, blinding intensity of the technique. The air itself screamed as the 50,000 times overload unleashed its devastating, blinding purple light. The hidden commander Jin Yomyang watched the terrifying power surge erupt, shaking the very ground beneath him. The terrifying wave of purple energy erupted, obscuring Jin Yomyang amidst the shockwave of unleashed power. Captain Sandojin watched, frozen as the world seemed to tear itself apart around the mysterious master. The snow fell lightly as the masked figure knelt, the weight of their secret still heavy between them. Jin Yomyang reached out, the air vibrating with unspoken reliance and the promise of defense. The masked Esper studied the young man, the falling snow emphasizing the gravity between them. He accepted the heavy truth Jin Yomyang was finally ready to face. Jin Yomyang stood still, the falling snow mirroring the sudden stillness in his heart. He had promised Singh he would survive for the future ahead. The young man's shocked cry echoed as he saw the true power before him. Dwarfed by the Esper's calm resolve under the falling snow, the masked figure stared, stunned by the sheer depth of this young prodigy's understanding. Where'd that knowledge come from? The mysterious Esper questioned internally, shaken by the sharp deduction. The silent snow fell as the mysterious Esper looked down, offering solace over the kneeling figure. His touch was heavy with unspoken promises and the burden of his grand plan. The Asura Esper leaned close, his masked gaze intense amidst the soft, falling snow. His grand plan now hinged on the faith of this unexpected confidant. A soft hush fell over the snowy air as the Esper gently raised a finger, motioning for silence. He needed to safeguard this emerging trust in the vulnerable power he was about to share. The cold, falling snow settled over the ravaged ground where the true fight had just concluded. Jin Yomyang stood silently beside the leader, the air thick with an exhausted stillness after the storm. The chilling mountain air framed the clash, moments before the massive power surge ripped through the quiet landscape. The cold, pale city street reflected the tension that lingered after the sudden chaos, whispering of things still unfolding. The heavy silence of the cold air settled around Jin Yomyang as he held the small, unsettling artifact. He felt the weight of the awakened power and the urgent need to act now. The little sister, Ju Tian, blinked sweetly, sucking on the pink lollipop amidst the cold, stark light of the slaughterhouse. Despite the chaos outside, here was a fragile moment of quiet trust, a promise held in tiny hands. The whispers of the crowd, calling him a loser, cut sharply through the cold, dusty air of Ye City. The small girl, Chu Chan, merely stared, her expression utterly unreadable as she held the lollipop close. A strange, luminous thread traced itself from her fingertip into the glowing candy. A sudden, shocking sound echoed as something struck the pavement near the hesitant figures, breaking the cold, quiet evening. A sudden shout sliced through the chaotic air, recognizing the small figure involved in the unexpected crisis. The masked master found himself disarmed by the small, smiling girl, Chu Tian, accepting a quiet moment amidst the coming storm. A dark aura flared around the masked figure, shielding the younger man from the primal rage looming above them. The chill of the falling snow seemed to mirror the cold tension between them in the narrow alleyway. She extended a hand, waiting for his inevitable response amid the scattered money. The cold air seemed to freeze around them as Jin Yomyang pressed a finger to his lips, demanding absolute silence. He had just secured an audience, and the slightest sound could jeopardize everything with the recovered emperor. The dust of battle settled around Jin Yomyang, his composure unnerving the clearly anxious woman nearby. He waved off a perceived danger, a faint, knowing smirk playing on his lips. The official watched her retreat, still pondering the unsettling depth behind her quiet resolve. Snowflakes danced, mirroring the sudden chill in the otherwise vital atmosphere of the command post. The towering figure paused as the small child gave a terse, almost dismissive, "Go." A chilling quiet settled over the snow-dusted alleyway, heavy with unspoken obligation. The subordinate offered a relieved smile amidst the chilling, silent snow. "Good job. Keep it up," he affirmed, watching the rising source stone reserves. The lingering energy of battle dissolved into a cold, damp air as Jin Yomyang guarded the small, startled figure beside the massive, shadowy beast. The chilling shriek cut through the cold air as Jin Yomyang watched the fierce power engulf the small figure before the monstrous shadow. A deafening crack split the frozen silence as the spectral energy slammed down, startling the small, shadowy wolves with glowing red eyes. The world seemed to freeze as the echoing shockwave of their clash ripped through the cold, snowy air. Jin Yomyang stood resolved, the terrifying power of the emperor finally tempered by his own fierce will. The emperor's spectral form pulsed with raw power, sensing the young man's desperate resolve crackling in the air. The collapsing sound of the environment faded as he gave the final instruction. "Go find a safe place." An ominous dark aura pulsed around Jin Yomyang now. The sheer force of the emperor's roar shattered the frigid air, shaking the very ground beneath Jin Yomyang's feet. The sudden cessation of power hung heavy in the air, the furious red aura receding back into the very soles of his boots. The Emperor's command to stop echoed like a chilling reprieve, sparing the fragile mausoleum from total collapse. The blinding emerald surge erupted, shaking the ancient stone as the Emperor finally acknowledged true power. The chilling blast of power halted everything. His sweat beaded instantly under the Emperor's shocking presence. The spectral presence of the Qin Emperor hung heavy in the flickering green light, a level 10 summon entirely beyond reach. The blinding speed of his charge cut through the cold night air, chasing the Emperor's fading, ancient aura. The spectral hand, wrapped in cold, vibrant green energy, gripped its massive weapon tightly. His desperate plea had stopped just short of utter destruction. The green ethereal energy crackled around the wrist guard, a raw power vibrating in the sudden, tense silence of the mausoleum. The Emperor's spectral form recoiled from the overwhelming power unleashed, the sheer force shaking the very stones beneath them. Then, the chaotic storm of battle abruptly ceased. The crimson aura flared as he moved, tearing the very ground beneath with a furious, overwhelming power. A chilling, emerald light enveloped the spirit as the Emperor's imposing presence suddenly stopped its assault. His terrifying roar echoed, warning against further destruction of the fragile tomb. The clash of power settled into a stunned silence, the young man's breath catching beneath the Emperor's piercing gaze. The air cracked with a devastating force as the Asura, Dragon Slayer, technique collided in a blinding flash of light. The spectral Emperor loomed, his ancient presence filling the dusty air with overwhelming, shimmering power. The dragon's death blow collided, meeting the demonic roar with blinding, spectral light. His eyes, burning crimson, stared down the terrifying, primal shadow. The clash of spectral might ripped through the darkness, scattering stone like dust under a blinding wave of green light. The ancient Emperor merely scoffed, his composure unbroken by the raw, terrifying force unleashed. The spectral Emperor's fury was momentarily silenced by that impossible counterattack, leaving a stunned, terrifying silence in the crypt. The spectral dragon writhed, its ethereal light momentarily piercing the suffocating darkness of the mausoleum. The sheer, raw power unleashed by Asura mode nearly shattered the ancient Emperor's slumber. The spectral Emperor's shock echoed in the tense silence, his ancient power momentarily unsettled by the impossible might displayed before him. The Emperor's furious roar echoed, shaking the very stones beneath their feet, forcing the reckless youth to halt his surge. The clash echoed with deafening finality. The Emperor's spectral form recoiled from the overwhelming force. A moment of tense, stunned silence followed the impossible strike. The Emperor's spectral hand lashed out, jade light flickering, as the young challenger's furious red energy cracked the ancient silence. He halted mid-strike, realizing the sheer destructive threat. The Emperor's spectral presence loomed, his furious, glowing energy almost consuming the brave, young man before him. The spectral Emperor, wreathed in sickly green light, paused his furious glare, seeing the strength he did not expect. He conceded, "Before I lend you my strength, tell me the whole story first." The silent exchange hung heavy, illuminated by the ancestor's eerie, vibrant green aura. Jin Yomyang absorbed the strange energy, his expression grim amidst the looming threat. The air crackled with intense emerald energy, focusing power through clasped hands now bearing ancient markings. The great summoning was underway. Time was evaporating with every glowing spark. The air roared and cracked as the forbidden power surged outward, bathing the desolate ground in brilliant, menacing green light. The cult leader stood cloaked, summoning 10 million loyal Qin soldiers whose green aura flared against the dark earth. Jin Yomyang stepped forward, witnessing a terrifying, boundless power unleashed to defend their line. The system interface glowed, confirming the unlocking of the devastating elemental forbidden spell, a raw power shimmering around him now. The silent dread in Jin Yomyang's eyes met the sudden, ethereal projection. "Your servant is here," boomed the ancient spirit, answering the desperate summons. The earth shook as hulking, Stone-skinned figures descended upon the lone figure drawing scarlet energy. He stood resolute, facing the crushing tide of invaders in a desperate, silent defense. Su Changa of the Su clan unleashed a terrifying power, the crimson energy lines vibrating sharply in the tense air. The monstrous Xenos roared defiance, but the warrior's resolve flared hotter than any blade. It's not enough. You deadbeats better get in on this too. Red chains snapped tight around the behemoth. A colossal shadow descended, demanding the summoner rise. Even as the air crackled with immediate, brutal force, the colossal Xeno figure descended in a blinding arc, slicing through the air towards the terrified Chinsui. The monstrous Xeno's brute clashed violently with the armored defender amidst a blinding flash of blue energy. This horrific encounter proved that even the greatest power required swift, unified action. The blinding surge of blue energy met the monstrous Xeno's threat in a deafening, sharp collision of forces. Jin Yomyang had to hold the line. Their lineage depended on this desperate defense. The chilling shriek of the beast cut through the cold air as Jin Yomyang braced for the inevitable impact. His sharp gaze met the monstrosity barreling towards him in the barren snow. The immense shadow crashed down, yet Jin Yomyang barely flinched beneath the descending, terrifying weight. Every instinct screamed, but he held his ground against the sudden, silent onslaught. The blinding strike cut through the air, trapping the warriors in a horrifying display of overwhelming power. A desperate shout cut through the chaos. "Crap! You're like a pack of rabid dogs when you attack like that." The steel shrieked as their blades met, his grim thought echoing. "If I go down," Jin Yomyang's face tightened, reflecting the sheer desperation hanging in the cold, tense air. He knew the forbidden spells must work, or all would be lost. Qin Shi Wang? The shocking appearance spurred a desperate, echoing cry. "Hurry up!" A blinding, emerald power erupted, meeting the monstrous charge of the Xenos invaders head-on in the falling snow. A ghostly blue guardian materialized, facing down the monstrous dark shadow with grim resolve. The air crackled with ancient, unforgiving power between them. The ethereal glow of summoned power met brutal force in a deafening clash of wills. Jin Yomyang saw the swift, violent impact shatter the fragile moment of protection. A sudden hush fell over the dark woods as startled birds scattered beneath the bruised, heavy sky. The blizzard raged as Qin Sui stood firm, shielding his terrified twin, Qin Ying, from the encroaching shadows. He would face this impossible threat, fueled by sheer desperate resolve. The monstrous horde closed in, but the protective aura intensified around the young prodigy. Fear solidified into fierce resolve beneath the oppressive, chilling atmosphere. Jin Yomyang grit his teeth against the blinding surge, channeling immense power into the fractured earth beneath him. The air crackled with a desperate, furious light as he prepared his final stand. A terrifying roar split the air as the colossal lonewood behemoth descended, a sheer force of nature crashing down. Jin Yomyang felt the ground shudder beneath this overwhelming, monstrous assault. Qin Sui's desperate plea hung in the oppressive, smoke-filled air as he pushed his brother toward the impending darkness. The shock of the blinding blue light mirrored the cold sweat dripping from Jin Yomyang's eyes. An assassin's strike landed just as the barrier flared, tearing through the air violently. The blinding light enveloped Qin Sui as the Xenos closed in. His brother's desperate cry echoed sharply across the wasteland. A ragged scream tore from the trapped prodigy as the strangling grip constricted, fear overriding all hope in the sudden darkness. The monstrous shadow descended swiftly, trapping Qin Ying in a moment of terrified realization. "Brother, I'm okay. Look out. Above you." The devastating energy tore through the air, barely missing Qin Sui as he shielded his shocked brother. What was that? The air screamed as the forbidden power surged, enveloping the two figures standing resolute amidst the violent shockwave. The overwhelming surge of power pulsed outward, leaving everyone stunned by this unexpected, terrifying display. A massive surge of power slammed into the siblings, a shocking, overwhelming warmth that stole their breath away. "Don't move. Don't speak." Their king's power amplified them tenfold, Right before the storm, the Xenos assassins closed in, their wicked power surging violently around Jin Yomyang, stealing the breath from the very air. The air crackled with potent, swirling energy as the forbidden spell coalesced in his hand. He met the looming threat with eyes burning crimson, ready to unleash devastating power. The masked figure roared, channeling raw power for the earth element. Forbidden spell, the air thick with crimson energy. The raw power surged, screaming 100x overload, as blinding white energy tore through the shadowed landscape. The overwhelming surge of blue lightning crackled violently, signaling the raw, terrifying power of the elemental forbidden spellcaster. The chilling wind whipped snow across the frozen wastes as Jin Yomyang plunged toward the monstrous shadow. A horrified cry split the icy silence, witnessing the desperate, solitary charge unfolding before them. The masked figure slowly adjusted the cold restraint against his face, the lingering red aura signifying immense, barely contained power amidst the falling debris. The monstrous screech ripped through the cold air as Jin Yomyang scrambled, clutching the vulnerable figure close. Realizing the Xenos beast was upon them, the monstrous shadow unleashed a low vine strike, while someone below screamed, trapped within hell's chokehold. A chilling, guttural sound tore through the silence as the monstrous shadow loomed closer, its multiple eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The suffocating green vines tightened, trapping the armored figure amidst sharp, desperate gasps echoing the chaos. This cruel immobilization showed that even powerful shields could not stop the encroaching terror. The masked protector stood firm against the mechanical shriek of the enemy, the cold wind carrying specks of icy dust around him. He had bought his required time. Now the final confrontation awaited him at the fifth line. The forbidden earth spell erupted, its stony might surging skyward like a dreadful, jagged beast. Jin Yomyang stood small against the colossal impact, the air screaming around him. Benefactor's fierce crimson gaze pierced through the metallic mask, the lingering energy of his power fading into the pale morning light. The earth screamed under the summoned power, a terrifying walk sound drowning out all other noise. The air fractured with a soundless surge, as the masked figure stood amidst swirling dust and crackling blue lightning. That final, thunderous spell ripped through the air, leaving only stunned silence in its wake. The horrified girl could only witness the sheer overkill, comparing the devastation to swatting a mere insect. The immense shadow of the benefactor loomed, the fiery red energy causing the two youths' eyes to widen in absolute, stunned terror. They stood frozen, sensing a power far beyond the chaos they had just witnessed. The benefactor stood still, cold white energy swirling around them, questioning the sudden demand. Do now? The masked benefactor stood still, sensing the raw shock radiating from the two youths witnessing his immense power. Even in the chilling silence of the ruined battlefield, their awe seemed to vibrate through the very air. The masked savior watched the sky, his burning red eyes reflecting a silent, heavy burden. He lifted a hand, pointing toward the uncertain future battle lines. The sheer scale of the benefactor's demands left the newly saved prodigies reeling, their faces blank with stunned comprehension. The masked protector stood still against the icy, darkening sky, meeting the gaze of the massive unseen foe. A silence settled heavy between them, broken only by the distant crunch of debris. Amidst the falling dust of chaos, the masked protector watched the younger pair with weary, crimson eyes. Their stunned silence hung heavy in the air. The chilling wind swept across the desolate, snowy ground as Jin Yomyang watched the spectral warriors emerge behind the cult leader. A tense silence fell between the groups, heavy with unspoken commands and gathering storm clouds. The masked benefactor paused, facing the assembled lords, a moment of strained silence hanging heavy in the cold air. He could only offer a clipped reply. Aye, aye. The masked figure's weary command hung heavy in the falling snow, met by Captain Sandojin's questioning silence. The masked figure's terrifying crimson energy lashed out, silencing any further plea or defense in the icy air. The agonizing screams echoed across the bleak battlefield as raw, crimson energy coiled violently around the struggling figure. The pale light illuminated the masked figure's stern gaze as the other youth sputtered in shock amidst the falling snow. That decisive command had cut through the lingering confusion, forging a desperate, cold resolve in the desolate landscape. The masked figure stood close, the cold air stirring around the triumphant, yet shadowed grin. His voice cut the frosty silence. "Find me at the 5th defense line. That's when I'll reveal my true face." The ghostly green aura surged around the elders, yet the young warrior's gaze remained fixed, sensing something deeply wrong. Beneath the falling snow, the benefactor stood unyielding, his gaze meeting the surprisingly confident smile of the young emperor. The masked figure stood firm, holding back the shocked prodigy amidst the chilling, falling snow. He had given his command. Now only the biting silence remained between them. The benefactor stood massed against the chilling snow, the air thick with exhausted relief and mounting expectation. His crimson gaze held the weight of unspoken burdens and future trials. The masked benefactor stood tall amidst the scattering remnants of the battle, accepting their pledge. "As you command." The quiet resolve settled over the stark, cold ground. The exchange was made, a solemn, glowing promise sealed by the transfer of a small, curved object. Even as the ancient elder flared with spectral green light, Su Cheng's gaze remained steady and resolved. The green, chilling energy held the man aloft, leaving the others standing in shocked silence under the falling snow. A chilling green aura enveloped the stern-faced elder, his cold eyes blazing with unseen power amid the lingering battle's dust. The chilling reports flashed across the screen. Prodigious heirs from the Zhuge, Lin, and Shao clans were all suddenly assassinated by the Xenos forces. The metallic corridor echoed with heavy silence as the newly saved group looked up, awaiting the benefactor's next decree. Their boundless relief quickly turned into questioning regarding the hidden hero's demands. Jin Yomyoung's crimson eyes narrowed, meeting the distant threat amidst the crackling dust. He accepted the impossible burden, knowing the path ahead demanded solitude. The benefactor strode forward into the sterile light, his heavy coat billowing slightly in the artificial stillness. A small figure trailed behind, the weight of their shared fate echoing in the metallic hall. The air crackled with latent power as Jin Yomyoung stepped forward, his shadow looming over the small figure behind him. He felt the heavy weight of the cult leader's plea, an impossible burden settling in the steel confines. The masked figure planted their feet firmly, the crackling violet energy announcing his departure. He had bought them time, demanding they meet him at the 5th defense line. The benefactor's gaze hardened, purple energy swirling around him like a suffocating storm. He would not allow any more hesitation now. Beneath the cold moon, Asura unleashed a terrifying crimson power, the very ground shaking with his arrival. The ground shuddered violently as raw, crimson power erupted outward. The very earth split beneath the impact. The system blinked. Necromancy Level 3 commanded 30 million loyal, regenerating warriors. The chilling sound of the digital notification pierced the brewing chaos. Ashura's terrifying crimson aura exploded outward, shaking the very ground beneath the silent, watchful cult leader. The raw, crimson power erupted around Asura, tearing the very air with furious might. The masked warrior moved, shattering the ground beneath his desperate charge. Under the vast, churning darkness and the cold moonlight, the city held its breath, anticipating the storm. One looked on in horror as the other desperately cried, "We need Gobi." Then, a figure erupted from infernal red flames, eyes burning with lethal intent. The air crackled with raw power as the mystic chanted, "Thunder as my guide, and frost as my chains." The ground fractured under the gathering storm. The shadow figure surged forward, bathed in crimson energy, slamming a brutal, blinding attack into the desolate rock face. The sudden vanishing of the beast left Wang Shelley trembling, staring at the complex machinery with wide-eyed confusion. The air crackled, stained crimson by a surging, ominous power as Jin Yomyoung raised his hand toward the approaching chaos. The air crackled as ancient spirits answered the desperate plea. "Destroy invaders, for Great Han," thundered the summoned might. The pursuer's massive shadow loomed, stopping Wang Shelley in stunned silence before the great metal mechanism. The sudden cessation of attack left a ringing void where the beast's roars had been. The air grew cold, thick with the dread of the grave as they sensed it. It's the undead spirits. The sudden silence after the chaos left the agent breathless, utterly overwhelmed by the impossible energy. The stunned agent could only gasp, utterly broken by the word. Divine level? The masked figure screamed. Overload. As a terrifying crimson light erupted violently above the distant cityscape. The harsh, pale sunlight reflected off the indifferent cityscape. Yet Wang Shelley still stood frozen in the sudden, chilling silence. He could only wonder what colossal force had snatched his pursuers away from his very doorstep. The inland center's first defense line braced for impact as the military screamed. Now, amidst the furious chop of rotor blades overhead, a blinding crimson surge erupted, a soundless testament to untold millions answering the call to war. The primal beasts roared, their massive jaws snapping shut as the crimson energy of the beast tamer's command washed over them. Even Wang Shili's pursuers scattered, stunned by this sudden, overwhelming tide of savage power. As the chaos erupted across the land, Lianye sought out Su Shuanan amidst the sudden, chilling silence of the streets. "Sis," she whispered, her voice trembling with the sheer weight of the escalating supernatural dread. A chilling gasp escaped her as the screen revealed a familiar face. "Master?" Sighing. From the eastern estate, a blinding crimson light erupted, momentarily overpowering the dark clouds. The sudden shockwave slammed down, shattering the calm water surface with violent force. Wang Shelley stared at the retreating shadows, the sudden silence heavier than the preceding terror. He stood breathing hard, finally safe amidst the impossible chaos unfolding nearby. Zhu Juan unleashed a frightening roar, shattering the very ground beneath him with immense, violent force. The desperate pursuers from the Shenyuan, Wang, and Yu clan suddenly fled the terrifying crimson aura. This kind of commotion it'll draw in all the ambitious prodigies. The terrifying crimson light intensified around Asura, promising destruction against the escalating chaos. His shadowed gaze, burning red through the metallic mask, focused solely on the approaching storm. The Wang clan prodigy stared in horror as the armored figures moved, whispering, "No, I won't go down like this." Wang Shelley finally stood defiant, yelling, "Look at me," as the charging assailants abruptly froze mid-attack. The chilling silence returned as the hulking, armored shadow hesitated before Wang Shelley. He stood rooted, breath shallow, wondering if the danger had truly vanished from the frozen cavern. The monstrous shadows reeled back as the earth cracked open under a tide of crimson light and choking smoke. The ground shook violently, signaling the true start of the impending, terrifying battle. The masked figure roared his arrival, the air thick with blazing red energy as he announced, "Beast tides." The dark surge of power ripped through the night air, a single, blinding slash of crimson wrath. The very air shrieked as the cult leader unleashed the chilling cry. Asura, burial slaughter. Red energy boiled, signaling an absolute, terrifying commitment to the fight. The air crackled with lethal intent as Jin Yomyang drew his weapon, the demonic crimson energy flaring around his grip. Numajan's tenfold amplification flared too late against this sudden, terrifying power. A blinding crimson arc flashed, slicing through the encroaching darkness with a desperate cry. Asura, hell on earth. The air thickens with raw, crimson power radiating from the silhouette. A desperate final surge. Numajan's answered the earth-shaking threat, activating his tenfold amplification against the monstrous tide. A deafening roar split the air as the monstrous figures clashed violently, dark fur and rage filling the frame. The overwhelming surge of power suggested the tide of battle was about to turn, one way or another. The chilling spectral beast lunged, meeting the desperate surge of jade energy with a deafening, sharp clash. Even facing this terror, the resolve in the human strange shout did not falter. The earth itself screamed under the sheer force of the 500x overload, answering the desperate cry for entrapment. A dark, crimson aura flared around him, a silent, terrifying counter to the enemy's desperate amplification. The shadowy figure surged forward, wreathed in sickly green energy, embodying the terror of the counterattack. The desperate roar faded, replaced by a terrifying crimson glow reflecting in those burning, soulless eyes. The raw, seismic power of the overload ripped through the air, the very ground trembling beneath the stunned Xeno's forces. A brutal confrontation erupts in the dark. Even the beasts react, their heads snapping towards the searing light of battle. The earth-shattering impact of the overload spell descended, cloaked in the shadow of malevolent green and crimson energy. The monstrous shadows loomed, their raw power choking the battlefield air with oppressive menace. A lone figure unleashed a crimson arc, desperately trying to cut through the surrounding Xeno's might. The surge of power turned the air thick, bathing Numa Johns in malevolent crimson light. His eyes, burning like twin embers, held a terrible, focused resolve against the encroaching threat. The desperate command, Numa Johns, tenfold amplification, activate, ripped through the charged, trembling air as immense power flared. The desperate shout of activate echoed as Numa Johns channeled a brutal tenfold amplification against the overwhelming power. The massive eruption of earth magic tore through the battlefield, a terrifying spectacle of red light and shattering ground. Numa Johns' desperate tenfold amplification seemed utterly swallowed by the power unleashed. The crimson aura flared around the masked commander, his small, smiling shadow shimmering beside him amidst the chaotic energy. The forbidden energy surged, bathing the stunned observer in a violent crimson light. The imminent threat demanded a response, even as an opponent prepared their own catastrophic amplification. A playful smile vanished as the purple energy struck, leaving only the metallic taste of blood and stunned silence. The sudden 500x overload shout echoed as a blinding torrent of fire erupted, consuming the space violently. The dark shadow fell with crushing weight, a monstrous claw slamming down amidst the echoing howls of the pack. Beneath that terrifying force, the ground itself seemed to splinter and roar with agonizing impact. The raw, tearing sound echoed as the overwhelming power erupted from the struggling figure below. Even amidst the violent clash, the child's innocent laughter sliced through the battlefield's crimson haze. Jin Yomyang pushed forward, a desperate shadow protecting that fragile joy from annihilation. The air grew thick with dark energy as the demonic figure surged forward, trapping him completely. "I'll do it," he roared, bracing against the encroaching shadow. The overwhelming energy screamed, a desperate final push as the word, overload, ripped through the chaos. A terrifying crimson aura flared around the masked figure, his eyes burning with cold resolve against the darkening sky. The air itself warped and screamed as the tenfold amplification finally detonated around the figure in shadow. The ground shuddered violently as the tenfold amplification roared into existence, locking the behemoth within crushing stone. The ground shuddered under the absolute force unleashed, drowning the battlefield in a terrifying crimson light. The dust settled, revealing Yuan, the Zhuge clan's prodigy, standing over the shattered earth. His expression held a fierce resolve, ready for the desperate countermeasure to come. The earth shuddered violently under the impossible power unleashed, causing the shocked commander to gasp. "What the?" A blinding flash of crimson energy erupted, the devastating sound shaking the very air around the confrontation. The immense power unleashed demanded an immediate, terrifying response from the remaining foe. The raw, searing power ripped through him as the body amplification formation took hold. The raw agony rips from him as the forbidden power overwhelms his straining body. Jin Yomyang gritted his teeth, the sheer force threatening to shatter his very essence. Jin Yomyang watched the monstrous power surge, his breath catching in the suffocating purple glow. The weight of that looming threat pressed down, promising inevitable ruin. The powerful surge faded. The cult leader whispered only Gobi, before the blinding purple energy fully consumed him. The overwhelming surge of purple light dissipated, leaving Captain San Dojin dripping with cold sweat under its fading echo. The ground fractured violently under the exertion of power, scattering jagged stones as Jin Yomyung stood amidst the chaos. The air, thick with swirling dust and residual energy, offered no solace to the stunned onlookers. The roaring blades cut through the cold air above the churning, icy depths as the desperate reinforcements surged forward. Supreme Commander Xu Chuyang surveyed the desolate, cold landing site, the silent snow mirroring the gravity of the prodigy's cryptic message. The ground shrieked as massive stones tumbled down, burying the defeated alien beneath the rubble. Jin Yomyung watched the violent clearing, feeling the dust settle in the sudden, terrifying silence. Jin Yomyung moved with startling speed, the air ripping around his boots, while Captain Sandojin watched, utterly stunned by the raw power unleashed. The chilling silence of the snow-covered ground framed the hesitant words rising from the assembled subordinates. Their stunned faces reflected the immense gravity of the mystery they now faced. Captain Sandojin pondered the strange encounter as the snow silently dusted the rugged terrain around them. He desperately searched the faces of his two remaining subordinates for answers. The cold air hung heavy as Captain Sandojin pointed toward the massive stone marker, confirming the prodigy's final act. The hidden forces of the enemy, the Xenos, were suddenly silenced beneath the snow-dusted earth. The message, cold and stark against the dark stone, held the weight of the prodigy's promise under the silent, falling snow. The hero watched the vast, terrible vortex tear open the sky, his red eyes burning with a cold resolve. He had trusted them to act swiftly, and now the true reckoning began. Jin Yomyung's crimson gaze pierced the air, his silent intensity overwhelming the leering faces surrounding him. The oppressive stillness thickened as the true threat loomed just beyond sight. The masked protector stood tall, raw power shimmering around him as the small figure looked up in awe. They vanished into the swirling purple light, leaving only echoes of amplification behind. An old statesman spoke with quiet authority, his skeptical colleagues finally silenced by his reason. The desperate gamble, built on the prodigy's unseen power, now felt like their only chance. Shen Yuan, the clan leader, stroked his wispy white beard, the gravity of the unknown message heavy in the tense silence of the hall. The fiery inferno of the source of volcano yielded to arid canyons. Then a chilling shadow enveloped the water of the heavens. Soon, the stark forest of steel gave way to the dazzling, cold light of the heaven-burning stones. The stark light illuminated the council chamber as the elders finally conferred over the cryptic, monumental demands. Their hushed reception gave way to a desperate, unified resolve in the face of annihilation. Zhuge Chengman paused, the silhouette of power echoing above him as the unknown hero vanished. The council gathered, the air thick with the weight of the divine prodigy's cryptic decree. Hope and fear wrestled in the sterile silence of the conference hall. Brother Zhuge passionately appealed, his hand raised high above the tense assembly. The old statesman's measured words finally swayed the doubting generals toward desperate action. The elder statesman spoke softly, cutting through the room's rising tension with quiet wisdom. The general's face hardened, the faint crimson light mirroring the fury building beneath his uniform. He could not accept this imminent disaster unfolding at the seventh line. Amidst the sun-drenched cityscape, someone watched the unfolding chaos, whispering in disbelief. What are they doing? The shadow strategist watched the bright, cold steel, satisfied that his gamble had paid off. You've made the right bet, the hidden master whispered into the echoing industrial silence. Jin Yomyung watched the distant, dazzling lights of the military's desperate, unified resolve. He thought, such swift decision-making, truly a great nation. Chief Engineer Nan beamed, seeing their grand plans already taking shape around the imposing figure standing nearby. But then, a chilling red vortex ripped open the sky, signaling the enemy's devastating arrival. The shadow energy flared crimson, an echoing roar confirming his terrible realization. That's the time. A distant cry of "Father" sliced through the rising dark chaos above the city. The cult leader's shadow avatar, Chu Chan, vanished in a flash of violent green light as chaos erupted. Jin Yomyung screamed out, knowing they would be overwhelmed without the leader's strength now. Jin Yomyang's hardened eyes blazed, a fierce sound ripping from his mask as he commanded, Chu Tian. The command for the instant transport echoed, leaving only a violent, deep purple surge of power behind. Jin Yomyang shouted, Chu Tian, as a cold vortex swirled around them, pulling the cult leader closer in desperate silence. Jin Yomyang pushed through the crushing weight, his burning gaze focused only on the person he shielded. With a choked gasp, he roared his conviction into the swirling chaos. I can do it. The world seemed swallowed by an inferno of crimson energy, pressing down upon the defenders below. Wang Zai, 7th Defense Line Commander, tightened his blood-stained bandage under the ominous, fading light. The weight of the endless slaughter settled heavy on his weary soul. Beneath the blood-streaked sky, Lao Jiang looked toward the dark silhouette, his despair heavy in the chilling wind. Gunner Shanhong stood firm against the blood-red twilight, the deafening sounds of battle echoing miles away. The cult leader's shadow fell over the shocked defenders, a towering, awful presence born from the widening rift. The massive tide of crimson shadows surged toward the fortress line, dwarfing the desperate cannons standing guard. The prodigies gathered beneath the blood-red sky, their resolute figures moving forward as the defense walls loomed silently behind them. Lao Jiang looked upon the desolate structures, the endless war pressing down with hopeless fatigue. Brother Nan's sharp gaze betrayed a flicker of sweat against the grim, ash-colored sky. Brother Nan's stern gaze cut through the oppressive crimson sky, demanding unwavering faith. Lao Jiang stared back, the weight of lost youth heavy in the swirling dust motes. That exhausted man, Chu Tian, did not even lift his head as the question hung heavy in the distant, fading air. The air curdled with the crimson shockwave of the prodigy's unleashed power, striking down shadows amidst the deafening clash. The prodigies moved as one, their unified cry of charge, echoing against the crumbling fortress walls. The gathered prodigies channeled raw power, blue energy arcing against the deepening darkness of the rift. A silent, shattering impact marked the expenditure of impossible strength upon the battlefield. The prodigy's shimmering sword volley pierced the oppressive dark, meeting the alien horrors head-on. Their arcane energy pulsed brightly against the encroaching shadow and monstrous forms. The world fractured into blinding blue light, the sheer force of the impact momentarily silencing the raging battlefield sound. The prodigy unleashed a blinding surge, a whirlwind of power clashing violently against the monstrous forms rising from the rift. The earth shuddered under a massive, twisting threat as the prodigies cried out, Aloy Vane Stray. Jin Yomyang watched, knowing failure meant the collapse of everything. Jin Yomyang watched the cult leader, trapped within that blinding blue light, facing down monstrous silhouettes. The sheer power emanating from the defense felt like a desperate, final shield against oblivion. The prodigies' brilliant attack tore through the shadows, echoing with the desperate might of the Qing warriors. The artillery barrage reached its crescendo, the shocking command echoing, Hold fire! Brilliant explosions erupted against the crumbling cityscape. A scarred warrior stared up at the monstrosity, whispering, I've never seen one of the Xenos before. The clanking chains echoed the dreadful weight of this unimaginable new foe closing in. The colossal shadow descended, wreathed in malevolent purple light, utterly eclipsing the lone warrior charging beneath it. A sudden, violent pull fractured the darkness as crimson threads wrapped around the monstrous forms, struggling against the unseen force. The clash of blade met shadow, a searing green light flashing across the masked, grim warrior's resolute face. A blinding violet shockwave erupted, tossing the fleeing figure violently through the shattered air itself. A blinding emerald light erupted as the figure crashed downward, the sound muffled by the roaring battle chaos. A towering silhouette descended, radiating an oppressive, chilling darkness against the battlefield's blinding, churning green light. A shadowy figure writhed in chains, enveloped by sickening purple light, while beneath it, an emerald glow sparked with terrible resolve. The colossal shadow loomed, a dreadful silhouette against the chaotic green battlefield, echoing the stark reality of their desperate stand. A flash of sickening green energy erupted as the prodigy clashed with the monstrous shadow looming overhead. The soldier screamed against the downpour of dust. Youvgot, pushing forward with his glowing azure blade. Against the monolithic structure, faint, dark figures scaled the cold stone, pressing into the desperate defense line. All prodigies, come with me. We'll capture their leader together. The unified cry echoed across the fray. 200 kilometers away, a blinding purple light tore through the darkening, desolate sky, signaling a power far removed from the front lines. Jin Yomyang moved with desperate swiftness, shielding the cult leader as the battlefield's violent energy pulsed around them. The cult leader met the looming shadow head-on, threads of crimson light locking the monstrous foe in place. Jin Yomyang lunged forward, the desolate wind whipping his frantic attack. The glowing green aura flared as the menacing voice declared its dark challenge to the Xenoblade Titan. The desperate bindings lashed out, crimson energy crisscrossing the suffocating darkness around the behemoth. Its glowing purple eyes fixed on the warrior who dared to challenge such an immense, terrifying presence. Domain expansion. The chilling command ripped through the air as blinding blue energy surged outward against the monstrous foe. The earth shuddered as green energy lashed out, desperately trying to contain the monstrous force threatening to overwhelm them all. The air ripped as the warrior unleashed the terrifying power of Chilin's flames against the looming threat. The shadowed figure roared, burn, as searing red energy engulfed the battlefield in a terrifying wave of heat. The fierce black shadow met Jin Yomyang's attack, exploding in a searing wave of crimson fire and punishing shockwaves. The desperate flash of fire illuminated his straining face as Jin Yomyang met the Titan's might head-on. Beneath the blinding heat, the line of defense held by sheer will alone, Jin Yomyang faced the towering horror, a shadow with glowing eyes, feeling the crushing weight of their last stand. The air screamed with emotion as the massive blade descended toward the lone warrior. The monstrous alien unleashes a deafening, swirling vortex of raw power, swallowing the chaotic battlefield whole. A ragged gasp escaped as the colossal, swirling energy struck, the impact echoing like a death knell across the battlefield. The deafening whir of the gunship cut through the blood-red sky, signaling an unwanted, desperate escalation of the fight. The rotor blades whirred violently overhead, but the warrior could only choke out a sudden, sharp wait. 3 minutes before everything shattered, the grim artillery teams prepared their desperate final stand. The metallic hum of machinery seemed to vibrate with unspoken dread across the cold expanse. The seasoned commander's face twisted in sweat-drenched horror as the grizzled elder turned, fear echoing in the choking silence. The grizzled soldier's grim resolve hardened beneath the ominous crimson glow of battle, as he prepared to face that horrifying Xenoblade Titan. Towering shadow delivered a venomous promise, trapping the defiant warrior beneath the dust. Jin Yomyang saw the danger, realizing the true horror of this A-rank Titan. The monstrous purple gaze descended, dwarfing the struggling military chopper in the sudden, suffocating silence. The frantic shouts faded as one warrior erupted in sheer, terrifying agony amidst the blistering heat of battle. Another man's shocked gasp caught the rising chaos, as if witnessing the unbearable destruction firsthand. The grim commander, sweat beading on his face, held the detonator tight within the swirling chaos. He knew the terrible truth. If the prodigy's squad fell, it's over for all of us. A grim hand pressed the trigger, activating the power. Forbidden Pel, wood element. The very air seemed to thicken as this terrifying technique unleashed. The monstrous entity lashed out, its massive form crushing the helicopter into the raging storm. Silence descended as the 7th defense line vanished beneath the chaos. The chilling roar of the Xenoblade Titan echoed as the warrior plunged through the crimson haze, striking down. From the cockpit, the veteran froze. That sound, echoing across the battlefield, could only be Myson's voice then. A dark figure surged forward, wreathed in crimson energy. A collective gasp shattered the tension. He came. The sudden brilliance of the sword split the darkness, shocking even the most hardened warriors. The chaos of battle faded as he clutched the fallen figure close, his raw anger condensing into a single, sharp command. The snow fell silently as Jin Yomyam cradled the wounded figure, seeing only the devastating cost of battle. Captain San Dojin watched, his scarred face reflecting the utter despair gripping their ragged line. The command center, bathed in cold blue light, reflected the grim silence of utter defeat. They could only watch the monitors, shadows stretching long as the seventh line vanished. The air crackled with potent, violent energy as the grizzled commander stared down the threat. His tired eyes betrayed the immense, terrifying weight of the ongoing battle. A deafening clash shattered the air as the warrior moved in a blur of dark energy and crimson light. Beneath the chaos, a frightening resolve ignited within those burning eyes. The blinding strike crashed down, twisting faces into masks of sheer, desperate focus against the overwhelming power. The heavy, resonant impact struck the barrier, shaking the very structure with a deafening crack of splintering force. The crimson energy flared around him, his shadowed face etched with a terrible, burning resolve under the oppressive dark. Captain Sandojin stared into the crimson haze, a creeping doubt clouding his mind about their rapid advance. Beside him, the other commander simply watched the overwhelming spectacle unfold, his expression unnervingly calm. The lingering dust settled beneath a bruised, crimson sky, catching the stark terror in one man's wide eyes. Captain Sandojin watched Ashura's terrifying display, unable to reconcile the spectacle with reality. The air vibrated with raw, dark energy as the shadow figure met the relentless assault head-on. Even now, with endless formations deploying, the lingering question persisted. Was I rushing too much after all? A guttural kill echoed as blinding green energy engulfed the field, trapping several figures in its toxic glow. This, Captain Sandojin stared, his voice cracking with sudden, dreadful realization. The silent command of kill echoed as the armored figure rushed through the blurring green, finally grasping the terrible truth. ISE, the Han Dynasty army surged forward, engulfed in a terrifying, vibrant green aura that swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave. The cult leader's ancient robes billowed as the chilling green energy erupted, a terrifying, primal scream escaping his lips. A shadow leaped across the vibrant green expanse, wreathed in crimson energy, striking with terrifying speed. Beneath the crimson snowfall, Jin Yomyang clutched the fallen figure, his breath catching in the freezing air. Captain Sandojin watched, his stern gaze masking deep, unspoken concern for the fragile moment. The behemoth roared its internal decree. An exceptional talent, not to be underestimated, must show no mercy. A flash of scarlet marked the cult leader's sudden, terrible fall. The air itself seemed to crackle as Jin Yomyang braced against the immense, incoming torrent. He stood alone, cloaked in shadow and burning defiance, ready to meet the world's judgment. A heavy, echoing sound marked the immediate collapse of the transformed titan. Beneath the chilling blue sky, the victor stood shrouded, the battlefield suddenly silent. Asura, a raw, terrifying word escaped the observers as the crimson energy enveloped him, signaling the shift to Berserker. A violent slash of black and red echoed in the suffocating darkness, a sound of absolute destruction. The crimson rage erupted as Asura roared. Asura, demon slayer, unleashing that terrible might. The battlefield echoed with a single, terrifying realization. Hello and Earth. The ground shuddered as the shadow-bound entity finally collapsed, crimson energy dissipating into the cold air. Below the devastation, small figures watched the aftermath, caught in a frightening silence. The Blade Titan shuddered, its dark form pulsing as it gathered power, shocking the witnesses who whispered, transforming. The horrifying spherical form, studded with violet eyes, descended amidst the shimmering, anxious green light. Crimson energy pulsed around him, a terrifying calm settling over the battlefield as the sheer power silenced all doubt. A sharp gasp cut through the terrifying blue surge as panic seized the elder commander. The very air seemed to scream with Ashura's surging, overwhelming power. A dark energy pulsed, the air cracking as the figure prepared another strike. Tornado. The massive incoming strike turned back with blinding speed, meeting the dark shadows swirling around him. The blinding blue energy surged, wrapped around the emerging darkness. Fueled by Ashura's demon blade, the world seemed to pause as the violent crimson arc descended, tearing through the darkness with a deafening slash. The blade titan's core pulsed with sickly violet energy, a grotesque final form shimmering in the charged air. "Where do you think you're going?" The unstoppable force roared, slamming shut the beast's desperate, crumbling escape. The shadows deepened around him as crimson energy flared, his cold gaze promising absolute destruction to whatever came next. A crimson blur cut through the darkness as the terrifying name echoed. Asura. The immense power unleashed by the sword felt like a physical shockwave in the suffocating air. A terrifying aura erupts around him. The very air screams, "Hello and Earth." As Asura descends into battle, the air fractured with a blinding, crimson shockwave, echoing the choked gasp. "I knew." Even after such devastation, the stunned observers could not mask their fear as the terrifying power still lingered. Captain Sandojin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing the immense cost of this victory. The sheer devastation hung heavy in the suffocating red light, leaving only silent awe in its wake. A dark, spectral hand slammed down, cracking the very earth beneath a terrifying, blood-red circle of energy. Beneath the crimson, chaotic sky, the deployment of millions of formations began with a terrifying sonic boom. The earth itself groaned as another devastating forbidden spell ripped through the desolate landscape. Amidst the rising crimson dust, the cult leader stood utterly resolute. The sheer magnitude of the transformed enemy dwarfed him, yet a faint red glow pulsed around the lone figure. The cult leader's hand glowed with terrifying green light, even as distant chaos echoed his ominous presence. The formation master's cold statistics scrolled by, revealing the immense cost of this overwhelming, yet calculated, power. The forbidden crimson aura flared around him, a terrifying grin splitting his features as his demonic eyes burned with lethal intent. The air crackled with raw, terrifying power, illuminating the sweat dripping from his brow. He clenched his fists, the storm within threatening to break free again. The crimson aura flared around the desperate figure, the air thick with raw, untamed power unleashed against the encroaching darkness. The desperate battle for the valley erupted as the eagle tide crashed down, and a terrifying resolve ignited in the warrior's crimson eyes. "Activate." The command tore through the tension as the monstrous form lashed out, bathed in crimson energy. The red light flared, a chilling sound echoing against the cold stone as the necessary sacrifice was made. A terrifying crimson energy erupted, crackling with raw power as the impending danger demanded an immediate, violent response. The city wall groaned under a violent surge of crimson energy, a raw power straining against the stone. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the city as the incomprehensible power manifested across the fortifications. Someone gasped, recognizing the staggering might of the amplification wall. The commander watched, his bandaged eyes tracing the formidable red energy pulsing from the benefactor's preparations against the stark, cold sky. The gravity of the coming storm settled upon Jin Yomyung's sharp, unwavering gaze. He felt the thin hope remaining before the seventh line surely broke. The chilling, icy wind carried the harsh words of departure as they prepared to face the coming storm alone. The morning light broke as Captain Sandojin watched the figure step toward the horizon. They had promised to fight until the last defense, and now it was time. Amidst the chilling snow and crackling red energy, Jin Yomyung stood ready, knowing the valley's fate rested on this sudden, desperate confrontation. Depleted of all resources, the warrior roared Asura, carving a crimson arc through the encroaching shadow creatures. The benefactor stood firm, facing the blinding scarlet tide of the approaching swarm with quiet resolve. The immense red energy flared above, casting shadows on the faces gathered near the fortifications. A man finally understood the benefactor's silent power. Feeling the rising tide of battle, The terrifying crimson formation bloomed across the wall, channeling immense power as the masses braced for annihilation. Quiet hum of the hospital room barely masked the brothers' desperate vigil beside the still, recovering Tanner. He had stepped out briefly, only to hear the promise that even the front line expected their final stand here. Tanner finally awoke, and the brothers stepped out, relieved the chaotic night battle seemed nearly done. He urged the others to return to their own fight, where humanity's true future awaited. The medic's hand rested gently, a silent assurance that even in the sterile air, someone remained by the patient's side. I am here, she thought, and my brother is fighting outside. The medic stood tall, her tired eyes holding back the weight of 2 sleepless days, assuring the concerned visitor of the patient's safety. Chinner's gaze snapped open, the blinding white light momentarily obscuring the fresh, desperate sounds of the battle outside. The heavy silence broke as Tanner slowly awoke, her gaze sweeping the dim room for any sign of the ongoing fight. She instantly worried. Is he fighting outside now? Needing immediate reassurance. The brother, seeing Tanner finally awake, offered a gentle greeting, relief washing over his tired features. He stepped out to face the grim morning light, eager to return to the main fight. A flash of crimson energy tore through the darkness as Jin Yomyang clashed violently with the grotesque, lumbering xenoform. The crimson energy pulsed around the figure as Captain Sandojin materialized, shrouded in ethereal blue light. The red energy flared around him, reflecting the sudden, terrifying weight of the incoming eagle storm. Captain Sandojin watched the valley collapse under the tide of mutated beasts. Amidst the echoing promise to hold the line, Jin Yomyang stood ready, the dark crimson aura flaring around him. Captain Sandojin stepped back, knowing this final defense belonged solely to the benefactor now. The storm had passed, leaving Jin Yomyang standing beside the cult leader, red energy clinging to his skin amidst the floating dust. He knew the true desperation now that the defenses were falling and the beast tide was breaking free. Jin Yomyang gently placed a hand on the cult leader's burning shoulder, the air thick with menacing crimson energy. The benefactor stood amidst the glowing crimson runes, a grim resolve set upon his face as others gathered. He felt the heavy weight of their unspoken trust, knowing the true final line awaited them. Snow fell silently over the illuminated towers, marking the cold quiet near the slaughterhouse. Time was running out before the 7th line fractured completely. The charging runes pulsed with cold, blue light around the imposing, silent beast. He stood alone amidst the energy, calculating the swift need for new tides. The cult leader's crimson gaze hardened. The front line could not hold, and he needed source stones now. The sterile, metallic room hummed with unspoken tension as figures in pale robes clustered nervously, awaiting crucial decisions. The air in the metallic hall crackled with residual tension as the swordsmen approached the waiting assembly. A vital message must now be delivered before the desperate fight resumed. The cold, humming interior felt heavy as Jin Yomyang processed the dire state of the battle raging outside. His crimson eyes held a fierce resolve, knowing the next move must secure survival. Amid their heartfelt goodbyes and bright assurances, a shadow of grim resolve settled over him. He had absorbed their trust, a heavy burden layered upon his final duty. The cult leader walked through the swirling, icy air, meeting the anxious eyes of the small figure waiting there. He knew the desperation in her gaze meant the battle was not yet won. The calm shattered as terrifying screeches announced the arrival of giant eagles, plunging the valley into instant chaos. The captive screamed into the crushing darkness, a raw plea tearing through the desolate air. Anybody. Under the darkening sky, desperate cries for aid echoed, ignored by the fleeing shadows. A massive, dark shape descended, its silent arrival cutting through the chaos. The giant eagle's massive, chilling shadow enveloped him as purple energy dripped down like acid rain. The beast tamer's imposing shadow engulfed the arrogant Wang Xiao as furious energy erupted around them. A chilling roar split the air, threatening annihilation across the mountains. A chilling purple aura erupted around the divine-level beast tamer as his rage boiled over the young prodigy's defiance. With a blinding flash of crimson light, The command resonated. Mutated poisonous lizards, heed my command. Attack no cities. Gather source stones. The beast tamer's eyes narrowed through the mask, the air thick with unspoken challenge as he faced the arrogant prodigy. The young prodigy's shocked gasp shattered the looming, dark silence as he finally recognized the masked figure before him. The beast tamer looked up, sensing the immediate, violent impact of Wang Xiao's arrogance crashing down from the skies above. The air crackled as the legendary tamer struck forward, his furious resolve meeting an unseen, monstrous obstacle. That bold challenge from Wang Xiao echoed, but only cold silence followed the impact. The giant eagle swooped down fast, its massive shadow cutting through the night air with a deafening rush. The beast tamer clung tight, his voice booming over the wind's howl. The vast, unsettling quiet of the deep forest descended as the enormous purple beast landed gently before the nervous man. Wang Jia's panicked confession was swallowed by the chilling glare of the masked prodigy. The divine beast tamer simply waited, his silence a heavy, absolute judgment on the betrayal. The ominous twilight hung heavy over the rugged mountains, waiting for the unspoken retort. A chilling silence settled as the divine-level beast tamer absorbed the young prodigy's defiant challenge. The divine-level tamer stood firm against the arrogant youth, his masked eyes burning under the pale sky. He questioned the nerve of this so-called prodigy claiming what was already decreed. Wang Xiao's condescending sneer cut through the thin, cold air between the two prodigies. His eyes held a chilling arrogance, dismissing the legendary tamer's warning entirely. The colossal shadow of the giant eagle descended through the blue expanse, one terrified man tumbling against the rugged cliff face. The twilight air hung heavy over the jagged peaks as the beast tamer's gaze met the arrogant prodigy's glare. He stood against the vast, cold wilderness, ready to enforce his absolute claim. The beast tamer surged forward on his massive, dark eagle, the forest blurring beneath the raw speed of their descent. Above the fallen, a dark silhouette cut the heavy, rain-streaked sky, signaling doom. The beast tamer's hand pulsed with crimson energy, confronting the immense, cold stare of the lizard beast. His question hung heavy in the charged air, demanding an answer about claiming the mountain. The beast tamer stared down the arrogant youth, the clash of intent echoing with the sound of shattering earth. Odds, he muttered, his newest 10 million lizards ready for the fight. The massive columns of crimson light tore through the darkening sky, summoning something terrifyingly vast and ancient to this contested ground. The beast tamer stood tall, his glowing crimson eyes reflecting the terrifying presence of his newly acquired, monstrous ally. His nonchalant disdain hung heavy in the oppressive, dusty air as he challenged the young prodigy's arrogance. Wang Jia stood small, witnessing the legendary beast tamer's casual power amidst the fading mist and fallen foes. His final, panicked plea hung in the chilled air before the master. The air crackled under the crimson twilight as ancient forces began their descent upon the barren peaks. This powerful energy surge marked the beginning of the beast tamer's grand, terrifying design. The spectral armies of the Tang dynasty answered the call, glowing fiercely against the darkening mountainside. Their silent, green luminescence promised the imminent clash against Wang Xiao's arrogance. The spectral figures of the Tang dynasty rose, an emerald legion answering the call to war. Now, the beast tamer stood ready, facing Wang Xiao's arrogant challenge. The spectral empress, Li Zetian, arose amidst the luminous green surge, her ancient power answering the call. Their arrival meant a terrifying reckoning for any who dared defy the awakened Tang dynasty. The divine beast tamer raised his hands, crimson energy flaring against the rising threat. He was ready to silence the arrogant prodigy before his grand design was broken. The air cracked with sheer force as the young prodigy unleashed his power against the legendary tamer. Wang Xiao stood firm, utterly refusing to yield the sacred mountain ground. The cold, spectral forms of the Tang dynasty rose around him, an army answering the final call. He steadied his blade, ready for the confrontation brewing in the oppressive night air. Wang Xiao sneered, dismissing his subordinate and challenging the legendary tamer. his arrogance heavy in the sharp, cold air. The arrogant Wang Xiao stood before the legendary tamer, spitting insults that echoed in the tense silence. His raised voice betrayed a desperate need to prove his own power. Wang Xiao's eyes narrowed under the stark blue light, fueled by arrogant disbelief directed at the legendary tamer. He pressed his final question, completely ignoring the shuddering presence of the exiled Wang Jia. The stark darkness of Modao Mountain at night swallowed the small figures trekking across the bleak northwest expanse. Wang Xiao's arrogant voice echoed through the tense silence, challenging the legendary tamer one final time. His face was contorted, radiating utter contempt for the man he believed stood in his way. The arrogant Wang Xiao towered over the legendary tamer, spitting threats into the cold, dark air. His challenge hung heavy. Was the beast tamer truly willing to sacrifice everything for this single mountain? Wang Xiao's arrogant dismissal echoed across the silent clearing. His subordinate felt the sharp sting of utter rejection. "I'll show you what happens when you dare defy the true master of this land," the beast tamer declared, stepping forward into the harsh, glaring light. The dark sky pulsed with strange, crackling energy as this villain grinned, summoning his dreadful power. The brutal grin of the adversary mocked the trapped figure, crackling with raw, summoned lightning amidst snarling beasts. A low, dismissive sound escaped him as crimson energy coiled around his ready hand, the air thick with dangerous intent. That booming, majestic song of victory pulsed through the air, electrifying the stunned workers into sudden, terrifying strength. The chilling crimson energy flared as the mysterious figure descended, his dark form a stark contrast to the terror etched on the man below. The shocking surge of power abruptly silenced the celebratory march, leaving one man gripped by sudden, suffocating terror. The harsh tearing sound of impact sliced through the sudden silence as the attacker's grim face dominated the view. All that immense power, unleashed with cruel, calculating intensity, brought a brief, shocking halt to the battle. A shadow fell across the battlefield as blazing red eyes met a mask of utter shock. "You," one man gasped, recognizing the imposing figure before him. A chilling contempt twisted his face as dark droplets dripped from his raised hand, dismissing all previous struggle with a scornful grunt. The forbidden spellcaster's crimson energy flared, a dreadful power meeting the desperate, golden counterattack. That maniacal laughter cracked the air, a blinding golden light gathering with terrifying intensity. Beneath the ominous, swirling red energy, Jin Yongmyung finally stood ready against the darkness. He felt the overwhelming power surge, no longer just a protector, but a determined force against any threat. The overwhelming crimson energy ripped across the desolate landscape with a terrifying roar, swallowing the small figures below. The blinding crimson aura clashed violently against the surging yellow light, a stark testament to the impending, brutal confrontation. The cacophony of the triumphant song faded as the masked figure gathered a terrifying, crimson energy. His glowing red eye promised inevitable, burning retribution for the insults offered. The deafening, earth-shattering impact consumed the space, a brilliant, terrifying eruption of forbidden power against the encroaching crimson tide. A shattering scream erupted as the force of the blow ripped through the air, splashing vivid crimson against the descending dark. The dark shadows surged, and the scream was silenced by the brutal, swift motion tearing through the battlefield. The weight of the mysterious figure bore down, crushing the defiant spirit beneath a heavy, silent boot. The chilling sound of the ancient song echoed, as sudden power surged through the stunned crowd. The forbidden spellcaster stood amidst the chaotic fallout, the blinding light of his attack searing the dark night sky. His presence alone crushed the remaining defiance in the thin mountain air. The sudden, blinding yellow aura enveloped the elders, echoing the immense power washing over the common folk. The patriarch stared down, his aged face etched with authority, while his subordinate wilted under the sudden, shocking power. This colossal shift meant that the pride of the Wang family had just been utterly crushed. The forbidden spellcaster stood firm, dwarfed by the imposing figures, as a silent judgment hung heavy in the brilliant, awakening light. The mysterious figure, masked and cloaked, stared out as the powerful song resonated across the mountains. A strange, surging energy now flowed through the very air, promising sudden, terrible change. The strange, echoing song of triumph seemed to tear the very air as the mountain dwellers stared up in sudden, potent awe. Fear gave way to a shocking, electric surge. A power they never knew they possessed suddenly coursed through every vein. The forbidden spellcaster stood masked against the fading light, his gaze fixed on a victory they could not yet grasp. The elders watched the expanse, the sound of the triumphant march echoing strangely in the sudden, quiet awe. The air thrummed with sudden, raw power as the command echoed, unleashing a wave of blinding golden energy. Captain Sandojin stood firm behind the screaming subordinate, the decree already sealing the fate of the proud Wang family. The patriarch's blade cleaved through the air, a shocking, swift judgment upon his own son. A searing crackle of yellow lightning accompanied the devastating blow, silencing all dissent. The air hung thick with the chilling resonance of the undead spirits. Even as the elders looked on in stunned silence, Jin Yomyang stood silent before the bowing elders, the cold air heavy with the weight of their forced compliance. The song of triumphant march faded, leaving only the stark reality of their situation. The sound of the triumphant march faded as Jin Yomyang stood alone amidst the falling snow, facing the yielding Wang family. The chilling green spirits rose, echoing the majestic, victorious march that suddenly pulsed through the air. The declaration echoed across the desolate landscape. Refuse to listen, and you will be killed without mercy. The spectral figures resonated under Kunlun Mountain's decree, their glowing presence overshadowing the stone's righteous words. The air crackled with intense red energy atop Mount Modao as the grand song swelled, marking a momentous, unseen shift. A terrifying crimson energy erupted from the ground, momentarily silencing the mountain as Jin Yomyang assumed his desperate stance. The desolate mountains pulsed, bathed in raw, terrifying crimson energy as the decree echoed across the peaks. The triumphant song echoed beneath a sky-stained crimson, as sinister green shadows surged forward with a terrible sound. The triumphant march echoed, powerful spirits surging, causing even the onlookers' very bones to resonate with newly awakened might. The mountain trembled as the grand, defiant march echoed, washing over the stunned crowd in waves of raw, rising power. The grand, resonant song swept across the mountain, bathing the shocked listeners in an overwhelming, unseen surge of power. The Holy Emperor inaugurated a glorious new era within the base, as loyal servants witnessed his grand vision unfold. The grand song washes over the captive figures, its resonant power crackling through the crimson-lit slaughterhouse floor. Behold, an age of peace, an autumn calm unfolds, while the forbidden spellcaster stands ready. The overwhelming, crimson energy pulsed around the bewildered guards, a terrifying display of forbidden power. The air crackled, thick with the sound of imminent, devastating conflict. The national broadcast showed a stark, cold reality. Inland forces, the Slayers, were moving against the Northwest's hard-won peace. The tense silence fell over the dusty urban alley as these challengers materialized. The small figure looked up, her expression unreadable against the heavy, misty green of the quiet woods. She would not be coddled, refusing to accept that such immense burdens should only be his. The primeval woods awoke, its massive trees glowing with cold, unnatural blue light, their intent suddenly clear. The wood elementalists were suddenly swallowed by the crushing shadow of the moving forest, their desperate cries lost in the churning gloom. Suddenly, the Zhao family's arrival shattered the peace, their sharp accusation echoing with righteous fury. The desperate attempts to bind the monstrous flora failed against the strange, throbbing energy. "It's no use. I can't control them," one warrior cried out as the leviathans lumbered closer. As the Zhao family declared their righteous attack, a chilling resolve hardened their faces amidst the growing national unrest. The primeval woods had become a surging tide, a looming darkness under the pale sky, its monstrous forms watching with cold, alien light. A monstrous roar ripped through the forest as the glowing blue eyes commanded. Attack. The sudden, terrifying onslaught pressed down on them like a suffocating weight. The shocking news of the forbidden spell tore through the already tense air with a soundless, icy dread. A wave of desperate shock washed over the observers as chaos threatened to consume everything. A gigantic, glowing blue eye fixed downward, its immense presence overshadowing the tiny figure below in the crushing darkness. The air grew thick with a terrifying, alien light as that monstrous blue eye fixed its gaze, stealing all breath away. The sudden arrival of inland prodigies brought only suffocating tension, their sneers chilling the newly built defenses. The colossal, red-eyed wood titan loomed, its sudden halt silencing the brewing terror, as someone cried out, "What's going on here?" A shocking crimson light erupted from the distant mountain peak, even as unseen forces prepared their deadliest assault. The ominous peak glowed with a terrifying red, signaling the activation of the King's Aura. Subjugate and tame beasts with the ancient aura of the beast god. The system announced a terrifying threshold, ancient awakening. When a single beast tide reaches 100 million, the user can summon its progenitor to strength. The familiar red glow burned in his eyes, masking the fatigue as new chaos erupted elsewhere. A suffocating crimson energy pulsed around Jin Yomyang as the ominous alert flashed. Chaos was brewing. The immense pressure of the ongoing conflict made Jin Yomyang gasp, even after the comforting words of his companion. Captain San Dojin moved with brutal force, slamming down while the young woman watched in stark, frozen horror. The familiar purple aura flared, but this time, the small figure's eyes held pure, cold terror. An unknown power surged violently, overwhelming the gentle touch they desperately tried to impose. The cold air crackled with violent purple energy as the forbidden spell began to bloom. It's time to use this opportunity and cast a forbidden spell. The crushing weight of lost time pressed upon him as he awoke, a small, worried face watching from the shadows. He needed to move, yet exhaustion clung like a shroud in the dim morning light. The weight of the nation's turmoil settled heavy upon Brother Nan as even his little boss lady registered his strange silence. The young boss lady refused coddling, insisting she would personally bear him to the 5th defense line now. The little boss lady's gentle worry hung heavy in the air, her face etched with unspoken fear for his ceaseless burdens. His gentle hand rested upon her bowed head, offering quiet reassurance against the crushing weight he always carried alone. The boss lady stood firm, refusing pity as the metallic gleam of the 5th defense line preparations stretched out behind them. The exhaustion clung to the small form, a visible sheen of fatigue despite the gentle admonishment for overworking himself. Under the ominous glow of night, forbidden crimson magic began to spiral, preparing humanity's most terrifying killing field. The eerie glow surrounded them as the companion, finally ready, stepped forward into the swirling light. "I've brought you here," she affirmed, her gaze steady against the vast, uncertain darkness. The exhausted leader stood shrouded in the night, glowing motes of energy swirling around his masked face. He whispered of the Xenos' chaos, preparing for the inevitable storm against the defense lines. Amidst the falling snow and jagged peaks, a chilling crimson energy surged, signaling some terrible new power awakening in the desolate lands. Terrifying energy surged, cracking the sky above the snow-capped peaks as forbidden power began to boil forth. The biting cold wind swept over the towering defenses as Jin Yomyang stood ready, his companion watching with worried eyes. From this high vantage, the city lights blurred beneath the chaos brewing in the nation. The sovereign kings had arrived, their challenge echoing through the uneasy night. The air hung thick with the shock of their arrival, facing the gathering challengers under a vast, indifferent sky. Breaking the silence, the inland prodigies stepped forward, their disdain palpable even from afar. The eastern sea roared in sudden violence as someone invoked the forbidden spell, Water Dragon's Onslaught. The hidden faction unleashed their plan, the chilling air vibrating with the sheer impending power of the Water Dragon's Onslaught. The hidden faction unleashed their intent. A forbidden spell glowed red, promising a terrifying new slaughter field. A forbidden, terrifying power erupted from the surging waters, answering the silent, desperate command to unleash utter devastation. The unseen faction whispered their cruel intent. It's time to use this opportunity and cast a forbidden spell. A massive, chilling roar announced the level 5 water forbidden spell beginning its dreadful ascent. The overwhelming blue dragon spirit roared, obeying the command as a stark white hand closed around a sliver of steel. Jin Yomyang braced himself against the torrent about to break over them. The devastating surge of the water dragon's onslaught crashed down, instantly overwhelming the activated Asura mode. The searing cold wall of water slammed against the defender, a desperate command echoing. Defend. The raw power surged as Jin Yomyang moved, his eyes burning crimson through the mask. The chilling spray of blue energy confirmed the terrible conflict raging now. The overwhelming torrent of water slammed down, trapping the solitary figure engulfed in fiery resolve beneath the deluge. Jin Yomyang stood breathing heavily in the cold air, crimson energy flickering dangerously between his palms. He knew the cult leader's fate rested upon this next desperate move. Jin Yomyang clenched his fist, the crimson energy throbbing violently in the chilling, chaotic aftermath of destruction. He had to find the cult leader before more allies fell to these merciless alien threats. The system confirmed the elemental forbidden spellcaster had reached level 6, capable of infinite overdrive with immense costs. The chilling snow fell as Jin Yomyang stood against the menacing crimson pillars rising from the desolate landscape. He faced a raw power, sensing the terrible ritual unfolding below the cliff edge. The excited crowd cheered wildly as the 3 sovereign kings prepared their massive assault above the cold sky. The bitter wind whipped around the shouting men, their aggressive laughter echoing across the frozen landscape. Jin Yomyang sensed a frightening, savage glee in their combined, surging power. Brother-son's selfish surge of annihilating true fire erupted violently, drawing his comrades into the terrifying crimson vortex. The shocking power instantly engulfed the 3 sovereign kings, vanishing beneath the monstrous, roaring flame. The massive, crimson energy surged skyward, a terrifying shadow engulfing the crystalline structure below. The air crackled with raw power as those small figures braced against the inferno. The raw, amplified water dragon's onslaught clashed, a blinding shockwave of blue and crimson light splitting the world apart. Meanwhile, standing against the vast, dark mountains, Jin Yomyang faced the chilling uncertainty of the brewing storm. Snow fell silently around Jin Yomyang, his masked intensity guarding the young cult leader against the chilling aftermath. Jin Yomyang watched the blinding, piercing light erupt, a terrifying signal in the cold, sharp air. He knew that devastating power signaled the enemy was making its move. The crackling thunder echoed a deep, silent agony as Jin Yomyang finally arrived amidst the ruin. The Grand Canal churned violently as the 3 sovereign kings rushed headlong into the icy surge of power. The amplified water dragon's onslaught surged forward, a terrifying, blinding wave of pure, crushing azure energy. The deafening roar signaled the water dragon's onslaught, crashing against the enemy's fury in a violent, churning spectacle. The amplified water dragon's onslaught engulfed the 3 sovereign kings in a shocking, cold torrent of blue destruction. The deafening rush of the activated canal forbidden spell swallowed the world. Live streams flickered and died instantly. The monstrous water dragon swallowed the 3 sovereign kings instantly, the roar of the collision shaking the very air. Jin Yomyang watched the brutal display, the crushing silence after the deluge heavy with dread. A tremor of sheer terror shook the witness as the monstrous water dragon's onslaught descended, its dark form consuming everything. The chilling spray of the water dragon's onslaught settled around the 2 figures, leaving only the sound of falling snow. Jin Yomyang looked over at the cult leader, breathing heavily in the bitter cold. The masked man clenched his fist, a faint crimson energy swirling above his fingertip, utterly oblivious to the massacre. Jin Yomyang had not been among those annihilated by the devastating water spell. The massive wall of water crashed down, a terrifying blue fury swallowing the desperate figures beneath its devastating surge. The survivors stared up, the threat of extermination chilling the bright afternoon air like sudden frost. Even Captain Sandojin felt the weight of the Xenos' cold demand settling upon them. A familiar, cold mask hid the face of the one who observed the devastation spreading across the land. The shock of devastation hung heavy in the tense, cold air, their faces etched with the grim realization of loss. Even the arrogant aliens seemed momentarily stunned by the power that had just swallowed their rivals whole. The chilling red eyes beneath the ragged mask fixed upon the encroaching darkness, stealing against the chaos. He knew, even now, the cult leader's safety remained his sole, terrifying duty. The crushing weight of the attack left the prodigies stunned, sweat beading on their faces in the sudden, chilling silence. They had underestimated the scope of the incoming terror. The icy mountain air choked on the brilliant, desperate fire of a final, defiant self-detonation. The inferno of the alien attack consumed the Sun family estate in a furious, blinding roar. Desperate cries of "Father, clan leader," echoed through the devastating crimson smoke. Amidst the smoldering ruins, the imposing figure stared down, his silence amplifying the terror of the survivors below. Jin Yomyang arrived too late. The carnage left by the A-rank Xeno was already absolute. The masked figure stood before the silhouette, the ruins glowing behind them in a haunting light. A child watched with wide, fearful eyes as this stranger confronted them amidst the devastation. A final, desperate flare erupted at the Sun family estate, swallowed instantly by the encroaching void. "No!" Someone screamed as the arrogant alien's victory became absolute in the terrifying silence. The A-rank Xeno, Blazing Sky Eagle, unleashed a terrifying scarlet beam, reducing the battlefield below to blinding, orange devastation. Revenge fueled the final, desperate explosion, a searing cry against the immense shadow that consumed him. With a final, desperate scream of "Let's go to hell," the Sun family member initiated his self-detonation against the alien's cold arrogance. The shattering impact ripped through the air as one desperate voice screamed only, "Clan leader." The three sovereign kings unleashed their combined might, yet a terrifying purple wave struck them down amidst the chaos. A shadow of crimson energy descended, its sharp talons reflecting the soldiers' rising terror. He recognized this overwhelming, dark presence was not one of the aliens they expected. The enraged figure, cloaked in swirling purple energy, dared the looming shadow with a sharp challenge ringing out. The mighty Blazing Sky Eagle was struck down, shattered by the overwhelming torrent of absolute cold. Its silent fall punctuated the chilling aftermath of a terrifying technique. The chilling Asura's plummet slaughter ripped through the frozen giant, scattering feathers in the deep gloom. The air tore open with a searing crimson light as the Asura unleashed his terrifying, berserk power. The earth-splitting slash met the massive form, painting the dark air with streaks of violent, screaming crimson light. The gathered watchers saw the sheer killing aura radiate outward, realizing with dread. So spellcaster, the frozen Blazing Sky Eagle, shattered by frost, ignited a terrifying, crimson inferno. The Ashura's terrifying release shattered the air, a blinding scarlet tempest swallowing the enemy whole. Tiny embers of devastating power flared against the suffocating darkness closing in. A violent, sharp strike of purple energy clashed mid-air, sending dark feathers scattering amidst a terrifying, bloody crimson glare. The clash of searing red and dark purple energy erupted, silencing the battlefield with its sheer, devastating impact. The Blazing Sky Eagle, now splintered and frozen, fell silent as the Ashura's overwhelming power took hold. The Ashura's strike landed with shattering force, freezing the Blazing Sky Eagle instantly into glittering, fractured pieces. A silence descended as the overwhelming power of the frostbite formation settled over the stunned onlookers. The Ashura's crimson gaze burned through the darkening air, an unyielding promise of destruction flickering in his eyes. The world warped under the searing crimson energy as the Asura invoked. Asura, Dragon Slayer. His strike cleaved down, meeting the dark wings with devastating force. The monstrous energy surged around the imposing figure. Ignorant, it coldly pronounced, unleashing ruin upon the battlefield. The blazing sky eagle was suddenly encased in ice, a stark shadow against the furious, fiery aura surrounding it. The air crackled with violent purple energy as the Asura descended, roaring his title amidst the terrifying power surge. The blinding crimson energy erupted in one terrible, earth-breaking slash, dwarfing the lone figure against the colossal shadow. The intense crimson energy pulsed between his fingers, a raw power barely contained by sheer will. The chilling sound of shattering ice echoed as the Asura roared back. "Screw your spark." The intensity remained thick, the man in sunglasses standing over the shocked Jin Yomyang, his shadow heavy. The Asura's gauntlet ignited, bathing the tense air in a frightening, crimson glow as he prepared his next strike. The silent, agonizing pull of crimson energy drained them, their desperate cries lost to the echoing void. The Asura hung suspended, red energy swirling like dark wings above the shattered, icy earth where others knelt, stunned by the fallout. The Asura's dark shadow fell, his crimson-stained blade poised over the fallen. Yet the command was given to stand aside and simply watch. The shadow of the masked warrior fell heavy, his crimson eyes burning through the lingering battlefield silence after the tide turned. The chilling report flashes across the screen. Those powerful clans were wiped out, yet the Asura's aid secured a victory against the eagle. The city rooftops lay silent under the harsh, bright afternoon light, a fragile veneer over impending chaos. Jin Yomyang stood before the colossal, shimmering city walls, the silence of the mountains pressing in. A grim shadow fell over the promised haven as the ultimate enemy approached the fifth defense line. Beneath the cold crescent moon, the Asura unleashed dark power, yet the cult leader stood steadfast, bathed in unsettling purple light. The water rippled violently as the summoning ritual glowed red, the command to tame echoing across the vast, churning ocean surface. Beneath searing crimson energy, two figures stood amidst violently churning waters, a calm center in the storm. The master of the sea unveiled its immense might. A 70 million level mutant burst forth from the crashing waves. The terrifying red array swallowed the air, locking the two figures within its chilling, inescapable geometry. The beast master's warning echoed across the surging black water, commanding his forces now turned into an army. The violent, swirling torrent ripped across the sea surface, a blinding display of raw, elemental fury. The colossal blue form erupted from the churning sea, shattering the silence with an immense, raw power that echoed across the water. The turbulent sea boiled beneath a dark sky as Jin Yomyang faced the colossal, spiraling threat. Behind him, a silent promise hung heavy in the misty air. The stunned warrior, clutching his drink, watched the impossible unfold as the enemy forces shifted their focus instantly. He knew then, the true confrontation was only just beginning. Lan Changkong propelled himself forward, swallowed by the roaring, spectral blue tide of the dragon's march. He desperately sought to assert control over the very depths of the furious ocean. Beneath the pale, indifferent crescent moon, the mighty warrior faced the swirling torrent of ice and water head-on. The icy wave crashed down, freezing the blazing sky eagle mid-shriek, leaving only stunned silence and a question mark hanging in the frigid air. The depths churned violently as monstrous silhouettes, their eyes glowing crimson, converged beneath the disturbed surface. The Asura's terrifying crimson seal pulsed low over the icy terrain, a terrible power contained but ready to erupt. The chilling red runes spun above, a suffocating pressure washing over the prodigy now sheltered by water. Even as Jin Yomyang sheltered the injured cult leader, the air pulsed with malevolent intent. The summoned forms coiled beneath the pale crescent moon, mirroring the dread freezing on Jin Yomyang's shadowed face. The summoned leviathans rose from the churning sea, their massive forms eclipsing the pale light above. These weren't just beasts. They were a legion, their burning eyes fixed on one perceived foe. The sea spray lashed against him, mirroring the sudden dread chilling his core. That agonizing scream echoed, shattering the fragile hope of defense. The seventh line of defense fractured as a deafening roar echoed across the churning, dark sea. The massive beast lunged from the churning, dark water, its glowing eyes fixed on the struggling man below. Jin Yomyang could only watch the raw power surge, the sea itself responding to the conflict. The sea erupted with a violent, echoing splash as the promised 100 million beasts surged forward. A chilling, monstrous shadow rose from the dark ocean depths, its red eyes blazing with malice. The sudden, guttural sound echoed the collapse of the final defense line. The sea beasts surged forth in a violent, churning tide, their dark forms slicing through the churning, icy spray. The sea roared with ice and fury as the monstrous creature thrashed violently, heedless of the orcus closing in. The impending breach at the seventh defense line hung heavy in the chilling air. Amidst the driving rain, the colossal figure's glowing eyes narrowed down with cold contempt. Insects. The monstrous jaws snapped shut with the sound of tearing water, as the shark surged forward in a frantic, chaotic tide. A chilling roar echoed as the beast unleashed absolute zero. The water dragon's desperate attack froze instantly. Jin Yomyang watched the ice shatter, realizing the fight had just become terrifyingly personal. The massive, spiked jaws snapped down, the chilling sound cutting through the sudden, dark quiet of the raging battle. A terrifying shadow loomed, announcing, "Giant Stinger Barrage," as sharp, blurring impacts crashed down upon the shattered defense. The Cyclops' demonic turtle's immense eye stared down as swift, dark shapes sliced through the churning water. Jin Yomyang watched the tide crash, the deafening roar masking his rising dread. The very ground screamed under the assault, a terrifying, earth-shattering collapse, signaling the breach of the seventh defense line. A deafening roar of shattered ice echoed as Jin Yomyang shielded the vulnerable cult leader from the incoming wave. The chilling sound of doom overwhelmed the night as the seventh defense line failed completely. A searing red energy pulsed violently, marking the moment the massive void gate ripped open the air. Captain Sandojin watched, the sickening realization dawning that the seventh line was already failing. The air vibrated with crushing force, the ominous red sigils screaming defiance against the encroaching peril. Jin Yomyang watched, his breath held tight as the ground shuddered beneath the immense pressure. A deafening shriek split the twilight air as the crimson seal erupted from the churning sea. The seventh defense line was failing. Desperation clung to the salty breeze. The immense shadow loomed, its chilling presence suffocating the air around the desperate warrior. The void gate tore the skies open, shattering the hard-won calm of the shore. A desperate cry broke. "My brother! Everyone!" The glacial drake roared, its icy presence shattering the water below with deafening force. Captain Sandojin saw the horrifying scale of the attack instantly. The terrible, sharp sound of fracturing ice echoed as a single figure plummeted into the frozen abyss. Jin Yomyang watched, the sheer force of the blast stealing his breath away. The desperate cry of the collapsing line pierced the chilling air as immense ice shards trapped him. Jin Yomyang felt the distance close, racing toward the chaos where the cult leader's fate was decided. The crushing presence descended through the cold mist as Jin Yomyang cried out, "R!" under the sudden, overwhelming assault. The crimson runes screamed as the dark, unseen tide surged forward, shattering the fragile peace just won. The massive shadow surged through the chaotic, churning water, sharks scattering in its wake like frantic silver shards. The monstrous glare of the sea beast met the crushing jaws of the shark, a deadly struggle unfolding in icy silence. The void gate's shadow loomed closer as despair began to grip the seventh line. The sea roared, white foam crashing as the enemy's cold gaze locked onto the defiant figure above. This overwhelming surge of dark energy confirmed the terrifying breach. The air crackled with an awful, burning intensity, trapping Jin Yomyang in a suffocating crimson light. He stared, his breath catching, as the terror of the failing defenses swept over him. The terrifying sound of shattering reality echoed as the seventh defense line finally gave way. Lan Changkong's agonizing scream was swallowed by the blinding light of the Void Gate's arrival. A blinding crimson energy descended, forcing a choked gasp. This chilling scream echoed as the world tore open, the crimson energy consuming what little defense remained. The chaotic, bright red energy engulfed the beast, confirming the terrifying words. Spike Serpent, neutralized. Such overwhelming power left only the chilling echo of defeat. The sudden, desperate cries shattered the charged air. The defense lines were failing now. Jin Yomyang stood silent beside the youth, facing a doom that now engulfed the mainland. The young protege offered a small, unwavering smile, standing beside the grim-faced protector as chaos bloomed. Beneath the reddish twilight, Jin Yomyang felt the terrifying vibration of the Void Gate breaking through. The world seemed to hold its breath as dark debris rained down upon the violently churning, blue expanse. The raw scream of battle ripped across the churning sea as the seventh line shattered before an abyssal gate. Jin Yomyang watched, cold dread replacing his earlier resolve. The mainland was now exposed. A deafening roar ripped through the air as the cult leader descended, shrouded in oppressive purple energy. Jin Yomyang watched from below, frozen by the immense, crushing gravity of the moment. The promise of command faded as the chilling scream announced the Void Gate's breach. Jin Yomyang felt the searing desperation. The seventh line was failing, and his brother cried out. A sudden, violent tug ripped through the air, breaking the momentary promise of alliance. Jin Yomyang dragged the captain back, pulling him clear of the encroaching, terrifying purple void. The fragile barrier shimmered violently as Jin Yomyang desperately shielded the cult leader from the incoming devastation. Terror etched across the larger man's face, the imminent threat consuming them both. A finger pressed gently, silencing the rising panic in the suffocating blue darkness. The sudden quiet demanded absolute obedience. The terrifying shadow of the masked figure loomed over the desperate plea escaping the man's raw throat. Fear tasted metallic in the sharp, darkening air as the Void Gate opened nearby. A fierce, crimson energy pulsed between his fingers, the weight of a desperate command settling upon him now. Jin Yomyang's hand descended, bathing the stunned Captain Sandojin in malevolent crimson light. The air grew thick and heavy as dark energy began to seep into the fallen commander. The ground soaked red beneath the ominous sky as Jin Yomyang knelt by the fallen brother. Captain Sandojin watched, the silence heavy with impossible loss. The sudden, tearing sound of the Void Gate shattered the temporary peace, leaving only stark terror. Senior Nan gasped, pushing beyond exhaustion as his comrade urged him onward toward the final line. The intense strain contorted Jin Yomyang's face as raw power pulsed from his hands, a desperate counter against the creeping crimson shadow. The chilling hum of arcane symbols pulsed outward, asserting a dark, irresistible dominion over the captured spirits below. Amidst the swirling, sickly green energy, Jin Yomyang saw the terrifying strength confronting him. The sheer, suffocating pressure of the confrontation made the air thick and still. The exertion etched lines onto Senior Nan's face as Chu Chan urged him forward, the air thick with desperate, glowing energy. The sheer pressure from the awakened beasts pushed Jin Yomyang back, their glowing red eyes promising devastating power. The grim-faced fighters stood under the sickly green glow, knowing their desperate stand was now upon them. Jin Yomyang sweated, forcing a tense smile as the reinforcements approached the final line. The digital battlefield flashed grimly. 300 million soldiers braced, while the true god of the Land clan struck down an A-class threat. All 4 major projects were now complete, the digital world humming with exhausted relief. The air itself seemed to bleed crimson as the last remaining defenders braced for the coming impact. Their desperate stands were overshadowed by a crimson wave rising against the pale, fading sky. The old guard roared, their desperate final stand stained crimson beneath a harsh, unforgiving light. They would hold the line until their last breath echoed. The ground quaked violently beneath the weight of the heaven stone, pulsing with raw, agonizing power. The mastermind focused the dark energy, every agonizing surge bringing the final confrontation nearer. The crimson energies swirled around them, two figures standing resolute beneath the ominous, bruised sky. They faced the coming storm together, the air thick with impending, terrible power. The cult leader stood against a surging crimson tide, the very air screaming under the immense, unleashed power of his burning absorption. Project Forest of Steel began as the mastermind focused the raw power of the earth, uttering only spell into the charged darkness. The surging blue energy roared around him as the cult leader channeled unimaginable power into his straining grasp. Beneath the crimson glow and falling embers, two figures stood poised against the roaring destruction. The mastermind's hand ascended, a faint red glow tracing the strained muscle beneath the cloth, ready to unleash absolute power. The lava dragon's searing breath washed over them, a violent crimson glow against the suffocating night air. He pointed toward the looming threat, a desperate command echoing through the rising heat. Smoke billowed across the blood-orange horizon as two silhouettes stood watching the ruin. The desperate fighting paused for one chilling, silent moment. Senior Nan stood firm, his gaze meeting the harsh reality reflected in his young charge's worried eyes. The final defense was set against a storm that threatened to consume them all. Beneath the shadow of that titanic form, Jin Yomyang shielded the cult leader with frantic purple light. The oppressive heat and falling embers signaled the battle's impossible scale. The master's scarred hand descended, radiating furious crimson power that sliced through the very air. The summoned spirits glowed, echoing the might of one of famous Three Kingdoms, China Wei. This unearthly vision pierced the chaos preceding the final stand. The ancient heroes answered the king's final call, their luminous forms blazing bright against the encroaching crimson chaos. The summoned specter of Wu, one of China's Three Kingdoms, descended amidst falling motes of light and crimson energy. Wisdom's echoes resonated across the battlefield as this ancient power was marshaled. A chilling, emerald aura flared violently as the seniors accepted their final stand. The sound of their resolve resonated against the encroaching shadow. The summoned spirits roared echoes of ancient might. No force on earth can our fury abide, they declared. Under a blood-red sky, the newly formed forest of steel shimmered, holding the desperate hope of their homeland. The primal call of charge ripped through the air as the final master unleashed his devastating power. Blood-red energy surged around Jin Yomyang, ready for the cataclysmic clash ahead. The dark, churning mass of summoned energy pulsed against the violet void, a terrifying spectacle of rising might. This raw, unholy power was the price of their desperate, final gambit. The summoned venomous beasts writhed under the crimson glow, obeying the absolute command flowing from the newly awakened ancient power. The air grew thick with encroaching dread as fiery scarlet light tore through the twilight, scattering the panicked, dark-winged creatures. A single figure faced the monstrous, swirling crimson tide, the air thick with desperate power. Jin Yomyang raised the blood-soaked blade, his masked face set against the ominous, fading light. The crushing pressure caused blood to stain the lower half of his mask, a silent testament to the impossible fight. The weight of the collapsing line pressed down. Even Chu Tian's earnest gaze could not lift Senior Nan from the cracked earth. The commander's face tightened under the relentless onslaught, his eyes wide with desperate resolve. They had reached the final line, the point where all sacrifice met the advancing void. The masked warrior moved with grim determination, a stark shadow against the dusty gray landscape, while the young attendant's wide eyes held a universe of fear. Jin Yomyang moved with desperate speed, raw crimson energy whipping around him like a storm, facing the inevitable darkness gathering below. The energy surged, manifesting a ghostly, pulsing life form against the deepening twilight. This strange, vibrant thing silently absorbed the immense, burning power being unleashed. The blinding white light erupted, swallowing the figure whole amid deafening screams of impact and utter despair. The earth convulsed violently as the forbidden spell struck down, an incandescent spike tearing through the dark ground beneath. A sickening crimson light pulsed from the scorched earth, trapping a desperate silhouette within its glow. The immense pressure finally broke him, his ragged cry echoing as the ground itself fractured beneath the surge of agonizing power. From the towering edge, the sprawling city lights blurred under a sky heavy with foreboding. The newly formed Suicide Squad prepared to leap into the abyss alongside their leader. The city lights blurred below as Chu Tan's small form rushed forward, breathlessly calling out for Jin Yomyang. A sudden reunion, even as the world burned, offered a fragile moment of recognition. A desperate plea shattered the tense quiet between the leader and his newest volunteers. What could possibly matter now, amidst the encroaching shadow of war? The chilling glow of the ruined sky reflected in his steady gaze. The leader accepted their fates with grim resolve. Chief Nan's cold gaze cut through the blinding white light, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. The roar of the approaching chaos being seemed distant now. The drone blades whirred deafeningly against the crimson twilight, capturing the distant shadow moving across the ruined rooftops. Chief Nan stood before the vast, desperate crowd, the oppressive silence broken only by the faint glow of their rising fear. He gripped the red energy blade, ready to face whatever darkness approached. The assembled crowd watched the screen, waiting for the leader's grave message amidst the twilight city glow. The mask concealed the truth behind Nanzang's grim resolve, as glowing embers danced against the gathering darkness. The evacuation point buzzed with hushed, worried faces waiting for the final command. Jin Yomyang watched them, the grim reality of the battle settling in the sterile air. The world was stained crimson, yet Jin Yomyang stood utterly still amidst the rising embers. His silver hair caught the dim, terrible light before the final push. The crimson battlefield air hung heavy as Nanzang considered the heavy cost of their desperate gamble. His sharp, tired eyes held the weight of a city about to ignite. The young prodigy stood ready, the terrifying weight of the mission etched in the anxious silence around them. Just as the oath was sealed, the alarm shrieked, signaling the final, desperate confrontation. Chief Nan stood under the bruised, overcast sky, his expression settling into a grim understanding before the chaos erupted. Jin Yomyang stared up as the opponent's strange, confident power snapped around them in bright red threads beneath a pale, indifferent sky. Captain Sandojin knew this confrontation signaled the true, desperate start of the counteroffensive. The line was forming, but two more desperate voices cut through the tense, gray sky, stepping forward to join the last stand. Qin Sui and Qin Ying offered their conviction, adding to the terrible tally of hope. The thunderous roar of the chaos beings faded as Jin Yomyang launched himself toward the terrifying darkness. Every ounce of his being strained, diving headfirst into the unknown depths of the Void Gate. The heavy silence settled across the scorched ground as the Void Gate's residual power dissipated with a faint hiss. Captain Sandojin watched the desolate expanse, the weight of the mission pressing down on his shoulders. With the Void Gate ready, the team's steely resolve matched the raw power thrumming beneath the lone motorcycle. The air cracked sharply as she firmly planted her foot, ready to follow Chief Nan into the fray. The fierce battle was momentarily paused as two figures emerged beside the sleek, crimson machine, their arrival striking a strange contrast. Jin Yomyang watched, breath-catching. Were these allies or another looming threat to the cult leader? The squad was ready, but Jin Yomyang could only look towards the cult leader, the city stark beneath the pale, settling dust. Captain Sandojin watched the terrible calm settling over the man preparing to leave everything behind. The snow dusted the harsh air as Jin Yomyang looked up, her red eyes reflecting the grim resolve of the final stand. The newly assembled Suicide Squad stood ready as two formidable women regarded them from atop the imposing vehicle. Even amid impending doom, a tense silence fell over the dusty lot. A faint, almost gentle smile touched Chief Nan's lips, a quiet defiance against the impending doom. This shared resolve, this final act of trust, felt strangely peaceful. The Suicide Squad gathered, their grim determination hardening against the vast, pale sky as the roar of battle drew near. They waited for the command to shatter the oppressive darkness beyond the gate. The horrifying chorus of undead chaos beings surged forward, their glowing orange eyes fixated on the heroes. Jin Yomyang felt the suffocating wave of dread wash over him as the creatures closed in fast. The chilling roar of battle began as the promised defenses came alive, a torrent of blue energy erupting forth. Formations, activate, and forbidden spells, activate, echoed the desperate call to hold the line. The beast tides roared their charge against the encroaching darkness, a desperate sound echoing the final stand. Jin Yomyang watched the chaos erupt, the line already fracturing under the alien might. The monstrous shadow of the undead chaos loomed, but Jin Yomyang spurred his spectral steed forward with icy resolve. Spirits, he murmured, charging directly into the gaping maw of the onslaught. Captain Sandojin watched the frenzied ascent, the air thick with the sound of desperate battle cries echoing off the stone. The promised counteroffensive was already engaging the enemy across the harsh, cold ramparts. Jin Yomyang's burning scarlet eyes locked onto the distant darkness, a silent promise forged in absolute resolve. The cult leader vanished into the terrifying, swirling darkness as Jin Yomyang launched himself after his master. Captain Sandojin watched the abrupt, chilling void swallow them whole. The chosen few surged forward, their resolve a blinding flash against the encroaching shadow. Jin Yomyang pushed ahead, determined to shield the cult leader from the coming devastation. The otherworldly blue energy pulsed around the cozy cabin, marking the safe space before the terrible confrontation began. The young creator blinked, visualizing the small, protective world they had woven, their small form glowing faintly against the bright, open sky. The child architect beamed, standing beside the stern Captain Sandojin as the blue light pulsed around them. Now, after the feast and the plan, the world outside the cozy dimension awaited their charge. Nanzang hesitated, the sting of being labeled not a frontline fighter, still lingering in the warm, sunny air. Even against the apocalypse, the creator questioned their friend's harsh refusal to rest. How long could anyone truly fight without water, food, or sleep? Captain Sandojin watched the door, his crimson eyes reflecting the dangerous energy building beyond the portal. The trader's repulsive voice echoed, promising only forced enlightenment through violence. The faint blue light marked the boundary where reality bent, pulling the weary group toward the shelter. A silent question hung in the humid summer air. What awaited them beyond this fragile green space? The taunts against the child architect ignited a furious, blinding rage in the room. Even Lan Changkong, suddenly called Pickled, could not look away from the sheer shock and anger erupting. The architect spread his arms wide, presenting the small, glowing sanctuary against the dark sky. A quiet exhale broke the tension. Someone simply muttered, "TSK." The savage insults from the defectors pierced the twilight air, drawing stunned reactions from the small group awaiting battle. The creator sighed at the stiff siblings, realizing their reaction to the cabin was horror, not delight. The question hung in the luminous, quiet air. Was their dream house a total nightmare? The door shuddered violently, the heavy thud echoing the tension as Su Changa stared out. His hardened expression reflected the sheer rage fueled by the enemy's sacrilegious taunts. The warm, golden light barely touched the faces pressed together, their surprise a sharp contrast to the small creator's gentle peace. They watched the one who gave them respite, wondering at the strange calm settling over this sanctuary. The warm, bright space now held them all, a momentary refuge before the inevitable clash. Sunlight streamed through the arched windows, illuminating the strange, coffin-like beds. A sudden, raw cry of shock escapes the large man as the small child beams with simple joy. The white-haired shadow in the back watched the exchange with quiet, knowing eyes. The tension in the air remained thick, even as the small one bowed deeply, reflecting the weight of their shared fate. Su Changa rested deeply within the strange, coffin-like bed, while a sturdy companion watched over him, seeking a moment of quiet respite. The group gathered under the cabin's strange, sunny light, poised for the final push. "Let's," someone urged, the silence thick with unspoken tension before the great battle. Even as one man lay still, Another coolly questioned the architect's choices under the room's strange, gentle light. Flames roared under the wok in the kitchen, as someone earnestly prepared the promised feast. Perhaps knowing this shared warmth was fleeting, the fresh vegetables arrived, but the scent of cooking food did not erase the lingering dread of the coming battle. Yuan looked up, startled by the sudden arrival of those fresh vegetables, forgetting for a moment the looming danger outside. Yuan received the fresh vegetables, a startling reminder of the outside world, even within this warm, sunny kitchen space. The stark, sterile glow of the lab reflected the grim reality, even within the cozy cabin's reprieve. They stood surveying the equipment, knowing the calm was only a temporary, fragile shield. Even in this sterile, glowing medical corner, someone still thought of the creator as a mere rascal with quirky ideas. The violent purple light of the teleportation circle flared, signaling their leap toward the waiting enemy. Jin Yomyang gripped his resolve, knowing this final battle began now. Just beyond the cabin roof, the plant spirit summoners looked on, their loyalty warring with the sheer horror of the cabin's interior. The sudden, sharp tug on her hair shattered the fragile calm, causing both women to shriek in shocked alarm. The harsh reality of the mission felt heavy, silencing the joyful chaos within the cabin. Even the young architect's bright sanctuary could not erase the approaching battle. The creator rested peacefully, a small, shining star marking their exhausted triumph, while others stared with wide, uncertain eyes. The bounty of the cozy cabin appeared, a warm counterpoint to the brewing storm outside. As plates of food were set down, plates laden with food filled the table, a strange, warm calm settling before the storm they knew was coming. The scent of warm rice filled the sanctuary, but his gaze remained fixed on the shifting purple energies beyond the door. Even enjoying this bounty, the looming battle outside pressed down, stealing his peace. The white-haired man, eyes gleaming with confidence, asked Chen Liani, "Liani, aren't you going to eat?" The warm, inviting aroma of a shared feast briefly stilled the looming threat outside the cabin. Amidst the happy sounds, the commander silently absorbed the peace, waiting for the final words. The strained silence hung heavy as the young architect's pale features barely moved beside the dark-haired woman's startled profile. The rich, warm steam rose from the feast, momentarily soothing the harsh edges of the world outside the cabin walls. A tense silence held the group as they gathered around the abundant table, the shared meal of fragile peace before the battle. Orders were indeed being confirmed now, even amidst the steaming plates of food and the strange domestic light. Amidst the feast, a quiet refusal echoed, "I'm vegetarian, thanks." A small declaration in the shadow of imminent war. The whimsical cabin glowed beneath the dark, starlit sky as a voice called out, "Liani," signaling the final moments before action. The teleportation thrummed, the air thick with blinding purple energy as they were wrenched from reality. Shock etched their faces, suspended just before the final, terrifying breach. The pulsing violet light of the active portal framed their hardened resolve. Su Chang's command cut through the tense forest air. The glowing portal pulsed with violent purple energy, and someone urgently demanded, "Open it up." The golden light flared, a monstrous manifestation confronting the small team as the traitorous voice sneered, "Curry." A fierce urgency gripped the group as the gate to the madness finally shuddered open. Someone shouted, "I'll up," ready to charge into the promised chaos outside. The door burst open, unleashing a tidal wave of rage against the sanctimonious betrayers. "Buddha's AFK," roared Jin Yomyang, ready for the carnage. The mendicant leader offered a calm prayer, enveloped by blazing golden power and the spectral forms of his followers. Outside the door, the enemy mocked their coming fight, claiming the aliens were true gods. The righteous fury erupted outward, an incandescent asura, hell on earth slash, shattering the fragile truce. Those tiny figures scattered before the blinding, overwhelming light of his attack. The blinding golden aura of the golden Buddha body shattered under the strike, the raw impact echoing through the intense, fiery red battlefield. The golden light blazed, an imposing figure declaring its form utterly indestructible. even as unseen shadows gathered nearby. The terrifying silence broke as an alien entity appeared, holding a comrade hostage under the cold, deadly light. "Stop right there, or I'll kill him," the shadow commanded, forcing a desperate choice upon Nanzai. The blinding clash resonated. The golden shield shattered under the overwhelming force, sending fragments of brilliance scattering into the void. The raw, burning crimson of his eyes reflected the ultimate horror of the threat closing in. Jin Yomyang saw the hostage, and the entire battlefield seemed to freeze under a silent, crushing weight. The 10,000 fists unite descended, vast golden shadows closing in on the tiny figures below. The blinding violet geometry of the formation trapped them, just as the enemy's golden fists hammered relentlessly outside. A sharp command cut through the chaotic battle din as the warrior surged forward, his glowing eyes fixed on the target. ONIT, the sheer number of golden fists converged, driving a devastating force into the swirling purple vortex where their targets struggled. The unified golden light flared as the 10,000 fists struck, a raw, desperate surge against the inevitable. The crushing golden aura shimmered violently as a purple strike descended, ignoring the vast, blazing form entirely. The crimson energy pulsed violently as the allies charged forward, their desperation cloaked in raw, destructive power. The protector screamed, his desperate hands clasped as the vibrant red domain aura flared around his crumbling golden acolytes. The blinding golden form roared, tearing through the air with crushing, crimson energy, as its disciples cried out in pain. A tide of crimson energy surged as Jin Yomyang and his allies plunged forward, drowning the air in violent purple light. The sudden crimson light and furious energy ripped the air as the captive urged surrender. Jin Yomyang watched the dreadful ultimatum echo through the blinding, chaotic field. The captured warrior pleaded, his voice tight with desperation. "Give it up, Nanzai. Surrender now, and they'll spare you and your people." A blinding purple radiance erupted, isolating the combatants as Choosing stepped forward, declaring, "Old god-level protector, huh? Your opponent is me, Choosing." Protector on up, with cold, narrowed eyes, issued his cryptic warning amidst the shimmering purple light. He advised stopping now. But the true battle was clearly just beginning. The water screen isolation clashed violently against the fiery sphere, struggling to contain the raw, burning energy within the surging blue torrent. The captured man urged surrender, stating the alien gods had chosen Nanzai now. A desperate silence hung in the air, thick with the glow of fading battle embers. The chilling, thorny green energy flared as the alien held the captive tight, freezing the entire fray. Their cold offer hung heavy. "Surrender now, or face swift death." Protector Roger raised his hands, his glowing eyes demanding allegiance with a chilling command. "Rise, my fallen warriors. Attack, Vira's might." A sudden, fierce red aura erupted around the warrior, summoning spectral monks beneath the oppressive green light. The sudden halt in the chaos was heavy, pierced only by the whipping sound of the white-haired figure's rising technique. The alien threat materialized, crushing hope with a hostage dangling in the noxious red light. Sudden, violent descent cuts through the shimmering green light, leaving Jin Yomyang utterly exposed in the suffocating crimson void. "You're the captured man," gasped, a terrifying ultimatum hanging in the air as the alien tightened its grip. The disgraced protector raised his hands, channeling blinding golden light amidst the suffocating sounds of battle. Now bound by the golden lock formation, his desperate plea echoed, "No, save me, alien gods." The blinding, crimson script seemed to scream as the captured comrade begged him to yield, but Nanzai only roared, "Shut up, shut up." The air itself seemed to scream as the psychic assault landed, the forbidden sound element erupting in a violent, crimson ring. The air cracked with violent crimson energy as Nanzai unleashed his final fury upon the fallen protector. He pressed the advantage, tearing through the last vestige of the enemy's divine pretense with relentless, molten strikes. The blinding clash echoed, as one warrior questioned the presence of another amidst the shattering light and crimson energy. The brilliant light fractured the enemy shield as Jin Yomyang desperately drove his weapon forward through the crimson glare. The relentless golden light of the indestructible body met the desperate charge with a sickening, echoing impact. The blinding light washed over Jin Yomyang as those terrifying red eyes locked onto the hostage's plea for surrender. Every instinct screamed against the alien threat, yet the air grew suffocatingly still around him. The golden light screamed as Nanzang, wreathed in crimson fury, finally pierced the dazzling illusion. That alien threat now held a precious life, turning the tide of battle with a chilling ultimatum. A deafening sound ripped through the charged air as the golden lock formation finally snapped shut. Jin Yomyang saw the hostage and felt the entire world suddenly halt. The relentless golden light crashed down, eliciting only a pained grunt. For Nanzai knew, "I'm already in hell off." The golden light shattered outward, an agonizing crack as the protective shield finally gave way. His furious bellow echoed, "Hell." With a terrifying, crimson glare, Nanzang launched his final, decisive strike, shattering the golden defense into glittering dust. The captured man pleaded with Jin Yomyang to surrender, dangling fate in the alien's terrifying, fiery grip. The forbidden spell crashed through the enemy's aura. Frozen ice met molten rock in a blinding, violent clash. The enemy's golden shell finally fractured under the relentless barrage, his desperate cry swallowed by the roaring purple energy. Nanzang stood poised, his eyes blazing with terrible resolve. The battle was shifting now. Just as victory seemed within reach, a sickening sound signaled a sudden, brutal reversal. The alien entity held a familiar figure hostage, the tension thickening the air with desperate silence. The terrible blast ripped through the air. Someone realized, "Crap, that's our benefactor's father." Then, a desperate shout for aid. Teleport. A searing purple light split the air as the allies braced for impact, shouting their desperate intentions. A desperate plea broke the rising conflict. Spatial teleportation. Before a harsh command tore through the brilliant magenta energy, the blinding golden light erupted, scattering the smaller figures caught in its massive surge. Jin Yomyang gritted his teeth, straining against the fierce energy to maintain his focus amidst the overwhelming power. The blinding karma blazing lotus clashed with the surging boundless ocean, a violent spectacle of fire and water energy. The golden blade flashed, piercing both men as the sound of shattering wills echoed in the sudden, shared agony. The crimson aura pulsed around Jin Yomyang as the villain realized his horrifying miscalculation. "What the hell, even our humans?" the merged entity screamed, facing the undeniable truth of defiance. The villain shrieked in utter disbelief as a spark of the real father's will ignited inside the horrific fusion. Jin Yomyang felt the monstrous red energy surge as the final, terrifying realization dawned. The enemy was wrong about humanity. The villain recoiled as the captured father fought back from within the shared form, an unexpected spark igniting in the bleak silence. A searing crimson slash cut through the air just as the enemy pressed the blade tight against the captured man's throat. The terrifying shock of realization struck everyone as the true battle finally erupted. The monstrous form lunged, its many eyes glowing violet as the villain declared the fight truly begun. A chilling realization swept over Jin Yomyang as the true merging became violently apparent. The monstrous form lunged down, its strange, pulsing head casting a sickly glow over the dizzying, fractured earth below. The villain, furious at the unexpected internal resistance, lashed out with blinding scarlet energy. "Cutt crap," the merged host shrieked, as the true father fought desperately within. The monstrous form roared in agony as the true battle within finally erupted in flares of blinding light. The realization hit. The real father was fighting back, shattering the villain's control. The monstrous laughter ripped through the air as the fused entity roared, its red, burning eyes fixed on the paralyzed Zhang. That horrifying realization struck. The real father fought fiercely inside the betrayer's stolen form. The towering nightmare shrieked as Nanzang ignited his desperate, burning resolve beneath the monstrous form. The merging failed. "Hurrah!" Crimson energy ripped through the villain as the true father fought back from within the borrowed shell. That terrifying roar shook the very foundations, proving that true blood could never be simply erased. A faint, peaceful light bathed the room where the hopeful father held his newborn son, unaware of the coming storm. The past surfaces, showing the young Zion weeping after cruel bullying. His father's firm, quiet voice echoes the lesson. Fight back, no matter the odds. The echo of a fierce, whispered memory hung heavy in the stale air, showing the true cost of duty. The harsh sunlight illuminated the small boy's desperate, clenched fist raining down on the bully below. Fear froze the onlookers, echoing that painful moment when young Nan Zhang first fought back. The enemy paused his departure, catching a flicker of internal resistance, an unexpected echo within the borrowed body. The terrifying fusion was complete, the villain gloating over his victory, convinced Zhang was paralyzed by familial ties. Then, a sharp sound cut through the tension. The real father fought back from within the shared form. The monstrous figure, crackling with dark energy, loomed over Nanzang, who burned with furious resolve amidst the oppressive heat. The merged form roared with golden fury, slamming down with earth-shattering force against the skeletal horror observing him. Jin Yomyang watched the impossible clash, realizing the true father was fighting from within the host's collapsing body. A horrified cry ripped through the chaotic energy as Zhang recoiled from the impossible sight of his father's consciousness fighting back. The sheer, monstrous presence enveloped Nanzang as dark lightning crackled around the merging horrors. His father's spirit still fought, a desperate echo screaming back against the fused fiend. The possessed man screamed, violet energy writhing around him, a terrifying struggle ripping through the forced unity. He realized the true horror. The battle was not over, but had only just truly begun. The air crackled with desperate energy as the battle reached its frightening apex, demanding an immediate action. The terrifying fused form cackled under the pulsing purple light, believing its final emotional trap was set. But a ghost of defiance echoed, shattering the villain's triumphant silence in the gloom. The merged shell stood still in the burning darkness, its glowing red eyes betraying the utter shock of betrayal. The merged form screamed a challenge, illuminated by a terrifying internal purple light piercing the hazy smoke. The golden behemoth roared, "Earth escape RT," as Jin Yomyang braced himself against the seismic tremor radiating from the true power unleashed. The battered patriarch looked up, shocked, as a spectral echo roared within the monstrous form. This horrific merger could not erase the real father's fighting spirit. The fused villain grimaced, a terrible triumph etched onto his sweat-streaked face against the swirling violet energy. He had shackled his enemy's heart, binding father and son together in this impossible trap. The merged entity screamed, "Forbidden spell, lava," driven by a terrifying new power rising within the chaos. A desperate, primal scream tore from the host body, swallowed by blinding internal flames. "Why?" The possessed man cried out, trapped within the agonizing fusion. A horrifying scream ripped through the searing light. "Why?" as the monstrous alien pressed its dreadful advantage over the struggling man. The cult leader was engulfed in searing, hellish light, his final moments captured in a terrible, resolute smile above the encroaching flames. The ash-laced air hung heavy, a silent testament to all that had fallen before Jin Yomyang here. His breath hitched, a single tear tracing a path down his dust-streaked cheek. The inferno raged around Jin Yomyang. A raw scream tore from his throat as hope dissolved into ash. The air crackled with violent, searing energy as the dark, worm-like things were violently expelled from their host. "Uncle Nan," someone managed to gasp out, witnessing the shocking aftermath. The searing light erupted around her, pushing back the writhing, awful things in a desperate, blinding surge of power. The blinding holy light faded, leaving only the memory of why the dead must rest, as crimson energy laced the heavy air between them. The harsh, scarlet light reflected the desperate fury as the warrior crushed the creeping parasites underfoot. The air thrummed with desperate power as the parasitic horrors were struck down. They fought fiercely against the encroaching dark. The dark chant roared across the battlefield as the imposing figure invoked the sea conch parasite with terrible, focused power. A sudden, violent whoosh of air accompanied the alien projectile hurtling through the deep crimson chaos. Jin Yomyang braced, the terrible speed of the attack reflecting the battle's raw, desperate edge. A blinding, urgent light surrounded the aged figure as he unleashed a final, desperate burst of power. The cult leader surged forward, moving faster than any shadow the darkness could hold. The icy blue energy surged, a desperate, blinding struggle against the overwhelming power ripping his form apart. The brittle threads of false divinity snapped, leaving only stark terror as their foundational beliefs violently shattered. The elder's anguished cry ripped through the air as a brilliant, piercing force slammed into him. Jin Yomyang watched the devastating impact, the roar of conflict echoing in his ears. The protective blue aura shattered instantly, replaced by searing crimson light that sliced him apart with sickening precision. A raw, guttural scream tore from the warrior as crimson energy erupted around him. Jin Yomyang saw the sheer, terrifying force of this desperate power surge. The raw, crimson energy surged around Jin Yomyang, his eyes burning with a terrible, focused fury amidst the chaos. A fierce cry ripped through the purple haze. "Let's clear battlefield all." They stood over the defeated, bodies strewn across the bloody ground. The cult leader's rage flared, a blinding emerald light pushing back against the swift, incoming invaders. "Where do you think you're going?" he roared, shattering the tense silence with his command. The chant climaxed, weaving dark power from cursed earth into life, fulfilling the oath made earlier. Evil karma sown in cursed soil, reborn in pain. The self shall toil, alloy thorn. A raw cry of denial tore from the trapped man as sickly green tendrils tightened their cruel embrace. His struggle utterly futile. The earth shuddered violently as the massive creature erupted, eliciting a desperate cry. "Budami?" The summoner stood tall, summoning a spectral legion bathed in searing green light against the bloody sunset. These undead answered the call, ready to serve until true peace descended upon the world. The intense, blinding sunlight betrayed the chilling sight. Spectral forms rose, answering the call to the fifth defense line. The purple light flared around her as she stepped from the rift, cradling the heavy cargo carefully. This strange arrival followed the desperate calls for reinforcements at the fifth defense line. Amidst the purple glow, they exchanged the heavy boxes. A brief moment of necessary exchange before the next battle. Beneath the glowing canopy, the warrior paused, sensing the moment's calm before the storm returned. He nodded curtly, agreeing to the unspoken plan etched onto the desolate ground. The battle-scarred survivors stood silent, grounded upon dust and fading embers, awaiting the next command. The blinding dust settled around them, revealing a stark, terrible silence where the fight had raged moments before. The immense, verdant energy pulsed around the ancient tree as they stood in silent reverence. He carefully offered the meal, hoping these familiar tastes could bring a moment of peace beneath the ancient, looming tree. The soldier looked on, a grim stillness settling as he held out the offering, the gravity of their situation etched on his face. Under the deep woods, amidst the quiet green shadows, a small moment of gratitude was shared over simple meals. Even amidst the brewing storm, the captain insisted they eat, offering a small, familiar comfort under the gray sky. The world seemed a blur as the elder offered the small meal, tears welling silently beneath the shadow of his long hair. Even amidst the looming shadows, the captain ensured they paused to eat. "If they don't eat now, it'll get cold," he murmured softly. The young man paused, his gaze heavy with the recent losses, as the promise of a shared meal hung briefly in the shadowed air. The captain insisted they eat now. If they did not, the meal would grow cold before the next battle. The captain gave his final instruction, his subordinate responding with stark, immediate affirmation. "Yes, sir." A gasp tore through the deep shadows as the chilling truth was shouted aloud. "Casualties are heavy." The weight of the battlefield's ruin pressed down, suffocating the air. A blinding, malevolent crimson energy roared down, stealing the light from the startled survivors gathered below. The void gates spewed forth these horrifying things, their many eyes gleaming red beneath the chaotic crimson light. The air hung thick with tension as Jin Yomyang stood ready, surrounded by frightened allies under the ominous, fading light. The clash erupted, a blinding inferno consuming the battlefield beneath the shadowy forms. Nanzang's overwhelming sonic counterstrike slammed into the invisible threat with brutal force. The enemy's destructive energy pulsed downward, burning the very air above the rugged peaks. The screeching sonic presence closed in, bathing the winged horrors in a blinding, pressurized light. Nanzang's ultimate counter-strike slammed down, shocking the monstrous figures with pure, blinding interference. The surge of blue lightning consumed the beastly abominations utterly. Nanzang's overwhelming sonic counter struck the ape-like monstrosities with shattering force. The raw power of the blast echoed the immense stakes of this furious battle raging on. On the undead spirits' front, a terrifying, green-hued figure sliced through the chaos, meeting the sudden, deafening impact of a fresh wave. The purple ripple intensified overhead, a silent, terrifying scream against the dim sky. The warriors stared up, frozen by this overwhelming, unseen sonic dread. The oppressive sound waves recoiled, shattering the air with a violent, resonant crack. Nanzang's ultimate counter struck home against the foe's incredible speed. The immense purple energy burst forth, a deafening shriek tearing through the fragile air as the desperate defense strained against the unknown assault. A single warrior, already near collapse, strained against the blinding white shockwave from above. The monstrous shapes descended from the darkened clouds, launching their terrifying, unheard assault. The bat-like horrors unleashed invisible, high-pitched assaults that tore through the desperate defenses. Nanzang arrived, meeting the sonic threat head-on with overwhelming counterforce. The intense, silent pressure of the sonic wave buckled the soldiers, their frantic retreat punctuated by the single desperate command, ASAP. The undead forces, reveling in their newfound strength, suddenly found their slaughterhouse celebration brutally cut short by a dying scream. Nanzang's billion-fold nullification enveloped the cityscape, drowning out the enemy's deadly sonic frequency with crushing purple force. The invisible, agonizing frequency slammed into the warrior again, tearing at his very core until a raw scream finally broke the deadly, humming silence. The building shuddered under the silent, unseen pressure, as visible waves of purple energy pulsed across the terrified crowd below. The monstrous shape lunged, met instantly by swirling green energy laced with vibrant, humming purple light. Nanzang stood firm, challenging the beast's deadly, silent reach with overwhelming power. The immense wave of sound washed over the city, the air itself screaming against the sudden, oppressive barrier. The relief from the sudden quiet was fleeting as the earth itself seemed to glow green around the shaken men. The residual horror of the invisible attack left the survivors clutching themselves, knowing they were moments from collapse. The sheer force made one elder cry out, "I blow," as the wave of agonizing energy peaked. Teleported to the fray, Jin Yomyang saw the desperate defense and understood. Got it. He unleashed a blinding flash of crimson power against the incoming winged beast. The winged demon descended through the swirling mist, meeting the warrior's crimson blade with terrifying speed. A violent wave of sound struck, silencing the battlefield with its raw, crushing force. The warrior, shouting his lightning command, poured all his failing strength into one desperate arc. The monstrous silhouette, crackling with furious blue lightning, charged forward, heedless of the sound barrier shattering around it. A monstrous howl ripped the air, yet the grim warrior stood resolute beneath the encroaching shadows. He braced against the darkness, waiting for the next, unseen onslaught. The warrior, facing impossible speed, screamed out a desperate defense. Forbidden spell. Light, brilliant energy erupted, shattering the dark chaos surrounding him. A shocking, almost silent impact struck, the raw force stealing all sound and breath from the man's very core. The air tore open with a monstrous shriek above, casting a deep shadow over the falling warrior. Nanzang's billion-fold nullification met the alien's sonic assault, turning the tide of battle instantly. The first warrior enveloped himself in shimmering green light, desperately pushing back against the unseen, terrifying pressure. Above the swirling chaos, Nanzang materialized, a violet ring of power blooming as he unleashed his counterattack. The city walls shuddered under the crushing pressure. The sheer force threatened to shatter everything they had built. Nanzang's massive sonic countermeasure was holding, yet the strain was visibly nearing its breaking point. The sheer power of Nanzang manifested as a blinding green aura, shouting the massive, soundproof 3 billion X overdrive. The desperate cries faded as a massive, emerald shield enveloped them both in the chilling night air. Nanzang's powerful countermeasures had been instantly acknowledged, a silent promise of survival. The monstrous shadow descended with a crushing final command. Die. Yet Nanzang met the onslaught with calm resolve. The sheer force of the sonic wave made one warrior gasp out a final, choking cry, utterly consumed by the invisible pressure. Just as the battle turned, this horrific creature silenced another desperate cry with its brutal, swift grasp. The veteran warrior clutched the limp form, monstrous tendrils coiling close in the desolate silence. He breathed heavily, carrying the weight of another battle lost against the creeping dark. The desperate amplification reached its peak. Nanzang unleashes the nullification 1 billion times overdrive. Then the true counterstrike began. Sonic interference. How about we give you a taste of your own medicine? Nanzang met the blinding speed with his own counter. Sonic interference. Let's give you a taste of your own medicine. The overwhelming sonic power surged, a terrifying, blinding cascade demanding 100 million X overdrive. The momentary calm shattered as a monstrous figure, wreathed in violent magenta energy, ripped through the darkened sky. That terrifying scream signaled the return of something far worse than they had just vanquished. The terrifying beast roared, its hateful energy surging as the powerful sound wave connected. The air crackled with purple light as the creature commanded, Die. The concentrated light struck through the echoing void, a final, desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. A choked gasp escaped as the searing light consumed the figure, a desperate, failing cry. Vines, form a shield. The devastating shockwave recoiled, leaving the hero reeling amidst the storm's fading, crimson light. Now, escape was paramount before the void gate summoned more terror. The sudden alarm cut through the fragile quiet, catching Jin Yomyang totally unprepared. His breath hitched, facing something utterly unexpected beyond the void gate. The crimson energy pulsed violently around him, a desperate, raw cry escaping. Forbidden spell, Hara! The alarm blared, cutting through the sudden quiet as a monstrous, winged form tore into view, its savage snarl echoing the previous tension. The blinding impact blossomed red and gold, met only by a chilling, dismissive echo. Weak, the roar of Cathay had faded, yet the victor launched himself outward, searching the chilling, snow-dusted cityscape. That terrible void gate remained open, threatening to unleash more horrors upon the fragile world below. The immense, roaring power erupted, one terrifying syllable echoing across the battered skyline. Shatter. The dust settled around the wounded, a pale, bright light shining where the victory was secured. Jin Yomyang rushed forward, knowing the immediate danger had passed, but the greater threat remained close. The chilling air crackled as Jin Yomyang pressed his finger forward, his raw power erupting near the blindfolded man's face. This volatile clash was far from over. Desperation still hung heavy in the cold silence. The frantic alarm shattered the fragile quiet, showing a stricken face on the tactical screen. The chilling blue light encased the prisoner, his muffled shout echoing the city's desperate cries just moments before. The city shouted its desperate cry, a single, unified roar against the encroaching dark. Even the wounded raised their hands, echoing the defiance of a nation on the brink. From the dizzying heights, the unified cry of the city echoed, Cathay will prevail. As the desperate sonic barrier shimmered against the unseen tide, a spectral green power surged as the desperate command thundered. Cathay will prevail. The city's united roar echoed like a sudden, chilling gale. The ground shuddered as the hulking beast let out a furious, primal roar, before the crimson power enveloped the caster entirely. Then, shattering the fragile calm, a terrifying, high-pitched shriek echoed as another monstrous form erupted near the failing gate. The amplified spell shrieked forward, guided by a fierce, burning intent. Soundwave targeting. A sound like tearing silk ripped through the air as the dragon's roar collided with blinding, ethereal light. The city roared as one, a terrifying wave of sound bursting forth. Cathay will prevail. The crimson light flared, a blinding aftermath as a new, monstrous shadow ripped through the sky above. The dragon's roar, infused with Cathay's desperate plea, materialized just as a piercing alarm shattered the fragile peace. The shocking roar ripped from his throat, shaking the air as the fresh alarm pierced the hard-won silence. The roar ripped through the air, a final, savage defiance against the Crimson Dragon's unleashed power. The chilling snow fell as the commander stood firm, someone's precious cargo secured behind him. He needed the void gate sealed. Every moment mattered now. The biting winter air fell silent as Jin Yomyang cradled the exhausted figure, Captain Sandojin watching over them both. The air grew cold as the small figure pressed against him, a faint, desperate energy pulsing from their fingertip. "I can," the voice whispered against the backdrop of silent, falling snow. Amidst the chilling snow, Jin Yomyang held the fallen cult leader close, his scream lost to the wind. He desperately needed the void gate. "I need to get her back for medical treatment before anything else." The chaotic roar of battle faded as Chu-chan pulled the injured close to the swirling violet gate. That sound, the ominous sign of fresh terror spilling forth, cut through the sudden, fragile silence. Outside the terrifying void gate, blue energy lashed out as the final monstrous shapes fell under the pressure. The silence after the storm hung heavy, but the lingering fight was far from truly over. The domain, annihilation spell ripped through the darkness, cutting down the last of the vile bastards amidst stinging purple light. The sound wave condensed, a howling vortex threatening to consume the dusty battlefield under the crimson sky. Jin Yomyang braced, channeling the collective roar of Cathay against overwhelming might. Green chains of energy snared the beast as the desperate roar of Cathay echoed in the freezing air. Smoke and residual snow fell around the victorious figures suspended above the massive, defeated enemy. One fighter murmured a strained reply. I'm." The lingering silence felt heavy amidst the falling ash, as they paused their immediate fight. That sudden new alarm shattered the briefest moment of earned peace. The momentary triumph dissolved as a fresh alarm shrieked through the smoke-filled air, signaling something truly monstrous approaching. The sheer exhaustion was evident, yet he pointed toward his ear, demanding attention amidst the falling ash. He had bought them time, but the real threat lurked beyond the collapsing perimeter. A chilling, swirling darkness, peppered with glowing blue eyes, swallowed the snowy night as a new threat emerged. The commander's sharp salute cut through the sudden, unnerving silence, signaling immediate danger on the horizon. The snow-dusted air crackled as the overwhelming darkness above materialized, forcing a raw gasp of terror. Get her on the bed. A frantic command cut through the shock as they rushed the fragile girl toward the sterile light. A shocked gasp escaped her as the slight hand finally touched the feverish brow. The fragile piece was already breaking apart. The mild healing potion dripped slowly, a thin green stream against the pallor of her still, injured face. A frantic message crackled through the comms as eyes with eerie purple light bloomed around the woman. Jin Yomyang simply acknowledged the incoming chaos. The colossal, corrosive S-rank beast loomed, its armored form blotting out the faint light above the fighters. Terror gripped the strategist's gaze as she processed the impossible odds closing in. The cold, sterile light illuminated the captain's grim expression as he watched the injured man resting nearby. The terrifying vial of life-burning boosters was offered, yet horror flashed across her face. They couldn't risk that drain on the injured girl. I will need those for the mission, he insisted, grabbing the jar of perilous crimson spheres. The weight of their desperate gamble hung heavy in the sterile air. A tense silence filled the sterile room as the white-haired man looked down upon the still figure, while another waited with measured concern. The harsh command cut through the quiet room, shattering the fragile peace Nanzang tried to maintain over the waking child. The cold, blue light barely touched the scene as the injured girl jolted awake, clutching a hand reaching for her. She instantly saw through the soothing lie, the silent panic of the room finally broken by her sharp gaze. The heavy silence broke as Chu Tian's eyes snapped open, pinning the stunned Nanzang with a sharp gaze. "Brother Nan, you're a terrible liar," she whispered, the veneer of a child instantly gone. The desperate man leaned over the fragile form. His voice choked out the girl's name. Chu Tian. The dangerous energy in the room crackled around the sudden, unexpected awakening. The fragile peace shattered as a sudden, panic gasp tore through the quiet medical bay. Someone had clearly startled the recovering girl, their careful tending interrupted by this sharp, unexpected sound. The desperate plea was choked out, yet the other man only recoiled in pure, white-faced shock. The desperate need for a breakthrough brought forth a risky spatial gamble, but a sudden, jarring slap silenced all planning. Jin Yomyang watched, stunned, as Chu Tian exploded with defiant energy, ready to face the void. The decision was made. That desperate long shot with the spatial bubbles was their only path forward. Chu Tian, brimming with unnatural energy, dismissed any talk of rest, pointing sharply at the skeptical Nanzang. The air crackled with her reckless determination, echoing her earlier, defiant words about the nature of war. Someone quietly agreed to retrieve the medicine, while another brought steaming bowls, hoping to anchor the tense moment. The soft blue light reflected the fragile hopes surrounding the injured girl. The sterile white room felt suddenly charged as the woman offered the bowl with a knowing, unsettling smile. Jin Yomyang only stared, the heavy weight of their recent disasters pressing in the cold air. The quiet exchange was shattered as the void gate pulsed with ominous, swirling purple energy. Standing before that terrifying gate, someone finally managed to speak their grim intention. The puppeteer's strings snapped instantly under the searing pressure, a silent scream swallowed by the looming horror. The desperate attack finally struck the horrifying purple mass, but the corrosive entity simply absorbed the blow. Even the hulking guards were momentarily paralyzed by the alien's hideous, staring void. The terrifying alien entity erupted, its corrosive shadow enveloping the fighter in a violent, purple shroud. Despite the grim odds, they plunged forward, desperately seeking the core. The horrifying skeleton entity flared with dark, corrosive energy, absorbing the failed sword chi like dust motes. The scout mission ended in chilling failure as Jin Yomyang's comrades were engulfed by the searing red strikes. A single, panicked breath escaped him. "Oh, I." The strong man's frustrated roar echoed against the quiet desperation in the room as allies argued. The chilling sound of the impact rang out as the boundless ocean shattered against the corrosive, purple mass teeming with unnatural eyes. The water cube shrieked under the corrosive onslaught, its crystalline strength fading against the alien's spreading blight. That 100 meters of defense would shatter in mere seconds, sealing their fate if they could not pierce the core. The corrosive alien pressed close, defying the frantic, root shield command to thicken. Even as the air groaned under strain, the combined power gathered, a desperate green light sparking against the encroaching black corrosion, aimed at the core. The water manipulator poured all his desperate strength into the massive blue shield, a fragile defense against the spreading corrosion. The water manipulator strained, slamming his boundless ocean against the corrosive mass, yet the defense visibly buckled under the alien's pressure. The combined sword chi struck the corrosive barrier, meeting only the sound of tearing energy and splintering defense. The monstrous S-rank shrieked split UP as the fire attack slammed into its corrosive, multi-eyed form. The final combined assault detonated in a blinding, searing flash, throwing Chu Xing backward with a raw, guttural cry. The corrosive tendrils lashed out violently, tearing through the air near the stunned fighter. That desperate gamble with spatial bubbles was their only chance now to reach the core. The brittle, corrosive thread snapped, sending the puppeteer plummeting into the dark, echoing void. A stark, desperate cry pierced the crumbling night sky. Danger. The massive water cube shrieked as corrosive streaks hammered its surface, failing faster than the reinforced shield could thicken. They braced against the relentless, splitting onslaught, realizing their desperate gambit was seconds from collapse. The water shield fractured under the corrosive onslaught, the desperate defenders straining against the tide of ruin. A frightening surge of raw power erupted around them, pushing back the impending dark. The desperate scramble for a solution halted as the harsh reality of the corrosive spread settled over them. They knew the watery shield would soon disintegrate against the aliens' corrosive onslaught. The water cube strained against the encroaching poison, its bright blue surface shimmering under the relentless, corrosive darkness. The monstrous roar echoed, but within the small green light, a warrior braced for the impact. The faint thought hung suspended against the terrible abyss. The exhausted crew emerged from the chaos, the air thick with shimmering, residual energy after their narrow escape. Relief washed over them, the brief moment of survival feeling utterly profound. The healing light shimmered, a vibrant green shield struggling against the crushing pressure outside. They had bought a desperate, fragile moment. The glowing barrier shuddered violently, straining against the unseen corrosive force trying to breach their fragile sanctuary. The timber siblings stared upward, bathed in that strange, sickly green luminescence, their shared exhaustion momentarily forgotten by the unknown above. The blinding green radiance burst forth, a desperate shield against the crushing pressure bearing down on the huddled survivors. The blinding green barrier held them momentarily safe above the crumbled earth, a fragile sanctuary. The shimmering green light encased the two figures, a fragile sanctuary above the stunned survivors. The air crackled with desperate power as the call went out. Holy light infusion. The brilliant, violent energy slammed against the alien horror. The monstrous form shrieked, bathed in the blinding shockwave of divine light piercing its core. The core pulsed with terrible, corrupted light, threatening to consume everything as the battle reached its terrible zenith. The brilliant, vibrating green light cast long shadows as he watched her shatter under the strain. He reached out, concern etching deeply across his strained features in the sudden, harsh illumination. The chilling green barrier strained against the assault, but the cult leader remained encased within the fragile light. Someone urgently cried out that this overwhelming force was coming fast. The summoned ice warriors materialized, their skeletal horns glowing with eerie red energy against the bleak Antarctic sky. The giant's form was bound by crimson threads, small green sigils blinking across its cold, stone-like skin. Beneath the chilling Antarctic sky, the true nature of this captured beast was finally revealed. The monstrous figures were ensnared by the violent purple light, straining against the binding crimson energy. The alien creature shrieked, its grotesque form straining against a vibrant, agonizing light. This raw, desperate struggle meant the retriever was finally within reach. The final, agonizing detonation ripped through the void, scattering bone and shadow in its destructive wake. The blinding power surged upward, demanding everything as the agonizing strain twisted his face. Every last drop of chi was thrown into the desperate, radiant defense against the encroaching darkness. The blinding, incandescent blast erupted, consuming everything in a furious, echoing roar of power. The crushing dark energy swept in, but the brilliant green barrier pulsed fiercely, resisting the suffocating corruption. The gentle luminescence of the healing aura did little to soothe the sudden, shy closeness between them. The shimmering green mist offered scant comfort as their weary faces streamed through the cold. They knew the silence after the blast was fragile. Danger still clung to the icy air. The cold, green light enveloped the small figure, a look of sudden dread freezing across their face amidst the swirling frost. Within the glowing, uncertain field, one face showed stark terror while the other offered a fragile, determined smile. The biting cold of the Antarctic air could not mask the sheer terror etched across their faces within the fragile light. Captain Sandojan held firm, his eyes fixed forward, ready for the looming confrontation. The shimmering green light exploded outward, finally anchoring them against the chaos. Relief washed over the exhausted, battered survivors. The harsh, cold air still held the scent of victory, yet a strange familiarity settled between them. "My sweet little sister, I don't think that's what they meant," a light voice echoed softly. The cold air stung, yet a strange calm settled as one warrior gently touched the other's tired brow. "I'll have so many penguin friends then, right?" The icy air held the awkward silence as the timber siblings' earthy scent lingered between them. That profound, shared promise of peace still hung heavy in the Antarctic snowfall. The frigid Antarctic air carried the weight of their mutual hope, a stark contrast to the grim resolve flickering in their eyes. The biting Antarctic air seemed to hold its breath as she reached out. Seeing the wounds he tried to hide, he just brushed off the pain, clearly exhausted after that desperate escape. The awkward silence hung thick in the chilling air, a strange contrast to their recent fiery battle. Beneath the shadowed canopy, they stood in shared relief, the earthy scent a strange comfort after the chaos. "I'll take the watch," someone declared, finding a small resolve. The grim, frozen wasteland held the aftermath of battle. A silent promise hung in the chilling air between them. He vowed, "And I'll have so many penguin friends then, right?" Before they moved toward the retriever. The biting Antarctic snow fell silently as the young one pondered. Behind them, Nan stood guard. The promise of peace held heavy in the frozen air. The blinding, crystalline structure pierced the silent, cold darkness of the mine. Two figures stood dwarfed, staring at the monumental source stone rising before them. The air cracked with cold energy as the overwhelming shards attempted to absorb their very essence. Jin Yomyung braced against the crushing force, guarding the precious one behind him. The frigid air whipped around him as the ominous green power surged forth, a desperate struggle against the encroaching cold. He braced himself, his gaze hardened against the swirling snow, ready for the unavoidable confrontation. The biting Antarctic snow fell silently around them, reflecting the weight of past battles and future resolve. The summoned spirits ascended into the biting, snowy sky, a brilliant, silent promise of war to come. He held the small head close, guarding the beautiful, fragile hope within the gathering cold. Under the chilling Antarctic snow, a gentle hand rested atop their head, a silent promise hanging heavy in the frigid air. The biting Antarctic wind whispered across his determined face, eyes sharp against the swirling snow. His grand vision for peaceful unification felt heavy in the frozen air. The air hissed as the enormous, shadowed scorpion pulsed within its sphere of sickening purple energy. Now that the escape was secured, the true danger began to manifest with a terrifying, swirling intensity. The monstrous form of retriever descended, flames licking its tail above the vast, cold expanse where Nanzang stood ready. His cyclonic countermaneuver met the rising tide of dark, fiery energies in the spectral forms of the undead. The monstrous form loomed, cold purple light blazing from its eyes as the deadly wager was set into motion. Riftreaver's mocking smile held the scent of ash and undeniable confidence, dismissing the very notion of alien threats. He seemed truly amused by the foreign off-worlders now facing his judgment. Nanzang returned the alien's monstrous flattery with calm, measured grace, the air thick with unspoken peril between them. Riftreaver's terrifying underlings stood ready, their grim presence chilling the falling snow around the victor. Nanzang watched the newly raised thralls march toward the distant line. The freshly raised undead charged forth, their mindless battle cries echoing Riftreaver's command to bolster Cathay's lines. The dust settled, revealing Jin Yomyung standing ready while the cult leader watched with quiet acceptance. The air vibrated with the tension before their ultimate, terrible clash. Captain John stood ready, crackling blue energy surrounding his determined stance, waiting for the fight to begin. The last American soldier fell, his desperate guard shattered by the cold, glowing eyes of the summoned undead. Riftreaver's thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. Dai, Nanzang, the blinding blue lightning charged forward. Yet Jin Yomyang remained still, observing the coming doom. Against the chilling wind, the defiant cry of Hammer of Thor echoed, a final, desperate challenge from the broken earth forces. Riftreaver launched his counter, Cyclone, Reverse, as Jin Yomyang gathered his own fierce, crackling blue energy. Riftreaver's electric dragon descended, throwing the reeling Jin Yomyang against the biting wind. His desperate crap echoed as the wager hung suspended in the crackling air. The air cracked as Riftreaver commanded, Amplify, summoning a blazing, golden dragon of pure lightning power. In that blinding brilliance, a ghostly blue dragon, screaming Thor, seemed to vanish. The Cathay dragon roared, crackling with raw, amplified lightning energy aimed directly at Nanzai. Riftreaver's terrifying power eclipsed even the earlier spectacle. Riftreaver's colossal lightning dragon loomed, its crackling energy overwhelming Jin Yomyang as the wager began. The defeated soldier desperately cast his final defense, Lightning Aegis, against the terrifying surge of Riftreaver's yellow power. The blinding yellow surge erupted, shattering the very earth beneath Jin Yomyang as a desperate cry echoed. And oh, that's impossible. The shocking reverse of the cyclone consumed the battlefield in a blinding flash of yellow energy, leaving only wreckage behind. The cult leader's young countenance held a fierce, unyielding spirit, ready for the inevitable clash against Riftreaver's twisted victory. Riftreaver, mounted high upon his colossal horror, surveyed the fresh army of undead soldiers marching under Cathay's banner. The wager was set, the air thick with the scent of coming collapse and strange, glowing power. Riftreaver's summoned legion stood silent, waiting for their new master's command amidst the swirling dust motes. The newly raised undead minions surged upward, obediently answering their master's summons and charge. Riftreaver's desperate counter-move pulled the very air around him, screaming, "You'll spell Amplify." Riftreaver's cyclone, Reverse tore through the air, its chilling energy meeting sharp, sudden screams of pain. The battle had begun, and the sound of impact echoed dreadfully across the ravaged land. Riftreaver's unexpected reversal slammed into Nanzai, freezing him mid-strike under the shocking turquoise light. As Riftreaver's cyclone, Reverse, struck, the desperate soldier cried out, "Iron," trying to form a final defense. Jin Yomyang watched, the air crackling with brutal power as the wager began in earnest. The snow fell softly around Riftreaver, his smug expression hardening against the cold, unforgiving stone peaks. The pact sealed, Nanzai materialized within a terrifying swirl of golden, serpentine light against the falling ash. That reversal spell slashed the air, forcing the wager toward its explosive conclusion. Riftreaver's vicious cyclone slammed into the fading light, a deafening shockwave echoing the broken wager. Even the chilling snowfall could not dull the blinding impact of that furious blow. Riftreaver's cyclone met Nanzai's counterforce, shattering the very air with blinding, explosive light. Riftreaver's desperate cyclone, Reverse, ripped through the smoky air, spinning everything into a blinding, golden vortex of sheer force. Amidst falling ash and chilling silence, Riftreaver stood over the defeated, extending a hand of false mercy. Jin Yomyang felt the crushing weight of their loss. Watching the enemy gloat over broken resolve, Riftreaver's taunt hung in the cold air as Nanzai channeled his deadly resolve. The green energy coiled around the master, ready to meet the wager's opening move. Riftreaver's green, spectral soldiers roared with unnatural life, commanded now to reinforce Cathay's line. The silence after the attack was shattered by their hollow cry, "Fight for Earth." Riftreaver launched the cyclone, reversing the very air between them, as glowing green energy pulsed in the desolate, snow-filled darkness. The air thinned as Jin Yomyang plunged down, red energy tracing the descent of his blade against the monster's armored shell. He must break through, or the cult leader's final hope would shatter in this swirling, icy chaos. Riftreaver's counter-move twisted the air violently, summoning forth the freshly raised, glowing green undead horde. Jin Yomyang watched the army of the dead surge forward, preparing to meet this grim, manipulated charge. Rift Reaver's calculated reverse cyclone struck, manifesting a grotesque scorpion in the blinding, golden blast. The gamble was set. Nanzang faced oblivion or ultimate victory. Rift Reaver's blazing proposal echoed through the chaotic air, demanding servitude with absolute certainty. The clash of their wills ignited a furious yellow explosion against the falling snow. Rift Reaver countered Nanzang's attack with a terrifying cyclone reverse as the raw power screamed across the desolate ground. Rift Reaver's cyclone reversed, meeting Nanzang's oncoming dark energy in a violent, freezing clash of light. Rift Reaver's summoned beast erupted in searing light, a fiery horror against the falling snow. Nanzang stood still, the wager's outcome now hanging heavy in the desolate air. The roaring fireballs hurtled down, but Jin Yomyang held steady, a cold blue light gathering in his palm. He would shield the cult leader from this inferno, even facing impossible odds. Rift Reaver's whirlwind defense met the final wager, the air cracking with chaotic, bright energy between them. The chilling blue energy flared around Jin Yomyang as he roared, poised to meet Rift Reaver's attack head-on. The raw shockwave of cyclone reverse ripped through the air, blinding light swallowing the battlefield in a furious, deafening roar. The raging magma dragon slammed down, meeting crushing force in a blinding, explosive flash of heat. The searing heat of the magma blast met the frozen resolve of the Earth's defense, each sound echoing the finality of their clash. The air crackled, blue runes swirling around him as he commanded, "Glacial formation, amplification, 100-fold." The devastating clash of ultimate powers subsided into an unnatural, glowing stillness as the earth fractured beneath the brilliant ice. The searing heat of magma dragons clashed against the blizzard's icy remnants. As the energy subsided, a profound crimson aura enveloped the warrior entirely. The terrifying surge of stellar genesis ripped through space, a terrifying precursor to the final cosmic shift looming over Earth. The alien's immense form shuddered beneath the residual heat, its glowing red markers scattering against the cold, muted sky. The red aura flared around him as the warrior descended, poised above the monstrous, chitinous threat. The clash of ultimate powers momentarily ceased, replaced by the shocking sight of surrender. The sheer force of a counterattack hammered against the alien carapace, sending tremors through the icy landscape. A small, dark figure was hurled backward into the chilling, whipping winds. The air crackled with dark energy as Jin Yomyang poised his weapon, ready to strike the final, decisive blow. The blinding heat of the magma dragon surged, a terrifying crimson wave engulfing the still air, prompting a desperate cry. The magma dragon roared its attack, the sound tearing through the cold air as Mr. Nan braced for impact. The monstrous form buckled under the searing heat, the sound of shattering armor echoing across the frozen battlefield. The roar of magma dragons shattered the cold air, trapping the behemoth under the weight of ultimate power. The chilling, dark snow fell as Asher gripped his dark, jagged weapon, ready to deliver the final strike. The earth groaned as the final lightning bolt struck, pinning the monstrous form of Mr. Nan beneath the fractured ground. Victory tasted like ash in the sudden, cold silence of the battlefield. The chilling truth of the Celestials hung heavy in the ashen air. Their eyes burned with a terrifying new comprehension. The chilling snow fell around the silent, shattered earth where the final clash had just ceased. Jin Yomyang stood ready, his sword drawn, waiting for the next move. The terrifying crackle of pure power erupted as Jin Yomyang drew his blade, readying the final, devastating strike. The white-haired warrior gathered a fearsome, crackling blue energy between his fingers, his eyes burning with cold, furious resolve. The storm raged as he called down the final strike, the crackle of raw power burning in his eyes. The raw, searing lightning wrapped around the sky scorpion, its final desperate stand illuminating the shattered ground with electric blue light. The dark void opened, eyes glowing with terrible, purple energy, revealing the true horror beneath the surrender. The snow fell silently around him, the strange glow in his hand a stark contrast to the dark fury burning in his eyes. The crackle of impending lightning hung heavy in the swirling snow as the alien cried out, "Stop." The chilling snow fell as Asher's burning crimson eyes met the alien's unsettling purple gaze. A monstrous truth hung heavy in the silent, frozen air between them. The final, terrifying eruption of magma dragon fire illuminated the grim, dust-filled silence between them. The chilling snow fell as Asher stared at the pale green orbs, the last seeds of an entire alien civilization. The chilling snow fell around the scarred victor as he regarded the small, fragile offering. He knew the weight of the celestial game, where humanity was only bugs swept away for sport. The white-haired warrior swung the scorching arc of power, the monstrous form recoiling as the precious seeds tumbled away into the biting cold air. The alien laid bare its fragile clutch of emerald spheres, a stark offering in the swirling snow. Asher stared at the future of a clan, the weight of a cosmic game suddenly pressing down. The forbidden spell lashed out, a searing arc of fire meeting the alien's chitinous shell with a deafening impact. This desperate gamble, born from betrayal, shook the frozen ground beneath them. The air thundered with the monstrous creature's roar, dwarfing the lone figure readying a desperate, final strike. Mr. Nan lowered his imposing form, the pale snow swirling around his glowing, desperate eyes. The chilling revelation of the Celestial's game settled heavily between them. The biting snow fell silently around Jin Yomyang, the chilling air thick with the weight of devastating cosmic truths revealed. The monstrous form, dusted with falling snow, stared back with cold, glowing purple eyes. All those chilling truths now hung heavy in the sudden, bleak silence between them. The cold snow fell silently around Jin Yomyang, his fiery eyes absorbing the chilling truth of the universe's cruel design. The snow fell silently around the colossal, multi-eyed alien, dwarfing the warrior who now clutched his sword. The devastating truth of the Celestial's game hung heavy in the freezing air between them. The cosmic darkness was pierced by a desolate, glowing tree, illuminating the massive, shuddering carapace below. The falling snow felt cold against the commander's stark, burning gaze, absorbing the cosmic horror of the revealed truth. The sky scorpion's memory seared through the air as blinding light consumed everything, echoing their past defeat. "We paid a heavy price. Long," the being began, beneath a sky rippling with cosmic energy, the memory of utter defeat still vivid. The sky scorpions unleashed furious beams of purple energy against the indifferent heavens. The sky tore open as blinding, relentless energy beams slammed into the ravaged earth below. Debris flew violently, caught in the terrible wake of unimaginable power. The sky scorpions lay broken beneath a darkening sky, the echoes of their devastating defeat still shimmering in the air. The scorching red energy erupted, consuming everything in a blinding, furious wave of ancient combat. Beneath the searing light, a single, massive form finally appeared, eyes glowing with solemn power. The cult leader's blazing red eyes fixed forward, his expression hardening against the encroaching shadows. He awaited Jin Yomyang's desperate reply about the situation. The Riftreaver's many glowing, violet eyes stared out from the cold, silent dust falling around its massive form. A chilling wind whipped snow around Jin Yomyang, his gaze hardening with grim resolve amidst the unnatural quiet. He watched the new ally, the weight of their desperate gamble settling upon his shoulders. The monstrous Riftreaver loomed, its alien bulk dwarfing the resolute figure standing beneath a dusting of snow. Silence descended, heavy with the weight of their desperate new pact. The chilling air held the echo of a devastating past, as the question hung heavy. Celestials? The monstrous alien towered over the small, resolute figure standing amidst the desolate, snowing ground. "You're the massive form," began, its strange voice cutting through the chilling silence. The crisp, cold air settled around them as Chu Tian faced the colossal form of the newly pledged alien. This strange alliance, forged from survival and shared desperation, now faced the white expanse together. The alliance was sealed with a firm offer, a lifeline extended across the widening chasm of despair. The monstrous retriever loomed, its glowing eyes fixed on the lone figure of Chu-chan below. The cold, desolate earth echoed with a fierce warning as the portal shimmered. Coming. Jin Yomyung watched the monstrous form tower over him, his breath catching in the chilling air. Captain Sandojin stood firm, presenting their imposing new ally. The commander presented the small figure, his smile unsettling against the darkening storm, proclaiming, "Let's go." The immense, terrifying power of a celestial manifested above, casting a deadly purple glare over the desolate land. Jin Yomyung and the cult leader watched small, powerless, beneath the cosmic storm. The air screamed as Reaver unleashed his cosmic power, towering over Jin Yomyung and the trembling cult leader. The young retainer trembled, hands clasped tight against the ominous purple light now filling the air. They understood the terrible stakes of this celestial game, praying for a reprieve. The desolate landscape offered no comfort as Reaver's massive form loomed over them. Chu-chan and the small attendant stood their ground, awaiting the alien's crucial response. The monstrous retriever affirmed its sudden fealty with a deep, resonant sound, its glowing eyes fixed upon its new master. The raw power surged, shimmering violet motes clinging to the warrior's hardened form as the transformation finished. A sudden, intense pressure filled the air around the newly reshaped alien soldier. Reaver, bowing deeply amidst pulsing purple light, accepted the gamble for his race's distant hope. The air crackled with the weight of his sudden, subservient oath. The monstrous form of Reaver materialized, shrouded in pale mist and cosmic light, a startling sight for the waiting squad. Jin Yomyung's breath hitched, trapped between a ferocious snarl and a sudden, choking realization under the fading purple sky. The crushing weight of responsibility settled heavily upon Jin Yomyung's shoulders as he staggered. The chilling reality of the enemy's power echoed in the sudden, stark silence. The alien retriever stood tall, its primal form a stark contrast to the quiet snowfall surrounding them. Even Jin Yomyung seemed momentarily unsettled by the sheer alien presence. The immense power surged, a visible shroud of crackling violet energy enveloping the colossal alien form. The massive sky scorpion stood defiant, its armored bulk shimmering under the cold, purple light of the strange world. Submission felt like the final, heavy breath of his annihilated race. Jin Yomyung and the young attendant froze, the cold air suddenly thick with unspoken dread as the true stakes settled in. The silent, hanging icicles seemed to mock their sudden, stark realization of peril. The chaotic cloud burst with shocking noise as the comrades furiously grappled, a messy, desperate skirmish erupting before the mission. The air crackled as Reaver, still in his alien form, shimmered under the sudden localization patch applied command. Captain Sandojin watched the strange transformation, his face unreadable against the harsh, dusty light. Reaver, trying to offer a comforting rap, seemed clumsy. Chu-chan just sighed at the awkwardness of the new recruit. The ominous purple light of the gate pulsed under the pale crescent moon, casting long shadows as Jin Yomyung watched silently. Captain Sandojin stood guard, his powerful silhouette a stark contrast to the unsettling cosmic spectacle above them. The massive, glowing purple vortex shimmered violently, signaling a dangerous, unavoidable departure into the unknown. Captain Sandojin watched the towering alien hesitate, a final breath before the inevitable journey began. The sudden blizzard brought a chilling halt as two figures lunged forward, shouting, "Who goes there?" The swirling purple light of the gate illuminated the intense shock etched on the faces confronting the new arrival. Captain Sandojin stared, his breath freezing in the cold air, as the imposing figure stepped through. The newly inducted alien, Reaver, emphatically pointed upward, outlining his capabilities to the wary human squad assembled in the dim woods. The harsh, cold air carried their final agreement as the space beyond shimmered with cosmic power. The chilling night air seemed to hold Jin Yomyung's breath, his eyes wide with urgent realization amidst the falling snow. The massive alien, now humbled, stared up as the chilling air filled with falling particles. He had chosen his survival, placing all hope on this new gamble with his commander. The cosmic energies swirled, illuminating the horrifying, fragmented forms trapped within the gate's chaotic depths. These alien remnants, lost souls clinging to existence, waited for the next command in the terrifying game. The chill of the snowy air settled around the group as they paused, surveying the strange, silent passage ahead. A shared moment of camaraderie, despite the cold, as they finally agreed upon the day's critical mission ahead. A desperate cry for Kier cut through the falling snow, contrasting sharply with the gentle, glowing light held steady between her fingers. The moment of respite arrived, the table laden with food, temporarily silencing the dread of the coming morning. The relief of temporary peace washed over them, sharing laughter over a small meal before the next great trial. Brother Sue's easy laughter broke the lingering tension. The culture of Wuxia was truly vast and profound. The enthusiastic request for more food was violently met by an unseen force, scattering dishes across the air. The sudden, sharp impact of the dropped skewers shattered the previous moment's shared laughter, leaving a wide-eyed shock hanging in the air. The shared moment of relief shattered instantly as flying food signaled a sudden, violent return to chaos. That misplaced sense of security dissolved with the blur of a fish flying toward their faces. The lingering scent of the shared feast soured as the aftermath of their simple joy shattered violently around the ruined table. The cultural exchange quickly dissolved into joyous, chaotic mayhem, the lingering politeness utterly forgotten in the smoke. The brief, cozy peace shattered as a massive impact sent the bear-like figure crashing from the roof. A chilling blue streak cut through the starry night, marking the sudden, violent end of their rest. The powerful spell instantly silenced the invading ants, leaving one alien dazed and questioning everything with a hollow stare. The cozy cabin offered a brief respite, the group gathering under the strange, humming light before the final planning session. Green light pulsed around the rapidly growing harvest as they decided, let everything be washed by water. Choosing, you cut it into cubes. Using a great talent for a trivial matter, the raw power levitated ingredients for the coming feast. The assigned cooking tasks erupted into a flurry of motion, the air filled with concentrated focus and swift, practiced hands. Talent was being displayed for mere eggplant and pepper, an almost comical dedication under the vast, starry expanse. The joyful barbecue was suddenly interrupted as a familiar glow flared around Jin Yoming's hands. That pig's head would have to wait. The promise of rest vanished with the gathering storm. The chilling question hung in the strange, dark air. Who am I? Where am I? Before the power's unnatural surge brought realization. The scent of roasting meat hung heavy under the bruised twilight sky, offering a brief, fragile peace before the storm. The easy camaraderie blossomed around small skewers, a strange calm settling before the massive battle ahead. Under the vast, glittering expanse, the fellowship shared a moment, planning their return to the cozy cabin. The remaining allies gathered beneath the swirling, ethereal light, still processing the victory. Them? One asked quietly, confusion coloring the otherwise peaceful moment after the fierce battle. And by cooperating with the retriever, one insisted, her gaze shining with firm resolve amidst the ethereal blue light. The retriever, now seemingly at ease, shared a warm moment, holding up his strange offering amidst the glowing void energy. The leader's confident gaze surveyed the assembled allies beneath the shimmering, ethereal light. A profound sense of shared purpose settled over them before the final descent into the void gate. As the team materialized amidst glowing cosmic dust, they asserted their presence with sharp, familiar calls. The energy here crackled, promising power or perhaps a terrible price for their arrival. A deafening purple shockwave erupted, silencing the frantic battle within the newly discovered passage. The monstrous tide collapsed instantly. Killed with one strike, echoed the sheer shock of that immense power. The team materialized, their faces set with grim determination as the void gate passage pulsed with unnatural light. Teleport, Chu-chan roared, his hands weaving power as violent purple energy ripped open the air, calling them forward. The sudden spatial shift hit them hard, tearing through the air with violet light as someone gasped, "Ugh, what dizziness!" The desolate landscape stretched out under the pale celestial light, the glowing gates marking their path forward. They stepped onto the cracked earth, a silent, shared resolve hanging between them. Jin Yomyung stood resolute before the shimmering blue light, the chilling air heavy with unspoken resolve. His hand tightened around the hilt, the final silence before the storm echoing between the dimensions. The void gate tore open, and their combined force stepped into that strange, dark passage, an imposing shadow descending upon the desolate ground. The chilling silence of the stone gate was broken only by the falling snow, guarding a hidden passage. The forbidden spell overlapped, shattering the massive stone blocks with devastating, silent force. The aliens screamed in shock as death struck them down instantly. The heavy impact of their arrival echoed through the dark, chaotic passage, their determined faces set against the falling debris. The cold, gray expanse stretched before them, revealing the skeletal ruin of a broken city. With a determined step into the swirling snow, Jin Yomyung focused only on that distant sight. The aliens surged forward, a terrifying wave against the bleak, crumbling stone. Then, the sudden roar of power erupted. Kill them, overlap, wind blades. The mighty Jinx and Chiching spell erupted, an incandescent torrent of energy that shook the very passage walls. The forbidden spell struck like thunder, leaving only a terrifying, silent bloom of fire against the cold void. The name, Jin Shiching, flashed as a blinding golden shell shattered across the void's swirling chaos. The chilling air inside the void gate felt heavy as the bearded man roared in shock before the unseen elder. The spell's power stunned them. This man checked his untouched source stones, blinking in the strange, cold light. The bitter snow fell silently around Jin Yomyang and his comrades, their tense faces reflecting the grim resolve needed for the path ahead. The biting wind carried the first flurries of snow as Jin Yomyang sought answers from the silent Captain Sandojin. His outstretched hand sought explanation, but the chilling landscape offered only vast, unresolved emptiness. The cult leader stood above them, his gesture suggesting a final, unavoidable truth hanging in the chilling, snow-dusted silence. The biting, silent snow continued to fall as the cult leader's gaze met Jin Yomyang's grim expression. He finally saw the cost, the strange shadow clinging to his very being. A vast, pulsing purple sphere shielded him against the eerie landscape of glowing gates. The silence of this alien place felt heavy with inevitable conflict ahead. The cold air bit against his coat as glowing gates pulsed, promising both passage and unknown cost. The blinding yellow light of the gate pulsed silently against the cold, dark stone, drawing him closer. The carving of the screeching bat emerged from the dark stone, a chilling herald of the next photo face. That strange, reddish mark, another reminder of the price paid for power. Clinging to the cold stone, the specter of decay lingered, yet the next foe already moved toward the light. The blinding yellow light beckoned. He lunged into the stone archway, racing toward the unknown danger beyond. The terrible golden vortex roared, pulling the charging figure toward its unstable, glowing maw. Jin Yomyang plunged into the distortion, the world collapsing around his grim resolve. The blinding gold light swallowed Jin Yomyang whole. What command did he just utter? He braced himself against the turbulent reality, preparing for whatever came next. The blinding golden light engulfed him as the curse marked his skin anew. This price for power, he knew, felt insignificant against the war's final cost. A blinding light consumed the figures, pulling them down the massive, icy slope toward the unknown. The blinding light of the gate pulsed, illuminating the strange, vacant figures trapped within the white expanse. They stood paralyzed, waiting for a command that might never arrive from their distant god. A blinding, golden light erupted as the massive gate shattered around him, revealing the sole figure standing firm against the ruin. The eerie, silent figures finally revealed themselves from the blinding light, their screaming faces fixed upon the ongoing conflict. The searing red energy flashed, a desperate, blinding strike against the encroaching shadows. He knew the price was rising, But victory demanded this final expenditure. A sudden surge of alien horror erupted, their glowing, multi-eyed faces screaming towards the encroaching human forces. The ground itself seemed to vibrate under their collective, unnatural fury. The chilling blast of white power erupted, obscuring everything in its path as Jin Yomyung strained against the immense force. The blinding yellow light erupted around him, a final barrier against the encroaching decay that had already marked his flesh. He stood resolute within the shield, accepting the hidden cost to secure victory now. The specter of decay writhed, its sickening pink light filling the space with blinding, raw energy. Jin Yomyung understood this was the final, dreadful cost of escaping the Source Stone's pull. The seductive perfume thickened the air as the handmaiden pressed close, trying to shatter his focus completely. The promised pleasure was a suffocating trap, the illusory warmth failing to mask the lingering curse. He recoiled from the cloying touch, that low magic stinging through his very core. A tender, yet unfamiliar touch settled upon his cheek amidst the blinding, soft crimson light. The price of victory felt strangely intimate. Closing the chapter on that terrible battle, the succubus fell back under the violent strike, her seductive tricks utterly crushed by sheer human resolve. This mark again, a terrible price paid for bypassing the stones. The searing red energy engulfed the succubus sorceresses, fueled by righteous fury against their lowly mind games. Jin Yomyung surged forward through the scarlet torrent, determined to end this deception quickly. The terrifying specter of decay descends, seizing the struggling woman in a chilling embrace of cold energy. The strange, silent figures loomed, their psychic tendrils snaring the air around Jin Yomyung. He stood unwavering, meeting the spectral gaze amidst the blinding surge of purple energy. The violent surge of power ripped through the silence, an undeniable crimson arc slicing through the void. He knew the price of this exemption, but victory mattered more now. The specter of decay was met with an explosive, crimson force, Jin Yomyung's resolve burning bright. Whispering ghosts tried to bind him, but his power lashed out, shattering their pale forms. The alien leader paused, his many glowing eyes fixed in cold calculation, enjoying the chaos unfolding before him. This strange mark confirmed the horrifying price of the Source Stone exemption. The familiar purple aura erupted around them as they channeled their remaining strength into the attack. They pressed forward, refusing to yield against the spectral enemy now before them. The exhilarating roar was followed by a terrifying crimson gleam in his eyes, a stark display of overwhelming power. He had understood the true cost of this exemption now. The roar echoed, hello on earth, as the crimson energy engulfed the battlefield in a blinding, painful wave. The specter of decay erupted, cloaked in shadow and furious crimson light, demanding attention. With the others progressing smoothly, the fight continued relentlessly. The forbidden spell unleashes, binding the very air with violent crimson light against the overwhelming power surging around him. He drives his will into the desperate strike, choosing victory over the lingering, unseen price. Under skies stained crimson by conflict, Jin Yomyung fixed his gaze, the price of power heavy on his young features. The battle raged on, demanding everything he had left to give. The Sonic Bat King was met with the searing light of the forbidden sound spell's rebounding dragon's roar. Jin Yomyung faced the cursed mark, knowing the price must be paid to win this crucial war. The forbidden sound spell erupted, a searing dragon's roar consuming the dark creatures caught in the blinding, righteous fire. The forbidden sound spell erupted, meeting the searing heat in a shocking, blinding flash. Jin Yomyung stood firm amidst the deafening roar, ready for the next target. The chilling mark remained visible as he surveyed the settling dust, accepting the grim cost of battle. This price, however heavy, was meaningless if the war was lost. The scarlet mark flared on his hand as he accepted the terrible price for power. He knew the cost mattered little now. Victory demanded this resolve. The crimson light flared, illuminating the mark now seared onto his skin. The price was acknowledged. A lone figure hovered beneath the colossal, silent planet, trapped within a fragile, glowing purple sphere. The golden, beckoning gates stretched into an unnerving, distant light across the desolate plain. The chaotic battle reports flickered across the void, each success a fragile layer over mounting dread. Nanzang had finished his mission, but a cold shadow lingered in the vibrant light. A furious, scorching blast struck the protective barrier, making the cultivator whisper in stark disbelief. The intense, blazing light erupted as the youthful warrior pushed his power, determined to meet the next threat head-on. The specter of decay unleashed a terrifying roar, the air itself vibrating with primal, terrible sound. The monstrous maw descended, its red rage threatening to swallow the small figure whole. Every visible fang a promise of doom. The sheer terror seized the young warrior as the devastating power flashed across the battlefield. He could only witness the chaos, his own hands frozen in silent, wide-eyed panic. A desperate shout pierced the swirling dust as the blade drove toward the monstrous form. Zichuan, the raw energy of the forbidden spell tore the air, trapping the beast within the brilliant blue prison. Someone cried out urgently. Jinying, Sui. Amidst the blinding electrical discharge, a piercing cry echoed. Coming. As the cult leader was violently pulled through the shattering spatial gate. The sealed gate shimmered with blinding light, as if the dragon was desperately trying to escape through that rift. Ju-chan. A frantic cry echoed as the comrade was swept away amidst the fading blue light. The fearful cries subsided as a gentle hand offered solace. It's okay. It's okay now. Even amidst chaos, kindness tried to shield the youngest heart. Protective hand rested gently, yet the young one still whispered through trembling tears. We're just. The air screamed under the brutal impact of the raw, cracking lightning striking the monstrous form. The terrifying dragon, escaping with lightning speed, now unleashed scorching fire toward the fort's gate. The blinding celestial fire consumed the battlefield, a terrifying roar swallowing the air as shadows recoiled from the inferno. Beneath the glowing embers of the strange forest light, brief respite finally found the weary warriors sharing their drinks. Amidst the searing magenta energy, the defiant warrior gave a stark thumbs up, showing no fear despite the overwhelming pressure closing in. The towering figure stopped, confusion etched on his face as the small disciples looked up from their meditation. Oh, he managed. The sudden lull in the violent battle leaving an unsettling silence across the dark ground. Understood. The celestial fire rained down as the beast roared, unleashing its blinding, concentrated breath. The massive figure below registered the potent blast, a low, questioning sound escaping as the dragon unleashed its blinding, freezing breath. A sharp gasp echoed. It's too late. As the binding threads froze, leaving him utterly paralyzed, the combined force unleashed the final strike. Celestial net, tear him apart. The massive dragon was caught, trapped within the glowing, inescapable lattice. The celestial net closed tight, the blinding crimson energy demanding that the captured beast simply shred. The monstrous roar echoes, dragon's breath, who, as blinding golden energy engulfs the battlefield, trapping everyone in terrifying light. The celestial net tore through the space, meeting the blinding force of the sky dragon's attack. Jin Yomyang moved with desperate speed, trying to intercept the devastating, shattering impact. The overwhelming power struck, forcing the retriever to let out a painful cry as the celestial puppet threads strained under the pressure. The sheer force of the enemy struck, yet a brilliant emerald light erupted. Holy light healing. It was a desperate attempt to mend the broken battlefield. The powerful red dragon descended, meeting the taut, glowing threads of the celestial net head-on. 10 seconds remained to tear apart the threat before its paralyzing breath struck again. The beast, now caught within the terrifying celestial net, wept with countless tiny, sorrowful eyes. It managed, the final desperate plea hanging in the charged, green air. The young woman's smile held a terrifying stillness as thick, luminous green energy began to surge wildly around her outstretched hands. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, but when he unleashes his breath, he can't use any other abilities. The S-rank beast unleashed its terrifying dragon's breath, a blinding surge of cold energy washing over the battlefield. Beneath that overwhelming surge of blue light, someone unexpectedly cried out, "ANEGG." The celestial net surged forward, threads of crimson energy lashing out against the colossal, shadowy form. The celestial puppet threads froze instantly under the dragon's chilling power, leaving them suspended, lifeless marionettes. The paralyzed thread strained against the cold stillness, forcing a desperate, final countermeasure. Puppet transformation. The fiery celestial net finally caught hold, tearing through the beast with a brutal impact as the dragon cried out, "UGH." The coordinated celestial net struck true, tearing into the monstrous form with a sickening, explosive impact. The eye of prediction flared with intense pink light as a desperate hand pushed forth raw energy. "Hurry up, I can only hold on for 10 seconds. The air vibrated with sheer will as she shouted, Link, sense sharing, desperate to maintain the fragile connection. The searing pressure behind the eyes burned, blood weeping as the desperate plea echoed, "Hurry." The Rift Reaver's raw fury, split against an unnervingly calm, multi-eyed visage, intensified the suffocating clash. That shared moment of dark power signaled the final, desperate commitment to the fight. Celestial fire meteors streaked toward the massive red dragon as the net began to tear the beast apart. The sky dragon roared, engulfed by the freezing dragon's breath, as celestial fire rained down. Now was the time to unleash the final binding attack. The desperate cry echoed across the sky. SKYNET, kill IT. As the crimson dragon shuddered under the blinding impact, the searing red thread snapped outward, Jin Yomyang determined to tear the defenses to shreds now. The command hung heavy in the cold, darkening air. "Don't enter." The monstrous dragon reared back, gathering a blinding, crimson energy between its jaws, ready to unleash absolute devastation. The sheer, blazing power of the dragon's eye met the white-hot fury blazing in Jin Yomyang's gaze. The colossal dragon roared into the empty sky, ensnared by luminous red energy threads as someone shouted, "IT." The monstrous roar echoed as the red gem, the source of its power, was ripped away into the blinding light. "Worm," the beast shrieked, its regenerative hope shattered by the unseen attacker. That crimson gem, the source of the dragon's power, now pulsed within his grasp as red energy swirled around him. The ground shook as Jin Yomyang unleashed a terrifying burst of crimson energy against the monstrous silhouette looming above. The brutal impact threw them high into the swirling darkness, an echoing cry swallowed by the turbulent air. Through the chilling, dusty air, Jin Yomyang shielded the still form of the cult leader, his resolve hardening against the encroaching silence. The chilling wind carried the sound of frantic footsteps as the strange figure fled. Jin Yomyang's hardened gaze watched over the two injured comrades, the snow beginning to fall softly. The healing light enveloped them, a desperate shield against the looming threat, and someone quietly agreed. "All right." The potent green light enveloped them, a stark contrast to the petty squabble they had just shared. Even amidst the recovery, the playful banter sounded like a fragile echo of youth. The silent snow fell around them as the commander offered a gesture of farewell, a familiar light lingering in his eyes. A rapid recovery medicine, a rare offering from Chen Liani, brought full strength back in the chilly, falling snow. Even amidst the falling snow, a flicker of shared memory sparked between them, recalling childhood chases under a distant, setting sun. The commander paused, the quiet snowfall mirroring the heavy silence of his reservations. "Don't enter," he finally stated, the weight of the S rank looming over them all. A familiar, fiery power surged around them both, echoing the distant memory of a shared, childish chase under a fading sunset. The icy air settled around them as old rivalries surfaced in playful banter. A brief, warm moment before the next battle. The familiar, childish squabble erupted again under the cold, falling snow. "Mount Chanshan," someone shouted in frustration. Under the dim, falling snow, one ally pointed out something crucial, interrupting the tense silence. The blinding purple energy flared, striking the creature as Jin Yomyung moved, an impossible blur against the falling snow. He was moving to shield the cult leader from the devastating strike. The summoning began, green energy surging through the ground as massive roots erupted around the caster. "My turn," the young man roared, unleashing a blinding green surge signaling utter destruction. The very structure beneath him groaned under the massive power, threatening collapse. A massive serpent writhed, choked by brilliant, searing light as the force crushed down upon its coiled body. A deafening white flash consumed the battlefield, shattering the fragile peace they had just found. The warm glow of the sunset seemed to affirm their bond, a fleeting moment of shared victory before the inevitable next battle. The devastating orange flames met a sudden, blinding surge of frigid blue energy as the young man struck the earth. The urgent, blinding blue light flared as the man shouted, slamming the potent recovery medicine down. They had earned this strength, but the dangers ahead still loomed large. The fiery phoenix form clashed violently against the sudden, piercing eruption of blue ice shards. The user muttered, unleashing the potent freezing agent as shimmering ice shards ripped through the chaotic battlefield dust. The colossal beast shrieked a raw sound of agony as the piercing blue energy found its mark. The sudden, sharp pain echoed across the battlefield. The chilling blue energy exploded forward, a desperate final stand to protect the tower. He shouted his warning, but the command came too late. "Don't enter." The elixir glowed with azure light as one recovers, while the other winked a defiant victory sign. The sheer, chilling sweep of the awakened domain clashed against the monstrous shadows in the cold, falling dust. The air cracked with the sound of Jin Yumyung's blinding slash, an icy blue arc confronting the shadowed, glowing eyes of the S-rank foe. He would not allow the cult leader's safety to be jeopardized for one moment longer. A dazzling flash of ice and swirling purple power met the dark titans head-on. Jin Yomyung knew this clash was the only path forward now. The electric blue energy pulsed around him, focusing into an intense, unwavering gaze before the strike. The air fractured with blinding blue energy as the new technique unleashed its devastating, swirling power. The clash erupted in blinding light, the purple and blue energies ripping through the tense silence of the battlefield. Jin Yomyung saw the raw power unleashed. Knowing this fight was nearing its breaking point, Jin Yomyung lunged toward the complex machinery, his sword flashing blue against the looming, dark figures. He knew he could not let the cult leader enter that S-rank area unprepared. The fierce surge of blue energy ripped through the ground, scattering rock shards as Jin Yomyung unleashed his newly refined attack. Jin Yomyung grasped the cult leader's hand, plunging them both into the blinding, spiraling vortex of the unknown path. "All right," was the last sound before the world dissolved into light. The silent pact was sealed beneath the swirling chaos. "Unless I call you." Jin Yomyung obeyed, charging toward the blazing vortex. Okay. The crimson arc of the strike tore through the hazy air, his eyes burning with determined focus. He had to reach the S-rank alien zone before disaster struck. The roaring flames illuminated his shocked features. The danger was clearly closing in. The chilling luminescence of the monstrous jellyfish loomed, its power vibrating through the darkened earth below Jin Yomyung. The water element extraction had begun, pulling the toxic essence away from the behemoth. Jin Yomyung braced himself, the violent wind whipping around his desperate final stand. The crackling energy followed Jin Yomyung's desperate lunge through the shattered, cold ground, his gaze, burning crimson, fixed on the imminent threat. It is the stark reality he faced. The desperate realization crystallized into one final, furious strike. Asura Dragon Slayer. The dark crimson energy surged, aimed at the regenerating blue horrors. The eerie blue energy flowed between the strange forms beneath the desolate sky. The water element extraction was working, a faint hope flickering in the suffocating darkness. The blue energy surged through Jin Yomyung's grip, but a sharp, tearing pain ripped through his effort. AGGH. Even this desperate measure was met with brutal, agonizing resistance. The chilling air crackled as Jin Yomyung focused, ready to apply the same reverse extraction principle to the spreading water element. A flash of desperate action met the command. Right away, Chuchan moved, channeling energy against the relentless, encroaching darkness. The desperate extraction of water energy pulsed around him, bathing Jin Yumyang in an ethereal, desperate green light. The chilling glow of the otherworldly entity pulsed, reflecting the grim realization in Jin Yumyang's sweat-drenched face. With the villain's laughter silenced, he finally erected the ice formation, a desperate blue shield against the encroaching rot. The water element extraction surged, bathing the monstrous form in blinding light as Jin Yumyang reached out, whispering, "Did it." The desperate water element extraction roared, facing towering ice shards and the looming, strange jellyfish forms above. With a roar echoing through the scorched earth, he unleashed the forbidden spell, Raging Flame Dragon. The desperate fire dragon coiled, meeting the chilling purple aura with a defiant, blinding heat. This final gambit could not fail now. The lightning vanished, yet the venomous essence clung to the air. A terrifying realization dawned. Jin Yomyang raised his hands, weaving a desperate counter against the residual poison. The protective cyclone roared, a desperate green shield holding fast against the encroaching darkness. His face strained with the immense effort needed to counter the toxic tide. The realization struck, sharp and cold. If reverse lightning worked, then water element extraction must follow. The water element extraction clashed with the terrifying blue aura, a desperate final countermeasure against the monstrous forms looming above. The protective cyclone whirled, deflecting the enemy's strange, sickly energy beam into the vast blue abyss. Jin Yomyang felt the desperate truth. Extracting water might counter this monstrous entity. The desperate hope of the protective cyclone was shattered by the lingering toxic mist. Jin Yomyang focused, realizing the extraction principle must hold true. The fierce yellow lightning tribulation struck, yet the colossal form merely drank the energy deep into its glowing, alien mass. The blinding light gathered in his palm. The cult leader had to reverse this poisonous tide. He concentrated the stolen energy, preparing the final, desperate extraction spell. The enemy absorbed the lightning, swirling with unnatural energy against the darkened sky. Now, Jin Yomyang saw the terrifying possibility. Extraction might halt this relentless poison. The realization struck hard. If lightning extraction worked, then water extraction must follow. With gritted teeth, he channeled the last reserves of his failing strength. The residue of poison clung to the air, yet a new spark of forbidden technique flared on his straining hand. This water element extraction must succeed, or they were all lost to the venom. The raw fear in his eyes burned as Jin Yomyang realized the terrifying efficacy of the counterspell. Every drop of sweat clinging to his skin reflected the terrifying, sharp resolve needed now. The raw surge of green energy crackled around him, echoing the desperation of the failed lightning spell. He focused every fiber of his will, channeling the desperate, forbidden spell, water element extraction. The protective cyclone spun fiercely, meeting the beast's lightning with desperate, swirling green energy. Jin Yomyang held the line, remembering the crucial principle. Reverse effects must apply. The blinding golden power surged, screaming against the unseen defense as his face contorted in sheer strain. The air crackled with desperate energy as he channeled the forbidden lightning, praying this final surge would finally shatter the enemy. "Okay," he roared, channeling the raw, crackling power of the lightning for a final desperate measure. The air thrummed with blinding, golden energy. With a strained yell, Jin Yomyang propelled the compressed energy. Such immense energy cannot be wasted. The cult leader's monstrous form erupted in crackling crimson energy, defying every failed countermeasure. Jin Yomyang could only watch the terrible power surge. The monstrous maw roared open, unleashing a searing, venomous breath against the fading light of the sky. Jin Yomyang watched the final, furious attack erupt from the beast. Even the malevolent entity, brimming with stolen power, paused, a flicker of confusion shadowing its glowing, serpentine eyes against the dark sky. The agonizing flash of compressed lightning ripped through the darkness, shattering the enemy's core with a deafening roar. The compressed lightning strike tore through the void, exploding with blinding, catastrophic light against the endless stars. Even this immense power seemed insufficient against the encroaching, toxic darkness. The desperate water element extraction had failed. A chilling impact sent Jin Yomyang tumbling onto the frosted ground. The realization struck hard. The reverse lightning spell offered a painful clue. Now, drawing forth every ounce of his will, he initiated the water element extraction. The chilling, cerulean mass loomed over him, energy crackling under the cold, dark sky. Jin Yomyang knew that simply extracting the water would not be enough now. The spellcaster commanded the reversal, pouring all remaining will into the extraction against the tide of poison. A brilliant, terrifying blue light flared, momentarily silencing the chaos of battle. The shock of the lightning's failure faded. New, desperate hope flared in his eyes now. The chilling blue energy pulsed as he aimed the water element extraction. A terrible roar tore through the desolate landscape as forbidden spell, water element extraction, erupted. The chilling blue torrent surged forward, consuming everything in its blinding path. The forbidden earth element roared to life, a blinding torrent of blue energy ripping through the darkening twilight. The burning curse markings flared as power drained away, forcing one final, desperate impact. A desperate, blinding burst of forbidden blue energy ripped through the suffocating darkness of the fight. Rift Reaver's confident grin flashed amidst the cool blue light, hiding the terrifying truth of the living curse he now carried. The forbidden water element coalesced, a desperate surge of power against the encroaching, invisible enemy. Yet, even this brilliant light offered no defense against the hidden curse. The blinding, frigid power exploded outward, a desperate, cracking sound echoing in the sudden, freezing chaos. The forbidden earth element flared violently, the curse markings beneath his hand burning as raw power raged. The forbidden earth element surged forth, screaming, "Great earthen burial," as Jin Yomyang fought through the searing curse markings on his body. Jin Yomyang sprinted toward the fallen comrade, the wind whistling a cold, ominous song across the darkening terrain. The forbidden spell's backlash had left another soul utterly spent upon the unforgiving earth. The exhausted young disciple leaned heavily, shielded by the smiling man holding a dark, ominous bead under the deepening night sky. The fierce battle ceased as a voice crackled across the comms. "Yes, we won." A radiant blue energy pulsed around the determined warrior standing over the frightened youth. Through the dust and fading blue light, a triumphant smile masks the cost of battle while someone wonders aloud about overtime PY. The weary group gathered on the cracked earth, the faintest glow of strange energy still hanging in the cold twilight air. Despite the victory over the S-rank foe, their bodies carried the visible cost of forbidden power. The crimson static of the curse pulsed violently beneath the fading bandage, hinting at the horror that defied healing. The air crackled with violent energy. Someone shouted, "Ready." Amidst the terrifying, spreading crimson marks, the victorious, yet weary, group gathered around the abundant spread. The silence of the large room broken only by the clatter of plates. The monstrous creature, seemingly enjoying its lollipop, dwarfed the little house under the deepening night sky. Meanwhile, a tiny, weeping head symbolized the despair of those realizing the cursed markings resisted all healing. The boisterous camaraderie barely masked the lingering tension as one comrade laughed heartily, drinking deeply. Beside him, the other's weary eyes held a shadow of the terrifying curse they dared not speak of yet. The medic's findings hung heavy in the air, a stark silence where answers should have been. "No abnormalities," the afflicted one whispered, unable to reconcile the lack of proof with the living curse. Even with victory secured, the lingering joke masked their shared, hidden dread over the impossible curse. The brief, warm silence of their reunion shattered as pale, wide eyes met the older man's preoccupied gaze over steaming food. The lingering shadow of battle gave way to this strained calm, the mystery curse markings hidden beneath his eating gesture. He accepted the medic's orders with a silent, burning resignation as the light streamed in. The clinic sign glowed coldly, yet the shocking analysis offered no comfort against the burning curse markings. The grim analysis returned, leaving the scientists stunned in the sterile, cold light of the lab. No abnormalities? How is that possible? Their disbelief echoed the silent horror of the living curse. No abnormalities? How is that possible? She whispered, sweat beading as the bizarre markings pulsed on the limb before her. The chilling, silent gaze of the scientist met the departing agents from the secure NSIE doors. They moved too quickly, unaware of the creeping danger the analysis had exposed. The startling revelation of the living curse silenced the weary comrades, the sterile light casting long shadows. That damning analysis confirmed their deepest, unspoken fear. The enemy was inside them. Position strained, unleashing the light, only for the agonizing curse to actively attack the holy light purification. Holy light healing met the horrifying, living curse, causing a shocked gasp in the sterile, glowing air. The holy light failed. A chilling realization struck as the curse fought back with living force. The scientist gasped, her holy light failing against the spreading dark stain. This curse was actively fighting back. The terrifying shadow lunged, and a frantic cry pierced the silence. Sister, as she felt herself violently pulled under. The cold, sterile light reflected the sudden, violent gasp as the strange affliction struck again. Jin Yomyung caught the collapsing form, the burning curse manifesting like purple dust escaping her lips. The shocking analysis returned. No abnormalities, only pigmentation, leaving the woman with blazing red eyes utterly speechless in the harsh blue light. The forbidden mark writhed across his skin, a terrifying, living entity that resisted even the holy light. Every surge of power brought this searing pain. The terrifying curse attacked them back. The analyst stared, the sterile blue light reflecting disbelief in her sharp eyes. No abnormalities? How is that possible? I was just attacked by it a moment ago. Collected samples, now illuminated by harsh sterile light, offered no answers to the terrifying, living curse. The cold analysis report shattered all expectations. How could a living curse leave no trace? This impossible revelation burned in the eyes of the researcher. Shouldn't it kind parasite? The strange purple carving pulsed under the harsh lab lights, leaving the woman thoughtful and uncertain. The corrosive poison dripped onto the glowing mark, yet the dark pattern refused to yield, holding firm against the harsh test. The vile, purple smoke hissed from the vial, yet the strange affliction showed no sign of yielding, leaving them stunned in the cold lab light. The corrosive poison steamed, promising agony, yet the strange carving showed no sign of receding. The purple markings pulsed on his arm, radiating a strange, unsettling glow under the cold lab lights. The corrosive poison dripped onto the etched flesh, but the dark carving did not yield to this extreme trial. The chilling voice echoed, demanding a terrifying transformation. My past is your present, and my present is your future. A cold dread washed over him as he understood the impossible path forward. The awful corrosion stopped, yet the terrible black carving remained, staining the very flesh beneath. The carving ointment yielded nothing. Her eyes widened with sudden alarm as the dark ink refused to fade. The corrosive poison vanished, but the hideous, dark carving pulsed deep beneath the skin, refusing to be purged. The horrifying purple markings pulsed beneath the skin, yet the man just smiled with unsettling confidence. The ethereal green light pulsed around his body as a gentle hand reached out, tracing the strange, indelible mark etched onto his skin. A desperate cry of "await" echoed through the cold, sterile light as raw, purple energy flared around the outstretched hand. The purple markings pulsed beneath his skin, a strange power now accepted with a confident, burning grin. The intense blue light of the facility highlighted their differing expressions as the strange revelation sank in. He spoke of a future becoming a present, urging an irreversible forward path. The air crackled with vibrant emerald energy as the trio channeled their power into the earth. This desperate attempt to break through felt like calling out to a silent, indifferent god. The air vibrated as two figures channeled brilliant green energy, the sudden display echoing a divine command. A sudden, vibrant surge of green energy exploded around the small wooden structure under the crescent moon. Jin Yomyung moved, focusing every desperate intention into that raw, radiating power. The final welcome arrived, the glowing chamber door opening onto a new unknown space. A pale, ethereal light cut through the dark room as a mysterious object rested silently upon the head. The glowing scorpions pulsed overhead, illuminating a sudden, profound question directed at the approaching figure. God, in heaven's name, who are you? And what is your purpose? The tiny inhabitant cried out with overwhelming satisfaction as the water slammed down, soaking the two others unexpectedly. I've made them based on each person's finger size, he murmured, revealing the shimmering, newly crafted rings under the faint, starry night. Connor proudly presented the finished ring, a symbol of deep, new affection beneath the cool night air. Under the dark, star-dusted sky, the older brother gently smiled at the child's happy face, a fleeting moment of tenderness. The night air shimmered as she stared, each newly crafted ring reflecting a strange, hopeful luminescence. Beneath the shimmering night air, the young girl made a playful sign, a fleeting moment of innocent joy. The protective gesture faded as glowing, crystalline fragments materialized, radiating an otherworldly, violet light. A strange calm settled as the voice echoed from the shadows, demanding purpose. My past is your present, and my present is your future, the entity declared with cold finality. The ominous, blinding purple light pulsed, tethering the strange crystals with crimson threads under the silent forest canopy. The main sword aura rang out against the silent night, a flash of vibrant blue energy testing the dragon's strange resilience. The blinding blue sword aura struck the crystalline structure, meeting resistance with a sharp, jarring sound echoing in the void. The stranger's voice echoed under the dark, star-strewn sky, delivering a cryptic warning before a blinding energy erupted. My past is your present, and my present is your future, the ethereal voice commanded, urging one forward. The ethereal light pulsed around the crystalline objects, echoing the chilling command. My past is your present, and my present is your future. The winged sky dragon's reverse scale hissed, absorbing the domain sword aura and promising a slowing power. The chilling promise echoed in the silence. My past is your present, and my present is your future. Now, under the dark sky, a restless sleep offered no true escape. Before the glowing, spectral tree, a voice echoed, my past is your present, and my present is your future. The luminous, root-like entity whispered a strange plea from the overwhelming darkness, and set me free. The strange bindings of white energy crackled around him, illuminated against the sudden dark void. Ugh, what do you mean? He demanded, utterly lost in the stranger's cryptic command. The monstrous, wood-like form towered, its core faintly glowing with sickening purple energy against the harsh light. With a desperate cry, Chu Chan launched himself upward, shooting toward the unseen dread dwelling high within the ancient wood. The tree's dark silhouette framed his ascent against a blinding, otherworldly blue light. The strange, ethereal light pulsed above the gnarled wood, a silent, glowing entity against the dark, starry expanse. The searing question tore from his throat, demanding the hidden truth amidst the echoing blue void. The heavy silence in a darkened room pressed down as one figure awoke, the other still lost in uneasy rest. If only the comforting words about a dream could silence the deep, unspoken dread lingering between them. The quiet room held a tense air, where assurance was given only to mask the deep-seated fear of waking. He tried to offer comfort, saying, it was just a nightmare. Yet the shadows lingered. The harsh light illuminated his wide, sweat-drenched eyes. Even the recovery could not mask the immediate terror of the ambush. The bright, piercing sun washed over the vast expanse, a cruel contrast to the darkness that had just been uncovered. The assembled squad stared up at the swirling, violet maw of the incoming threat, the air heavy with foreboding silence. The white-haired commander stood unmoved, the shocking purple energy swirling around him as a subordinate recoiled in terror. The team responded with fierce loyalty, their ascent swallowed by the sky's violent, churning purple energy. The air crackled with bright, ominous energy as the leader rushed toward the towering, colored gates. A desperate farewell hung in the dust, a final, unspoken promise between them. Captain Sandojin watched them rush toward the glowing green gate, a silent, cold dread settling over his features. The mission's stark reality pressed in as the team disappeared into the light. The intense, golden light of the portal beckoned, as the commander watched his chosen ones rush forward with grim resolve. The command was given. Jin Yomyang and his comrades surged forward into the blinding green energy. They moved as one, propelled by the desperate need to face the heat of that DK light. The monstrous, swirling abyss above threatened to swallow them whole as Chu Chan surged upward through the heated, purple mist. With a desperate surge of energy, Chu Chan pulled the other forward through the sickening green light. The chilling reality of the ambush settled around them as they flew toward the unseen threat above. Cold blue energy surged around Chu Chan as he braced his blade against the encroaching heat of decay. He would face this hidden terror rising high above him, regardless of the cost. With a roar of resolve, Chu Chan unleashed his power. Reverse scale 100 blades slash, shattering the oppressive dark. The air cracked with the sound of the Asura Dragon Slayer as Chu Chan launched himself upward against the corrosive decay. The overwhelming heat of the corrosive decay washed over him, but the blue flash of the blade met the attack head-on. The oppressive gray air hung heavy over the desolate ground. Yet Chu Chan found only eerie silence. His sudden confusion echoed against the massive, shadowed structures looming above. A chilling realization washed over her as the unseen horror revealed itself from above. The air itself seemed to tighten, trapping the sound of her sudden, sharp intake of breath. The blinding light and the sheer size of the monstrous head stole Chu Chan's breath away. The massive, granite skin foe loomed, its glowing red eye pinning the small figure below. A cold, ancient voice echoed, "How dare you ants invade my domain? Cut the crap. I'll kill in here space." The desperate slash cut through the oppressive, shadowed air, a violent defiance against decay. The spectral Asura roared defiance as Chu Chan met the corrosive attack head-on with a blinding, reverse-scale demon slash. The terrifying energy of annihilation washed over everything, a scorching wave that consumed the space where Chu Chan fought. The colossal entity unleashed a blinding red beam. Yet Chu Chan met the DK light with a resounding clash, activating his defense. The searing heat flared outwards, but the frigid power of his blade held the line against the alien threat. The searing red DK washed over him, wrenching a sharp cry from Chu Chan's throat amidst the green defense. Though battered, the determined surge of recovery promised a violent, desperate counterattack. The searing red DK struggled against the ice-blue energy erupting from the reverse scale blade. Chu Chan braced himself, demanding passage upward against the overwhelming, unseen threat. The heat of the DK washed over Chu Chan, yet his determined grip tightened around the glowing blade. A guttural shout escaped Chu Chan's lips as the towering, stone-like behemoth glowered down, its crimson eyes blazing in the smoky gloom. The desperate command for movement cut through the suffocating stillness. Teleport. Chu Chan's blade flashed, ready to meet the unknown threat ascending above. With a blinding flash of blue light, Chu Chan unleashed the Asura human world hell slash against the encroaching darkness. The searing impact echoed through the cavern, defying the monster's corrosive heat. The reverse scale blade flared with icy blue energy, shouting the command to freeze time and space. The icy, blue projection clashed violently against the searing crimson power, met only with cold dismissal. A foolish attack. The searing red DK met the blinding blue light in a violent collision of energies, shattering the oppressive silence. The chilling red DK met the blade's icy brilliance in a blinding clash, forcing a sharp, pained grunt from the warrior. The searing heat of DK crashed forward, forcing Chu Chan to scream. "The freeze is limited. I can't block it." The searing red light slammed into him. An agonizing cry escaped as he was thrown across the desolate wasteland. A blinding surge of green energy met the searing red light as the contemptuous voice hissed, "You little insect." The searing, decaying light crashed down, and an echoing voice shrieked, "Die." As Chu Tian reeled from the sudden, crushing heat, the air roared with forbidden power as Chu Tian cried out the incantation, forcing the spatial rift open. The fierce golden light flared, consuming everything as Chu Tian cried out, trapped within the overwhelming attack. The weight of being a burden settled heavy on her small frame, blinding her momentarily. The blinding light consumed everything, leaving only the echo of Nan's harsh sacrifice behind her. A blinding wave of orange energy rushed forward, meeting the defiant challenge. Just a meager spatial ability. Do you think it could the divine power of decay? The air vibrated with raw power as Jin Yomyang gripped the blade, his white hair stark against the intense blue surge. The cult leader roared out the desperate defense. Great Earth Shield, as blinding crimson light washed over the fractured landscape. The terrifying, blinding light surged forward, whispering the cold finality. Under the influence of decay, all things returned to stillness. The blinding wave of forbidden energy slammed into the ancient stone, shaking the very ground beneath Jin Yomyang's frantic steps. The air screamed as the forbidden spells violently overlapped, pushing the very earth to splinter under the raw, furious light. The devastating impact erupted in searing orange light, shattering the tense silence where only Nan's desperate cry echoed. The ground trembled beneath the shuddering cliff face as Chu Chan watched him with wide, terrified eyes. "I won't die," he insisted, his voice ragged with desperate conviction. The chilling silence descended as Chu Tian stood shattered, tears finally tracing paths down her dust-streaked face. "So in the end, I was just a burden." Chu Tian wept beneath the fierce purple light, holding a searing sphere of power, feeling utterly alone in the vast, darkening sky. The heavy silence settled after the opponent took his prize. Now Jin Yomyang stood alone against the looming threat. A chill wind whispered past him, the promise of battle still sharp in the air. The colossal stone structure pulsed with a malevolent red light against the fading twilight sky. Jin Yomyang felt the terrifying power emanating from the ancient, awakened thing. The air grew thick with unresolved tension as Captain Sandojin finally drew his blade, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He turned, his concern already shifting toward the missing girl, wondering, could that little girl have gotten angry with me? The chilling power roared outward, freezes heaven and earth, as Captain Sandojin unleashed his true, terrifying form. The freezing azure light manifested the true power. The opponent recoiled from the majestic, overwhelming display. A terrifying, cold roar ripped through the air as the true scale of the attack manifested. Nan's final, desperate defense surged forth, blinding blue energy twisting violently. The ice monument pulsed with cold, blinding energy, trapping the captured forms within its terrible structure. Jin Yomyang stood alone before the crystallized might, the chilling sound of shattering reality echoing around him. The forbidden spell resonated, bathing the broken world in a searing, unnatural light. The cult leader's sacrifice was now complete, leaving only silence. The chilling silence descended as the vast, frozen structure locked away the remnants of the great battle. His harsh words to Chu Tan echoed louder now than the crackling ice surrounding him. The freezing time and space technique shattered reality, trapping the brilliant, deadly light within glacial shards. Now, all that remained was the cold, unsettling silence after the cataclysmic clash. The colossal figure scoffed. "A trivial trick like this, what can it possibly do to me?" A deadly stillness descended as the blue energy surged, swallowing the small warrior whole. The cult leader, riding the churning water, fiercely channeled the forbidden spell, a defiant surge against inevitable doom. The forbidden beams struck like searing suns, but Nan plunged into the explosive blue torrent, defying annihilation. The deafening clash of power faded as Jin Yomyang stood trembling, the weight of Nan's sacrifice pressing down hard. He muttered a single, broken word, the cold sweat on his brow reflecting the sudden, chilling emptiness around him. The brilliant blue energy surged around him. Breath of the reverse scale dragon, body protection, echoed through the tense silence. A blinding flash erupted, labeled a desperate attempt, as Captain Sandojan enveloped himself in a swirling shield of blue energy. The blinding flash of the forbidden light element erupted, a desperate fusion of being and pure energy. The overlapping forbidden spells erupted, a furious torrent of blue flame searing the very air around him. Screams of agony echoed as the destructive, brilliant light consumed everything in its path. The air felt heavy, thick with the dust of battle, as Jin Yomyang realized the cult leader was gone. A cold dread tightened his chest beneath the endless, glittering night sky. The crystalline swarm unleashed crimson beams, forcing Jin Yomyang to brace against the violent impact rocking the fractured earth. The cold, luminous power burst forth, a desperate shield against the fading light. Jin Yomyang knew his sacrifice was now the only path forward. The chilling blue light encased the foes, freezing them in a crystalline prison as Nan's breath stilled the very air. The shimmering blue light encased them, a cold, crystalline structure trapping the tiny figures inside its grasp. He had indeed decided to collect them all, turning a battleground into a chilling museum exhibit. The cold, captive figures were swiftly drawn inward. Storage or collect flashed across the blue light. Then, with a terrible tremor, the ground shattered as he plunged into the scorching impact below. The cold stone echoed with a chilling, self-satisfied smirk. The burden was finally gone, the air thick with dust. A desperate scream pierced the static-filled air. "Leader! Hurry! Su Ling is about to die." Jin Yomyang's world froze, crimson eyes reflecting pure, sudden dread. The assembled team stepped through the glowing gate, facing the desolate, shadowed landscape ahead. They had arrived at the necessary destination. Now the true battle would begin. The towering, monstrous hive loomed under a bruised sky, an oppressive silence preceding the inevitable clash. Sang and Kier finally arrived, finding the battle raged fiercely beneath the dark, tense sky, his sharp gaze fixed on the incoming danger, a determined smirk playing on his lips. The scout unleashed his power, 10,000 puppet strings, as the immense, unseen threat loomed over the dark landscape. The sheer kinetic force ripped through the air, a violent, visceral tear, shattering the fragile calm they had grasped. The violent energy ripped through the hardened texture, a brutal, flashing impact tearing into the very heart of the structure. Change formation. 1,000 strings explode. The commander yelled, the arid landscape echoing the sheer scale of their desperate threat. The explosive command shattered the air as thin, potent strings ripped violently outward from the towering structure. Jin Yomyang felt the terrible pressure, knowing the queen's defense was absolute. Jin Yomyang stared up, the colossal, pulsing mound emitting a sharp, crimson energy that pressed down on his resolve. "I can't be a weak point," Su Ling screamed, pouring her whole essence into that desperate surge of blinding purple light. Sang and Kier strained, pushing their shared senses against the overwhelming, dark surge outside. The effort left a stark, visible crimson pressure blooming above her focused brow. The terrifying dark energy coiled near her temple as Sang realized the peril. Beside her, the man's wide eyes reflected sheer panic. The blinding blue ice held them suspended, a momentary shield against the unseen swarm's fury. The chilling blue light erupted, freezing the battlefield and trapping their figures within the sudden, crystalline silence. Now visible, they pressed on, believing the ice had bought them precious time. The surging connection flared, their linked senses amplifying the chaos within the icy confines. Kier felt the strain, her mind struggling to process the overwhelming, shared perception. The chilling blue ice cracked around them as a familiar, dreadful realization escaped his lips. With fierce determination, Kier and her companion channeled their combined psychic strength, screaming one last word into the shimmering, electric air. Activation. The arrival was tense, their eyes burning crimson against the suffocating blue glow of the danger ahead. Captain Sandojin stood ready, the promise of rescue hanging heavy in the electric air. The red threads snapped outward with desperate resolve, trying to hold against the encroaching, icy tide. The glacial freeze held the invisible swarm, giving Jin Yomyang the briefest moment of control amidst the explosive chaos. A sudden, sharp crack echoed as the invisible strike found its mark, piercing through Su Leng's brave defense with electric force. A dark, corrosive energy leaked from the cult leader's ruined eyes, a terrible price for their vision. Jin Yomyang watched the light drain away, knowing this sight would haunt him forever. The enemy shrieked, "Won't use ice," as Jin Yomyang snapped his threads, forcing Captain Sandojin to shout, "Alright!" Into the chaotic fight. The shout of glacial tore through the air as blinding blue light erupted, momentarily stunning the unseen attackers. The chilling blue light revealed the frozen swarm, a momentary victory earned by the desperate glacial freeze. The icy barrier solidified, and the leader's triumphant grin flashed. Little, now visible, the enemy was briefly held captive within the sudden, bright blue cold. The sting of the venom lingered, yet Lan Changkong stated with cold resolve, "I can freeze her, but that will give her frostbite." First, the biting frost encased the venom spread as they forced the cure through her lips, ignoring the imminent danger surrounding them. The chilling blue aura of the ice blast framed his shocked face. What terrible truth did this cold reflection reveal now? The cold blue light illuminated their faces as Su Leng's dark tears fell, echoing the desperate arrival. "I can freeze her, but that will give her frostbite." The harsh reality echoed in the chilling silence. The chilling blue light barely concealed the sheer strain etched onto their faces as the icy containment held. Now was the only window. They had to break through this frozen moment before the tide turned again. The chilling ice cracked around the silent, dark figures trapped within its fragile embrace. A grim resolve settled on Lan Changkong's face, acknowledging the desperate path ahead. The commander's urgency faded as Su Leng offered a determined, slightly weary smile amid the blue frost. She would not surrender her strength, silencing any notion of being a burden. Lan Changkong froze the venomous wound, his brow furrowed against Su Leng's grim acceptance of frostbite. The icy shell shuddered violently as the unseen enemy surged, making Jin Yomyang realize a fresh assault was coming. A raw roar escaped the defender as he summoned his final defense. Boundless ocean, water cube. The chilling power encased the monstrous threat. 1,000 miles of ice. The team gazed up, seizing this fragile moment to strike. The freezing power unleashed, a brilliant blue light tearing through the darkness to forge the path forward. "Ice passage," the commander urged, seizing this fragile moment of advantage. "Go. We'll launch a blitz battle." The command rang out as the icy barrier shattered around them. Kier saw the small, dark object in the scarred hand, the blue light reflecting their shared terror. Su Leng clutched the explosive potion, her exhausted eyes meeting Kier's desperate plea amidst the chilling blue light. Amidst the chilling blue light, Su Leng held the venomous orb, her wide eyes reflecting raw terror and grim resolve. "I can freeze her, but that will give her frostbite." The shared power surged, pushing past exhaustion. They would not be a weakness now. Together, Chen Kier and Su Leng poured everything into the blinding, desperate light. The terrifying, invisible swarm finally met the sharp edge of their shared perception, exploding into visible chaos against the energy shields. The promised reunion arrived with a flash of crimson light as Jin Yomyang surged forward, leaving the quiet, burdened child behind. Jin Yomyang watched the exchange, the frantic need to reach the cult leader tightening his breath in the sudden, chilling air. Chu Tian's strained relief was shattered as the desperate cry erupted under the imposing shadow. The grim reality of their fragile bond hung heavy in the harsh, alien atmosphere. Beneath the cold, distant sky, his warm promise silenced the immediate fear. She finally felt safe, tears welling up. The child sighed softly, cutting through the heavy purple aura enveloping them both. Just as Sang and Kier arrived, the silent, Swirling purple energy announced their arrival as Sang and Kier lunged forward together into the deepening gloom. The harsh wind whipped around them as Captain Sandojan placed a firm, steadying hand on the woman's trembling shoulder. Her fierce resolve warred with the chilling reality of the overwhelming threat they now faced. The chilling air hung heavy as Jin Yomyung's terrifying gaze met the rising dread in the woman's eyes. This sudden, powerful arrival shattered the fragile silence after the chaos. The chilling wind swept across the desolate landscape as Jin Yomyung stood firm, his resolve clutched tightly by the small hand beside him. A chilling, resonant sound cut through the air. The finishing blow is coming. Jin Yomyung braced against the blinding purple surge engulfing the cult leader. Amidst crackling energy and frigid air, Jin Yomyung moved, the crimson threads of the net barely binding their desperate assault. The air grew thick with the terrifying silence following the plague's sudden eruption. The chilling ice shards descended, sharp as desperation, tearing through the trapped figures in a blinding blue sweep. A massive, feathery impact shattered the golden light, raining debris onto the static spheres where the tiny insect waited. The ice shards exploded outwards as an urgent query pierced the chaotic sound. Can't her original body turn invisible? The queen bee sat enthroned amid shimmering golden light, her cold gaze meeting the approaching threat. Now that the plague victims had retreated, this powerful over S-rank presence finally made its move. The blinding golden light erupted as a raw, blue power was drawn, trapping the insectoid queen bee in place. Now, the desperate battle against the plague and its powerful S-rank arrival must continue. The sudden, razor-sharp strike of bone-piercing ice shattered the air, meeting resistance even amidst the chaos of the plague. The chilling shards of ice erupted, meeting the queen bee's dark silhouette in a flash of brutal, cold light. The searing red lines of the net of heaven and earth snapped tight against the insectoid figures, trapping them within the blinding golden axis. The golden grid pulsed with unbearable energy as Jin Yomyung tightly pulled the thin, crimson threads binding the struggling figure. The silence hung heavy, then the sudden return shattered the anxious waiting. A cold dread washed over Jin Yomyung at the sight of the over S-rank strange race. The bone-piercing ice struck, shattering the golden web in a dazzling, frozen explosion. Chaos flared as allies realized the danger was far from over. The intense golden light flared as the ice shattered, caught within a suffocating web of red energy lines. Jin Yomyung fought hard against the inescapable net, realizing this attack was far stronger. The queen bee recoiled, the sudden, intense cold striking her with disbelief, shattering her arrogance. The queen bee dodged the sharp, bone-piercing ice, while Jin Yomyung's attack still ripped through the glowing hexagonal axis. The queen bee roared against the icy onslaught, her power erupting in a furious, burning halo. But alarms screamed that the plague had already broken through. The bone-piercing ice met the inferno, shattering the fragile defense as violent light erupted everywhere. The queen bee struck with blinding speed, her contemptuous glare fixed upon the failing defense lines behind the glowing axis. The blinding golden light flared as the desperate shout echoed. Thousand string cut against the encroaching shadow. A sharp cry of RIP ripped through the chaos as a blinding impact shattered the surroundings, the terrible sound echoing loudly. The air crackled with oppressive heat as Jin Yomyung stared at the monstrous form, whispering, "This." The over S-rank insect shrieked in sudden, searing pain as the ice blade struck deep. Panic faded, replaced by the terrifying confirmation of an unknown, powerful plague. The over S-rank race loomed large, its crystalline armor unnerving against the shimmering grid, as Jin Yomyung braced himself. The unsettling, familiar hum of the teleportation axis surrounded the warrior as he moved with desperate speed. He focused his entire will into the crimson, spectral strike, praying it would reach the cult leader in time. The brief, tense silence shattered as the agonizing light pierced through, eliciting a raw cry of terror. That fleeting shadow, the poison needle, finally revealed its deadly path through the deep indigo night. The sickening, high-pitched scream tore through the air as the purple explosion erupted, silencing even the echoes of their desperate retreat. The blinding impact shattered the air, orange light exploding against a sudden, desperate sheath of blue ice. Below, the small figures watched the colossal force collide in the echoing silence. Through the searing light of teleportation, their unified shout echoed, "We won! They've won!" The victory felt blinding, but the dread of the over S-rank strange race still lingered nearby. The chilling blue shards scattered as Jin Yomyang stared, seeing the cult leader trapped within the fracturing ice. Dread tightened around his chest, witnessing the perilous scene unfold too late. The chilling realization of the virus spread, coupled with the looming threat of the over S rank, made her gasp in sudden, raw agony. The swirling violet energy intensified as Jin Yomyang cradled the afflicted, screaming, "Wen Zishan!" The frantic escape from the collapsing axis ended with a violent, purple surge. They had burst out of the Plague Ops' gate, narrowly escaping the spreading contagion. The promised return was devastatingly swift. Now, the unsettling stillness hung over the fallen bodies near the glowing axis. The terrifying plague had struck, and now she knelt beside him, seeing the cold truth of his failing breath. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" The fragile light filtering down barely touched their despair. The ominous green glow surrounded them as Jin Yomyang gripped the wounded cult leader, his eyes burning with desperate resolve. The glowing artifact pulsed, mirroring the dread as the discovery was made. "It has already spread." Jin Yomyang felt the chilling spread of black veins as she weakened, the air thick with fractured light. He desperately needed to find the cult leader now. The panicked cry for Shawanan cut through the damp, echoing stillness as Jin Yomyang saw the sickly form. Even as an underling confirmed, "Yes, SIR." The chilling realization of the plague's cost settled heavily upon them. The oppressive purple aura swelled around the newcomer, starkly contrasting with the frail figure reaching upward in despair. The chaotic retreat had ended, leaving this lone figure amidst the darkening woods, counting green leaves with unnerving stillness. He sensed something dreadful approaching, realizing too late the danger had returned so swiftly. The unnerving silence broke as a figure, seeing the sudden return, stared down at the swirling purple void, breath catching at the unexpected arrival. The agonizing weight shattered as the impossible reappeared before him. An over S-rank strange race. The chilling, skeletal visage emerged, radiating an ominous aura of devastating plague. That over S-rank presence confirmed the deepest, quiet fear. The monstrous scorpion creature descended, its dark energy meeting the purple-cloaked figure's shattering defense. The battlefield roared as the blinding meteor heavenly fire descended, erasing the landscape in furious orange light. The searing heat of the blast enveloped the monstrous form, yet that single, terrified cry echoed through the inferno. Under the vast, star-dusted night, black fragments drifted down from the sky, reflecting a moment of stunned, heavy silence. The overwhelming power left him stunned, wondering if even he had gone too far in this dull contest. The dazzling purple surge ripped through the rocky passage, leaving the onlooker frozen by sheer, terrifying momentum. Rift Reaver stood radiating peculiar, boastful energy after crushing his foe, momentarily oblivious to the chaos elsewhere. The terrifying realization of the vanished foe struck Jin Yomyang, his composure fracturing as another cried out in shock. The massive figure pointed accusingly as a wisp of green energy drifted into the dark twilight sky. The sharp agony ripped through him, every nerve screaming as he cried out, "H." A terrified shout ripped through the air as a comrade collapsed, blood blossoming over his pale skin. The dark, vein-like markings pulsed beneath the skin as Nanzai gasped, realizing the curse was taking hold in the chilling night air. The awful crimson seal pulsed beneath the fabric, an undeniable, agonizing mark against the violent rush of blood. The skin seemed to pulse with angry crimson light. Something terrible was surging beneath the surface now. The genetic virus ripped through the bloodstream, a terrifying, bright horror consuming the very essence of life within the raging red current. Within the crimson torrent of the bloodstream, dark spikes pierced the glowing, purple virus forms with terrifying speed. The chilling white hair and crimson eyes stared out, his body trembling beneath the rising, dark veins. The victory felt like ash as he gasped, the faint sound of an impending storm echoing nearby. The horrifying realization dawned. The sweat beading on his brow mirrored the other's terrified question. So am I too? Rift Reaver's surprised face mirrored the hero's surging green energy as they prepared to charge. Let's, he affirmed, the oath to level the battlefield hanging heavy in the charged air. The faint, sterile light of the cabin illuminated the silent, afflicted comrades resting in their beds. Nanzai, what's wrong with you? A voice boomed, meeting her sheer terror as the cursed seal flared. The silent room shattered as violent coughing racked their bodies, blood staining every breath with dread. Beneath the cold laboratory lights, they frantically tested the deadly virus, hoping for a sliver of defense. The fierce focus in their eyes betrayed the growing terror of its rapid spread. The analyst, masked and sweating, guided the flame near the sample, the cool lab light mirroring the creeping dread. Her eyes, wide and yellowed, betrayed a desperate knowledge that defied their every hopeful test result. The scientist carefully lowered the sample, white mist swirling around the cryogenic glass cylinder. They were testing every possible defense, praying for a miracle against the unstoppable virus. Under the sterile light, the terrifying, replicating structures of the genetic virus floated, mocking all efforts to stop it. The glowing, invasive microbes danced under the lens, mirroring the cold dread settling in the researchers' strained eyes. The sterile lab lights flashed, reflecting the stark terror in the researchers' wide, panicked eyes. The harsh lab lights illuminated the exhaustion and fear etched onto the faces of the researchers. Despite the dire struggle, they paused, removing their protective gear, the fight against the invisible enemy weighing heavily. Staggering against the cold, sterile doorway, the small figure gasped a desperate whisper for his sister. A faint cry escaped as one slumped over, the sterile laboratory air thick with panic. Chu-chan. The terrifying fever gripped Nanzai, forcing a pain collapse as comrades watched in horror. The strained healer drew the vital sample, eyes tight with concentration against the spreading blight on his arm. The researcher clutched the sample, her frantic search yielding a sliver of hope under the dark, smoky sky. This small vial of blood held the key to halting the spreading terror. The crimson river flowed, choked by these alien invaders multiplying within the vital stream. They resisted fire and ice, a horrifying biological truth displayed in the blood. The grim realization struck them in the sterile light. The terrifying virus still thrived even under the cold glare of the microscope. A raw cry tore through the sterile laboratory as the silver-haired man surged upward, his companion staring up in shocked horror. A gloved hand drew the vital crimson sample, the needle piercing the strangely resilient skin under the sterile blue light. Under the cold, sterile lights, a single, vital drop of blood met the slide, smoke rising from the terrible sample. Through the microscope, the researcher witnessed the horrifying viral siege against the red blood cells with wide, shocked eyes. The terrible black veins traced across his arm, showing the grim realization in the sterile blue light of the lab. The hero's clenched fist ripped through the air, marked by dark, tense veins against the ominous blue light. The hero offered his unique blood, dark tendrils tracing over his arm, as the researcher confirmed the miracle within the sample. The battlefield air, thick with dust and defeat, offered no escape as agonizing cries echoed. Another soul succumbed to the relentless plague, clutching desperately at the frozen ground. A horrifying shriek pierced the frozen air above the fallen. The monstrous bird claimed its prey. The battlefield was silent now, save for the enemy's triumphant roar echoing over the dead. The raw, monstrous tide surged, overwhelming the scattered defenders in a flurry of tearing claws and desperate motion. The ethereal green energy flared around the warriors as they faced down monstrous shadows, screaming, "Hold on, and damn it, die." The grim resolve settled over the battlefield, their final, unified cry echoing into the falling snow. So today, let's level this battlefield to the ground first. I'll do it, Nanzang vowed, the monstrous form erupting with blinding red light against the overwhelming yellow aura. A sickly green light enveloped Jin Yomyang, his resolve hardening against the chilling revelations of human frailty. He stood ready, the unseen price of salvation already taking hold within him. A deafening, fiery barrage descended as the monstrous ally moved, shaking the very ground beneath them. The unleashed inferno swallowed the remnants of the strange race in a blinding, terrifying flash of green light. The snow fell silently as Nanzang hovered, confronting the spectral judgment below. A stark vision of corruption made him shout his contempt for rotten human hearts. A luminous, spectral figure watched, her judgment cold against the gathering darkness. The heavy silence suggested the true cost of victory was yet to be exacted. The ethereal green light washed over the fallen and the kneeling, a spectral silence descending on the cleared ground. Above them, power held those captured souls suspended, awaiting the master's next grim command. The final reckoning arrived as an astronomical drain was logged, raising the weapon high into the biting snow. A furious arc of chilling light descended, the sound of moving mountains and toppling hills, echoing the sheer, brutal force unleashed. The massive energy ripped through the atmosphere, shaking the very foundations of the structure beside the vast, scarred void. The Commander Nan's form glowed intensely, drawing in the faint, floating spirits under the sky's bright glare. The controlled strange race screamed as they tumbled into the abyss Nanzang had summoned. Now, only the echoing void remained where the massive battle had just raged. The Crimson Retriever descended with Jin Yomyang, their united strike cutting through the icy, desolate terrain. Retriever unleashed the abyss of lava, swallowing the monstrous, bizarre forms whole in a terrifying, cleansing fire. Retriever unleashed a chaotic deluge of fire and monstrous limbs amidst the battlefield's sudden, violent clarity. The white-haired man raised his arm, the raging fire illuminating the grotesque creatures clinging to the desolate canyon walls. The residual heat of the void gate lingered as Nanzang reached out, summoning forbidden terrestrial might. The scream echoed against the fiery orange as Retriever unleashed chaos. Tiny, monstrous shapes swarming the churning lava below. The terrible abyss of lava churned, swallowing the grotesque creatures in Nanzang's wake. The searing heat engulfed Nanzang, the price of protection beginning to draw the life force from his body. The blinding light erupted over the chasm, yet Jin Yomyang's sweat-drenched face betrayed a deep, sickening dread. The ghostly figures of ancient commanders manifested, their silent energy flooding the tense atmosphere before the next wave struck. Jin Yomyang moved with blinding speed, his stained blade ready, while an observer watched with wide, panicked eyes. The mental invasion ceased, leaving Nanzang gasping, the shock of real horror tearing through his senses. Chu Chan's sharp voice pierced the lingering shock, pulling Nanzang back from the abyss of human ugliness. The chilling silence of the void swallowed Nanzang whole. He desperately cried out, "Where am I?" Beneath the chilling, star-dusted sky, Nanzang only managed to whisper, "This?" as the impossible light pulsed before him. The panicked whispers echoed the chilling decree. Not just the infected, but the inhabitants of the infected areas must also be burned. The chilling silence hung heavy, broken only by the ragged sound of his own strained breath. He simply stared, the unspoken answer a heavy weight against the oppressive dark. The monstrous pleas to burn them echoed, but one voice fiercely challenged the unthinkable. "If we burn them all, who?" The Source Regeneration Dome rose, a shimmering, ethereal tree against the dark, starry expanse, demanding a terrible price. The glowing, ethereal tree demanded his response, the harsh question echoing. Impressions. The forbidden power surged, manifesting dark energy across his straining knuckles under the cold, silent sky. Nanzang's cold, burning gaze fixed forward, a dangerous smile curling as he considered the sacrifice demanded. "I won't." The thought hardened, sharp as breaking glass cutting through the urgency of the battle. The overwhelming light pulsed, echoing the foreign command, "Don't disappoint me." Jin Yomyang stood firm, facing the luminous, silent judgment. The shock of that cold truth still burned. But Nan Zhang roared, unleashing his final, desperate charge against the coming tide. The ethereal voice echoed in the sudden stillness, promising, "When you reach the end and stand before me, you will understand everything." The violent psychic intrusion ceased, leaving Jin Yomyang gasping as the suffocating reality of the battlefield snapped back into focus. Chu Chan's alarmed grasp held Nanzang, snapping him from the nightmare's cold grip under the falling snow. The battlefield cleared under a flurry of cold, crystalline light, while the defeated lay scattered across the frozen ground. The white-haired commander stood frozen, the terrifying purple void energy swirling wildly behind him like a fractured nightmare. The chaotic energy of the battle subsided, yielding to a chilling purple glow as subordinates gathered near the powerful commander. The ground trembled violently as Nanzang floated above, his gaze sharp, while soldiers stared up in awe and fear. Amidst the chilling snowfall, the immediate crisis passed, and Chu Chan finally offered agreement with a sharp, resolved cry of, "All right." The air shimmered violently as Nanzang channeled that terrifying, newly refined power. A shocking green aura surged around him, demanding total focus amid the lingering chaos. The dome shimmered, charged with power, as the commanding woman raised her hand, ready to pay the ultimate price. The vital chamber glowed blue amidst the bleak snow, awaiting Nanzang's grim decision to begin the exchange. Even as the immediate danger subsided, a chilling dread seized her heart amidst the falling snow. "Let's do it," Nanzang declared, accepting the heavy, bloody price under the cold, falling snow. The dark energy writhed under his skin as the cold air pressed in around the exhausted women. Victory felt close, yet the chilling truth about his cursed blood remained unresolved. The life-sustaining potion drained slowly into the cursed veins, binding flesh tighter under the cold snow. The thick, icy air clung to the surface as the crimson fluid pulsed within the chamber. Her gaze remained fixed, searching for any sign of the recovery she desperately needed. Under the cold, falling snow, the promised firepower aimed true. The battle's desperate opening had finally arrived. The twin sirens readied their weapons, the air thick with the metallic scent of the glowing red recovery pod. The cannons unleashed their blinding white torrent against the looming fortress walls, a fierce, desperate countermeasure echoing through the cold air. The brilliant flares burst across the dark sky, a false moment of peace before the final, terrible confrontations commenced. The brief respite shattered as exhaustion claimed the weary fighters, bathed in the ominous red twilight. The aftermath of the test was grim. Fallen beasts lay still under the unsettling, reddish twilight. The chilling air seemed to freeze, the crimson specks marking a sudden, terrible realization crossing his features. A ghostly green light enveloped the elder as he rose above the exhausted figures gathered below the looming city. The chilling energy pulsed, demanding attention while the final battle loomed large before them all. The black tendrils pulsed beneath the skin, a vile comfort as the forbidden regeneration took hold. He smiled weakly, enduring the painful process for one more night. The potion dripped, yet a chilling concern remained. "If you can't," echoed in the tense silence. The chilling sweat on his skin betrayed the sudden horror glimpsed in his crimson eyes. He knew then, the curse had taken an irreversible hold. The vibrant, pulsing red heart throbbed against the sickening blackness, a terrible reflection of the curse within. Under the dazzling, celebratory burst of fireworks, a collective sigh of relief escaped. They had endured the fire. The steam gently rose from the bowl, a momentary reprieve amidst the lingering dread of the black blood discovered. The lingering glow of morning light contrasted sharply with the dark truth beneath his skin, still visible to her knowing gaze. She held the small bowl, offering comfort amidst the horrifying discovery of his tainted regeneration. The steaming, rich liquid met his lips, a desperate kindness offered in the oppressive silence between battles. The precious moment of recovery was overshadowed by deep concern as Nan Zishan gently touched Chu Chan's pale, sleeping face. The overwhelming power radiated from him. Yet even in this fragile closeness, The dark veins pulsed beneath his skin. Yes, he murmured, the battle's shadow clinging even to this brief moment of repose. The man with eyes like burning embers offered a chilling smile, promising a confrontation beyond the threshold of the void. The deep crimson trace left on the finger held a chilling answer to the blackness within. Her expression froze, realizing the source of his strength was also his impending doom. The warm, intimate atmosphere shattered as Nanzang's gaze fixed upon the disturbing, black color of his blood. That shadow, the curse, was slowly consuming even his powerful regenerative gift. The chilling silence in the room broke as dark blood stained his fingers. This regeneration felt terribly wrong. The intense blue light of the lab reflected the deep worry etched across their faces as they studied the critical samples. The sterile blue light illuminated the vial, holding a terrifying truth about the regeneration. The shock of the black blood froze the moment, dreading the curse's final reach. A terrifying, violet energy erupted around him, chilling the air as his allies watched in stark silence. The commander's resolve hardened before the looming challenge, demanding, "Follow me inside. We will move as one group." Beneath the bleak, alien sky, the final 5 gates shimmered, marking the last passage to victory or ruin. The searing red light pulsed from the gate, illuminating the commander's tense face before the SS rank horror. "All right." The commander urged them toward the blazing red portal, leaving a healer glowing softly behind. Jin Yongyang stood ready, the chilling green energy flaring around his comrades as they faced the final gates. The silent resolve in his eyes promised that no matter the horror within, they would see this through. The air grew heavy as an incomprehensible, monstrous shape, the Abyss Gazer, descended. Its terrifying emergence stole the breath, hinting at the ultimate struggle ahead. The air crackled with sudden dread as the strange liquid coated the enemy, defying all expectations of an easy fight. The assembled fighters stood ready, the chilling silence of the snow echoing their grim resolve for the final push. The ethereal threads of killing puppet strings met the horrifying, dark mass, a clash of will in the silent, falling snow. The chaotic black tendrils writhed, catching the desperate slash of white light cutting through the chilling air. Something deep and fundamentally wrong was erupting from within this enemy. The air crackled as monstrous, dark tendrils lashed out, illuminated by stark red energy crisscrossing the pale sky. The monstrous eye pulsed with malevolent light, speaking its chilling judgment, discriminating against strange species. The corrosive liquid dripped down, and the enemy unexpectedly declared, activating self-cleaning mode. A chilling sound in the silent snow. A chilling realization settled over them in the snow. It doesn't hurt, doesn't SS rank. This enemy was unlike anything they had faced. The silent, cold air crackled as a single warrior lunged toward the monstrous, blood-red eye. His blade sought to pierce the alien terror looming above them. The dragon's breath blade sliced through the blinding red surge, yet the overwhelming presence felt strangely muted. This SS rank entity pulsed with raw power, mocking the fierce resolve behind the attack. A blinding white arc met the crimson, screaming entity, the air cracking with the force of impact. A sudden, icy glow erupted as the unexpected figure appeared, freezing Jin Yongyang mid-gasp. "What are?" The question hung heavy in the chilling air before the true shock set in. The blinding flash of the blade cut through the cold as the desperate shout echoed, "You've gone mad." The sudden, chilling red threads wrapped around him, cutting through the desperate torrent of blue light. Jin Yongyang gasped, realizing this was no mere attack, but a terrifying snare. The air screamed with icy fury as one fighter roared, "Kill, kill, kill," while another unleashed a desperate torrent of blue power. The agonizing scream shattered the frozen air as Zishan offered his desperate sacrifice, a blinding green light blooming against the harsh white snow. The holy light erupted, a desperate counter to the puppet masters, as Zishan screamed. Ah! The cult leader's control was absolute. Even Jin Yongyang recoiled, seeing only the monstrous, bloodshot eye above. Beneath that chilling gaze, the commanded figure unleashed a blinding, pale arc of power. The shocking crimson lines pierced through, but Jin Yomyung's face hardened against the betrayal, the world seeming to freeze. His brother's sacrifice was a desperate opening, forcing his hand toward a terrible final choice. The searing red of his gaze reflected the agony of impossible choices. Sweat beading as Zishin offered that desperate sacrifice. He could only watch the terror bloom while the forbidden spell raged onward. The shockwave of sound tore through the chaos, each frantic, red thread highlighting his desperate exertion. Jin Yomyung saw the blinding light of the forbidden spell erupting just as the air shattered. The air cracked with summoned power as the controlled fighters converged in a blur of chaotic strikes against the surrounded silver-haired warrior. The chilling sound of sacrifice filled the air as Zishin's eyes burned crimson, channeling forbidden power for her brother's sake. Jin Yomyung stood amidst the swirling energy, the air thick with the sound of clashing forbidden spells. A distant figure launched an attack, heedless of the sacrifice already offered for this desperate strike. The chilling air fractured under Zishin's desperate sacrifice as Jin Yomyung watched the sacred light erupt in the distance. The blinding, icy assault erupted behind him, yet Jin Yomyung stood frozen, witnessing the awful sacrifice. The chilling sound of the water dragon's chant surged, overwhelming the struggling protector. He fought against the mental tide, desperately trying to hold the line. The piercing glacial freeze slammed against him, forcing an agonizing groan from the white-haired warrior. Against the chilling blue, a wild roar erupted. Forbidden fire spell melt. The sacrifice was made, igniting a desperate, searing counterattack. The puppeteer grinned, tightening the crimson, soul-pulling threads around his captive. An icy breath of desperation swept through the battlefield as his control tightened further. The desperate clash continued. A controlled subordinate blocked Jin Yomyung's vicious strike with a choked cry of pain. The air splintered under the barrage of golden blades as someone cried out, "Penetration!" The blinding orange shield flared, trapping the desperate fighter as the maniacal captor roared his triumph. The enemy roared, striking against the forbidden spell defense with blinding ferocity as a desperate figure recoiled. The blinding golden light erupted, cutting through the chaos as Jin Yomyung pushed outward, resisting the wicked control. His stance solidified, a desperate strike against the overwhelming surge of psychic attack. The searing light of the sacrifice erupted as Zishin screamed, offering everything while urging his brother forward. The air crackled with savage intent as the glacial freeze met the desperate barrage of golden sword energy. The chaotic barrage settled into a chilling, desperate silence as Zishin offered his sacrifice. Jin Yomyung's bloodshot eye widened, sweat dripping as he heard that devastating plea. Zishin unleashed a terrible surge of red power, shouting the final words of sacrifice into the echoing silence. Jin Yomyung watched the light engulf his brother, realizing the desperate gambit had already succeeded. The air cracked with raw energy as a terrifying red pressure slammed down, crushing those caught in the mental storm. Jin Yomyung saw the desperation, a final, blinding sacrifice igniting amidst the chaos. Jin Yomyung faced the colossal, bloodshot eye, the puppet strings tightening around his fractured resolve. The chilling silence was broken only by the desperate plea of his comrade's sacrifice. The blinding eruption of crimson light met the small sword thrust. "I'll gouge out your eye," echoed as the forbidden power unleashed. Beneath the blazing inferno, the opponent's eye analyzed the chaos, calculating every move within this brutal, mind-controlled storm. The horrifying, bloodshot eye pulsed, broadcasting the chilling thought, "Futile resistance." Now Jin Yomyung saw the pure, overwhelming power surging toward him. The younger brother called out, sacrificing himself with a painful, searing light. "I harness its divine spell." The devastating command of Alloy Collapse erupted, drowning the battlefield in a violent, searing crimson light. The world dissolved into a throbbing, malevolent crimson, forcing Jin Yomyung to gasp under the crushing psychic weight. Amidst the raging inferno, a desperate cry shattered the air. As sure as hell, the controlled fighter unleashed a devastating attack. The air thrummed with dark intent as the voice commanded, "Control, purify, erase." Jin Yomyang stared, a cold dread washing over him. The agonizing crimson energy erupted, a blinding sacrifice blooming from Zishan's frail form against the chaotic sound of battle. The mental strings tightened, crushing the breath from his lungs as red light pulsed around his horrified eyes. A terrible scream tore through the chaos as Zishan offered his own body, invoking the holy light. Jin Yomyang heard the desperate sacrifice echoing just as the mental storm raged around him. The silent scream of crimson eyes mirrored the horrifying cost of Zishan's sacrifice. Jin Yomyang felt the world freeze as the plea echoed. Hurry and kick him now, using this chance. A terrifying crimson aura pulsed around them as the corrupted allies advanced, screaming to kill it without mercy. The air grew thick with cold mist as the possessed fighters surged forward, their eyes burning with unnatural crimson light. They moved as one horrifying, twisted entity against their comrade. The cult leader emerged, wreathed in shadow and dark power, his eyes blazing with cold fury against the chaos. Jin Yomyang felt the world shift as this terrifying new strength materialized amid the heartbreaking cries of the fallen. The chilling demand, "Kill without mercy," echoed across the desolate, snow-dusted battlefield. A hand trembled, reaching out towards the horrifying chaos unfolding before the witness. The blinding light of Zishan's sacrifice ripped through the chaotic sounds of battle, leaving only a terrible silence. He realized with a cold dread that the mental control was now stronger than ever. The brilliant, searing light of Zishan's sacrifice finally erupted. Life burn, holy light purification. A blinding emerald light erupted as Zishan offered herself up, pushing back the suffocating control. Jin Yomyang watched, horrified, as the blinding brilliance swallowed the desperate battlefield. The terrifying gaze of the abyss bore down, momentarily blinding them with radiating, sickly light as Zishan poured everything into her final, desperate defense. Zishan's desperate sacrifice erupted in blinding green light, silencing the chaos with its overwhelming glow. A sickening green light pulsed as Jin Yomyang screamed, witnessing Zishan's desperate, holy sacrifice echoing through the battlefield ruins. The air cracked with desperate sacrifice. Her crimson eyes burned through the chaotic green miasma. Behind her, Captain Sandojin moved, a pale blur gripping his drawn sword. A searing light erupted as Zishan cried out, "SKY, I offer my body as a sacrifice," plunging the battlefield into blinding, desperate conflict.